Chapter 1, This Time. I Will Never Give Way. Konoha 15 years. The ninja village of the Four Powers brought the ninja world war to an unprecedented climax. Second Mizukage and Second Tsuchikage die together, and Cloud Shinobi has now signed an agreement with Konoha. But the process of signing the agreement, there was an accident that no one had thought of. Just when Second Hokage Senju Tobirama and Second Raikage AI just completed the agreement, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn suddenly took the Cloud Shinobi ninja out. Nine Tails became sensible, they directly beheaded Second Raikage, and it is bound to kill all Konoha shinobi here. Senju Tobirama was already seriously injured and fled in the direction of Konoha with the remaining elite ninjas. For half a year, the plot finally walked like a timeline. A young man next to Senju Tobirama sprinted, whispering in his mouth. But because a group of people are running hurriedly, they have no idea what this population is talking about. And the only people who can say this sentence are those who know the timeline of Naruto. Lin Feng, oh no, he should be called Shimura Danzo now. Originally a modern office worker, he had already crossed into the world of Naruto by some chance and coincidence, and had taken Shimura Danzo away. Yes, it was the Black Hand of Konoha, an extremely old silver coin. It can be said that it is the Black Hand that runs through the entire ninja world, creating the darkness of the roots and processing Konoha, the darkness that even the Anbu ninja can't touch. Shimura Danzo. At first, he was very broken, and he didn't expect that he would actually pass through and become Shimura Danzo. But fortunately, he has received all the memories of his predecessor, and he is most satisfied with this handsome face. You must know that even Tsunade and Shizuan will blush when they pull out the photos of Shimura Danzo when they were young. You can imagine how handsome he was when he was young. Shimura Danzo knows exactly how cruel war is, so he has always held the position of second Hokage guard. After all, Senju Tobirama's strength is not a joke. So Shimura Danzo was protected in disguise, and then silently waited for an opportunity. And this opportunity is coming today, and he has been waiting since he passed through to now. A thing that no one can predict, a choice that determines Konoha's future. However, Shimura Danzo is also very aware that one person has been waiting for the opportunity. That's my friend, the most powerful player among Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, the others don't care. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura do not have that qualification. Read more at hotemtelnovel.xyz. As for Uchiha Kagami, he is a member of the Uchiha clan and there is absolutely no chance of becoming Hokage. The remaining two are Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are the most powerful candidates for the future of Naruto. Soon, Shimura Danzo put away his thoughts. Because it is really important to escape now, after all, there are two lunatics, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, chasing after them. But what made Shimura Danzo secretly cursed was that Second Raikage was killed in the Golden Horn and Silver Horn for less than 10 minutes. But it is very normal to think about it. The two Golden Horns and Silver Horns have 6 ninjas and chakra from 9 tails. Second Raikage's aging body can hold up for a few minutes, which is pretty good. Senju Tobirama galloped dignifiedly, but he could still feel the terrifying chakra behind him slowly approaching. At this moment, his face was about to drip with dignity, and his black pupils exuded an inexplicable light. Soon, a touch of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made some important decision. Tread. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama stopped walking like the wind. Master Second Generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others hurriedly stopped and returned to Senju Tobirama's side and asked with a look of confusion. Although they know that there is a powerful enemy chasing after them, they dare not question Senju Tobirama's behavior because he is the backbone of everyone. Senju Tobirama's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. The people who chased us behind were the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, who had 6 ninjas and chakra from 9 tails. Senju Tobirama said slowly. Then we have to stop. Mitokado Homura's eyes widened suddenly, and his words were full of panic. Because he knew not to run at this time, if he was really caught up by which two monsters, he would really not be able to run. And at this moment, the time to decide the outcome has arrived. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Senju Tobirama's mind instantly. With the enemy behind, Senju Tobirama chooses to stop, which means he wants. God level selection has been activated. Choice 1, hesitate for a second, give the future position of Naruto to Sarutobi Hiruzen, follow the development of the plot, task reward, win style proficient at full level. Option 2, fight for the position of Naruto and cut off the road of Sarutobi Hiruzen, task reward, get the unactivated fairy body of the Uzumaki clan. Boom! In an instant, Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed appallingly, and his body exploded with unmatched aura. Pulling out the long blade behind him, he flicked it directly, and a gust of wind instantly rolled up. Second generation master. You go. I am after. Shimura Danzo has a righteous and awe-inspiring look, his eyes are full of determination and that shocking immobility. There is quite an overwhelming momentum, which makes people shocked by Shimura Danzo for a while. This guy. In the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed, and his pupils shrank, full of endless shock. Because he never thought that Shimura Danzo was one step ahead of him, just one step. Danzo. Starting today, you will succeed the third Hokage of Konoha village. No one can object. Senju Tobirama gave a relieved smile. Immediately after pulling out the golden thunder sword behind, the aura of the peak of the shadow rank suddenly burst out at this moment and rushed directly to the rear. After I break it, as for Konoha, I will leave it to you, Danzo. At this moment, Senju Tobirama's back became extremely stalwart, like a giant in the sky. But Shimura Danzo smiled inside. Shimura Danzo, never give way. Asterisk. Chapter 2, Sarutobi. Hesitate, you will lose. Senju Tobirama made this decision since he was hunted down by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Although the result was beyond his expectations, after all, he initially thought Sarutobi Hiruzen would seize the opportunity. It seems that Danzo has been around for so long, but he has learned a little bit. Senju Tobirama will not be partial, because he knows this is a fair competition and Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost. Hesitate, you will lose. With his life resisting the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and buying time to escape for these Konoha's future hopes, this is the only thing he can do. If you let him young for 20 or 30 years, return to the peak period when he fought side by side with his brother Senju Hashirama and beheaded Uchiha Izuna. Golden Horn and Silver Horn? It's just a group of rats. But years are not forgiving after all, no matter who it is, they will be polished by the years. Escape. Shimura Danzo gave an order, and the five quickly fled in Konoha's direction. There is absolutely no hesitation at this time, otherwise Senju Tobirama's death will be in vain. On the way to escape, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Shimura Danzo, his eyes flashed with unwillingness and resentment. He hates why he didn't stand up earlier, just a second, and the third Hokage of Konoha village belongs to him. But everything ended up in the past, and the seeds of regret were quietly planted in his heart. Quick! Keep up! Shimura Danzo's husband was the one who was in charge of Wanfu, and he smashed away for the people behind him. Wind-style ninjutsu shook wildly like chakra, and couldn't stop. The aura was like a rainbow, and his body was dripping with scarlet blood, like a Shura coming out of hell. But on closer inspection, Shimura Danzo's face did not change much, and there were no scars left by the Cloud Shinobi ninja. The blood was completely dropped on the body by the slain Cloud Shinobi ninja. A road piled up alive with the dead body of Cloud Shinobi. This guy's strength. Why did it suddenly increase so much? And chakra is like I can't run out. Uchiha Kagami and the others were extremely shocked, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who almost looked at the murderous Shimura Danzo with unbelievable gazes. He can be said to know Shimura Danzo's strength very well, even better than him, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Between himself and his uncle, he didn't completely reach the shadow level. But now Shimura-dan's aura and strength have completely surpassed him, and even vaguely reached the level of teacher Senju Tobirama. And this also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face become a little gloomy, and he couldn't help but feel heavy. If this is the case, then Shimura-dan's hides deeper than himself, which is really creepy. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel cold behind his back. This friend of my own. How deep is it hiding? Even I don't know his details. Soon, in the state of Shimura-dan's possessing a killing god, they broke through the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi and returned to Konoha's camp. What's going on? What do you guys say like this, Master Second Generation? The Konoha shinobi who came to the rescue were shocked when they saw this miserable scene. We are in the midst of it. Cloud Shinobi's Golden Horn and Silver Horn suddenly rebelled, killing Second Raikage and hitting the Second Generation Master. Teacher, in order to cover our retreat, stay alone to block the enemy's pursuit. Sarutobi Hiruzen wailed in tears, and said in a choked, sad tone. It is really touching and powerful. No. Where's that guy Danzo? Uchiha Kagami suddenly discovered that Shimura-dan's was not in the crowd, and not on their side. He was still by my side just now, why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Mitokado Homura was also shocked. Because he has been running frantically after he broke the siege, he was on the left wing of Shimura-dan's where he could still care about the opponent. Byakugan. At this moment, a ninja of the Hyuga clan burst into blue veins, and Byakugan instantly turned on to look into the distance. Soon, he found the figure of Shimura-dan's and the powerful chakra fluctuations. He seems to have killed him again. The Hyuga ninja's voice trembled. Of course, he who owns Byakugan can see Shimura-dan's invincible posture, and the Cloud Shinobi ninjas fell one by one under his butcher knife. Kill back. What? This guy is crazy. Mitokado Homura and others lost their voices and were shocked. Going back? What does he mean? Hokage's position is clearly already seated. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wondered what Shimura-dan's act meant. Because he knew that the other party was also an ambitious person and would never do such stupid things. But Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't guess why Shimura-dan's killed him. Is it to save Senju Tobirama? If this is the case, then he can only. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but flash a faint light in his eyes. Shimura-dan's went back to rescue Second Hokage and died on the way, but was killed, so Hokage's position would be vacant. And as the best disciple of Second Hokage, he should succeed as the new Hokage, Third Hokage. He is an ambitious person. Those who make big things don't stick to the small section. Of course, he can't be soft-hearted. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen knows what Shimura-dan said accidentally. Hesitate. You will lose. Of course, Shimura-dan's, the small theater in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, is not clear, and he is not going back to rescue Senju Tobirama. The reason why he went back was because he remembered that the Silver Horn was beheaded by Senju Tobirama, the Golden Horn was severely injured, and the 6 ninjas were left behind. He came back for 2 purposes. First, get the ninja handed down from Sage of 6 Paths. Second, let Senju Tobirama tell himself the research he had done before his death when he was dying. This is his purpose. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Senju Tobirama's final request. In the forest, the fighting is fierce. Senju Tobirama and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn have reached a white-hot stage. At this moment, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn have already surfaced the 9 tails chakra in the body around the body. They are completely crazy, influenced by 9 tails chakra, they just want to tear the Senju Tobirama in front of them. Sure enough, these 2 lunatics are not so easy to deal with. Senju Tobirama's face was pale, bloodline appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he held a golden thunder sword into the ground. Obviously, he was at the end of the battle at this time, and the reason why he was able to hold on for so long was entirely due to his Flying Thunder God technique. Immediately after the battle became more fierce, Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God / to behead the Silver Horn. But it also angered the Golden Horn, who still had a trace of reason, and completely burst out the anger in his heart, and it was bound to die with Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God / again, but this time he did not smoothly avoid it as well as killing Silver Horn. Puff! The Golden Thunder Sword pierced into the center of the Golden Horn, and similarly, the right hand of the Golden Horn covered with 9 tails chakra penetrated Senju Tobirama's chest, and the blood continued to flow down. Get away! Senju Tobirama's gaze was fierce, and a tyrannical aura burst out directly from his body, kicking away the Golden Horn who wanted to attack again. Boom! The Golden Horn's body slammed into the huge boulder in the distance and sank, lying there unable to move. Senju Tobirama staggered back a few steps and finally leaned against the trees behind him, his face shining with pain. If an ordinary person was injured so severely by Senju Tobirama, he would have already died. However, Senju Tobirama's physique is different from ordinary people. It is the body of the Senju clan. The vitality and chakra do not know how many times larger than ordinary people. From the perspective of how long the vortex Kushina was pulled out, 9 tails can still support it for so long. The same is Jinkraki, Kushina can release the diamond chain and leave a word, but Gaara, who was 1-tail Jinkraki, died directly. Dead. Senju Tobirama. Dead. Golden Horn slowly stood up, murmured terrifying words in his mouth. Looking directly at Senju Tobirama, his eyes were full of murderous intent and endless anger. Bang! Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The Golden Horn suddenly stepped on, and his body ejected like a cannonball directly towards Senju Tobirama. The violent sound of breaking through the sky sounded. This time, the direction of the Golden Horn's attack was Senju Tobirama's head. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes in despair, waiting quietly for death. Anyway, he was already a mortal man, it was just a journey ahead of time to ease his pain. The red chakra figure is approaching, and the terrifying killing intent burst out at this moment. Just as the Golden Horn's right hand was about to touch Senju Tobirama, a black shadow suddenly shot out from Senju Tobirama. Boom! I saw the Golden Horn's body received a terrifying heavy blow in an instant, and it flew directly behind like a missile. The strong smell of blood suddenly entered Senju Tobirama's nose. Opening his eyes, a bloody man appeared in Senju Tobirama's line of sight. The blurred vision became clear at this moment, and his pupils suddenly shrank in disbelief and looked at the person in front of him. He is naturally very familiar with this chakra fluctuation, that is, Shimura Danzo, who was previously appointed by himself as the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village. Danzo. You. Senju Tobirama's tone was full of trembling and shock, but at the same time there was a touch of relief. After all, he was in a desperate situation, he really didn't think that someone would come back to save him, and this person was the one who was about to master Konoha. Shimura Danzo did not choose to answer Senju Tobirama. Instead, he swiftly stepped forward and pierced the heart of Golden Horn. At this moment, the golden and silver horns of the ninja world officially fell. Ms. Tobirama, sorry, I'm still late. Shimura Danzo walked to Senju Tobirama and knelt down, his eyes full of sadness and sorrow. Tears flowed down from the cheeks, forming 2 tear marks. Ha ha ha. Danzo. I didn't see the wrong person as expected. Senju Tobirama looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him and smiled wildly, not caring about the wound on his body. Ms. Tobirama. Shimura Danzo is a little confused, shouldn't Senju Tobirama smile wryly? Life and death have fate and wealth in the sky. Didn't you say this? Senju Tobirama seemed to be back to light, with a sunny smile on his pale face. These words also stunned Shimura Danzo. Because this sentence was something he said at random when he traveled into this world, but he didn't expect to be known by Senju Tobirama. Konoha village has you, I can rest assured. But I want to ask you one thing, help me take care of the Senju clan, and train Tsunade's child into a good ninja. In this way, I can face the big brother. Senju Tobirama finished all the words in one breath, and then his body slowly stiffened. Immediately after that, the right hand that was originally raised also fell to the ground at this moment. Shimura Danzo stretched out his hand and closed Senju Tobirama's eyes, his eyes gleaming with complexity. I will take care of the Senju clan. As to whether Tsunade can become a good ninja, it depends on her talent. Shimura Danzo stood up and gave a big gift to Senju Tobirama. If he can, he also wants to heal Senju Tobirama and give Konoha an extra insurance. But it's a pity, the heart has been pierced, and Senju Tobirama hangs this tone entirely with his thoughts on the Senju clan. After instructing Shimura Danzo, he has no more nostalgia for this world. Asterisk. Chapter 4, The Future Third Hokage meets Third Hokage. A generation of heroes will finally fall. Shimura Danzo silently mourns Senju Tobirama. If Senju Hashirama is compared to the cornerstone of Konoha, then Senju Tobirama is the one who perfected Konoha, a true pillar. Konoha was well organized under Senju Tobirama's governance and founded Anbu, the ninja school and various mechanisms. And it also dealt with the Uchiha clan perfectly and stabilized them for a long time. If it were not for the Nine Tails chaos, the timing of the Uchiha coup might have to be pushed back. But it is undeniable that Senju Tobirama is perfect in handling these things. So such a person deserves his respect from Shimura Danzo. After Shimura Danzo put the 6 ninjas of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn into the system space, he returned to Senju Tobirama's side. Whoosh whoosh. Just when Shimura Danzo wanted to carry Senju Tobirama on his back, dozens of figures appeared in front of them instantly. And the costumes on them are the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi. In an instant, Shimura Danzo's face turned cold, and his eyes flashed with cold light, killing intent surging. Take the golden thunder sword in Senju Tobirama's hand and face the dozens of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. This Konoha ninja, don't get me wrong. We are the subordinates of Second Hokage. At this moment, a Cloud Shinobi ninja with a big bronze skin came out of the crowd. Shimura Danzo immediately understood the identity of this person after seeing this person's face. Isn't this the Third Hokage in the future? I didn't expect to meet it here, but it's normal to think about it. According to the plot of the original book, Senju Tobirama's Golden Horn was severely wounded, and he died after beheading the Silver Horn. Then Third Hokage came out and picked up a bargain, killed the Golden Horn and went to Konoha to apologize. I have to say that Third Hokage is a man, at least dare to act. What? Cloud Shinobi still wants to kill all and Konoha's dead net. Shimura Danzo sneered. Second Hokage is dead. If you are not blind, you should be very clear. Shimura Danzo's cold words did not annoy AI, but instead stepped forward and bowed to Senju Tobirama 90 degrees. If you want to do it, let's go together. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The golden thunder sword in Shimura Danzo's hand was shining, and the sword was surrounded by lightning. The momentum is like a rainbow, as if it can penetrate the sky, and the blood-stained body directly makes Cloud Shinobi feel a strong sense of oppression. Your Excellency, please don't get me wrong. Cloud Shinobi is wrong first. I will personally go to Konoha to apologize after this matter is over. Get out of the way. AI's yelling directly made all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas clear the way. I hope everything you say can be realized. Shimura Danzo left with Senju Tobirama on his back, and left such a sentence coldly. If conditions permit, Shimura Danzo really wants to kill all these Cloud Shinobi ninjas here. After all, here is the Third Hokage of the future. If you kill it, you can solve a lot of troubles. But instead of taking over Hokage and sending Senju Tobirama's body back to Konoha, Shimura Danzo chose the latter. This benefit is even greater for him than Third Hokage who killed the future. Master AI, is it really good for us to let him go like this? Looking at his strength, it is very likely that he will be the successor to third Hokage in the future. A Cloud Shinobi ninja looked at Yayu AI with a complicated complexion and said. After all, Konoha is incompatible with Cloud Shinobi at this time, and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn have killed second Hokage, then Konoha will become deadly enemies with them. What? You still think the relationship between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi is not rigid enough? If we dare to kill him and detain Senju Tobirama's body, then Konoha will really be immortal with us. Consequence, have you thought about it? Yayui's solemn and majestic voice sounded. And this also caused the Cloud Shinobi ninja who asked the question to suddenly change his face. He forgot, this time the truce was proposed by Cloud Shinobi, because Cloud Shinobi can't be consumed anymore. Konoha's assault troops left him helpless and unable to resist. If this attack continues, I am afraid that Cloud Shinobi will really perish. Even if they don't die under Konoha, the surrounding Mist Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are eyeing them. Once Konoha falls into a state of immortality, then Cloud Shinobi is really over. Put away the bodies of the Golden and Silver Horns, and their endurance equipment. Yayuia took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions and said. Master AI, their endurance is not here. Soon a shout came, causing Yayuia's face to change suddenly, and then hurriedly ran to Jinjiao to check. The ninja they were holding had long since disappeared without a trace. However, it is not difficult to see signs of the use of 6 ninjas from the surrounding battle traces. In other words, their ninja was taken away, and that person could only be the only person in the field who was alive and took the longest. The one who left with Senju Tobirama. Thinking of this, Yayui's face became a little green. It was a ninja from the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, and it was extremely powerful. If you let an elite Jonin use it, you may be able to fight against the Shadow class powerhouse without falling into the wind. It can be said that it can make a ninja village an extra Shadow level powerhouse. Yayuia couldn't help clenching her fist, and anger appeared in her eyes. But he knew that it was too late to catch up and Konoha's reinforcements had arrived. Catch up? I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. I can only wait until Konoha negotiates and exchanges things back. Yayuia is very aware of the importance of the 6 ninjas. So no matter what the price of sheep is paid, he will take those ninjas from Shimura-dan's hands. Asterisk. Chapter 5, The Strong Man in the Sengoku Era, the curtain comes to an end. Soon, Shimura-dan's carried Senju Tobirama's body on his back and escaped from Cloud Shinobi's encirclement. And Konoha's troops also took advantage of the opportunity to respond to Shimura-dan's at this moment. Danzo, here. Uchiha Kagami released a huge fire style and instantly showed a huge wall of fire to directly block the Cloud Shinobi rebels pursuing from behind. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Because what Shimura-dan's did was just as they had previously guessed. He really returned to the encirclement and carried second Hokage back. Soon, under the cover of Konoha reinforcements, Shimura-dan's carried Senju Tobirama back to Konoha camp. Danzo. What happened to him in second generation? Quick! Medical class! Let the medical class come here. At this moment, all the ninjas of Konoha were in a mess, and the medical ninjas from the medical class rushed over at this time. But Shimura-dan's ignored it and slowly laid Senju Tobirama flat on a rock in the distance. At this moment, people see the situation of Senju Tobirama clearly. The heart has been pierced, his eyes closed, and the body has lost its original majestic vitality. In an instant, the moods of all Konoha's ninjas became extremely heavy. His eyes were full of sadness and pain, and tears flowed down. No one thought it would be such a result. Sengoku, a powerful man in the ninja world who was famous for his speed, fell. Shimura-dan still did not speak, but silently took off his Konoha forehead protector and placed it in front of him. The other ninjas followed Shimura-dan's and took off their ninja forehead protector. This is the highest respect for second Hokage. Senju Tobirama is a competent Naruto, and Konoha reached an unprecedented heyday during his reign. His reputation can be said to have surpassed first Hokage Senju Hashirama, enough to show how successful his Hokage is. Back to Konoha, first Berry Lord 2nd generation. As for Cloud Shinobi, it will be calculated in the future. Shimura Dan's voice was mixed with chakra, and it sounded in the ears of all Konoha's ninjas, and the voice was full of majesty. No one dared to question Shimura Dan's words, and no one dared to refute it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Because he brought Senju Tobirama back, there was a feeling in their hearts that Shimura Dan was third Hokage. After that, Shimura Dan carried Senju Tobirama on his back and left step by step. Konoha's ninja also consciously gave way to Shimura Dan on the way. Then they left with Shimura Dan. The faces of all the people present were filled with sadness, and some ninjas who had received help and guidance from Senju Tobirama cried bitterly. For a time, the atmosphere of Konoha's troops fell into an extremely depressed state. But the only one's face was a bit unpleasant. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just now Shimura Dan was able to order all Konoha shinobi, which means that someone has begun to recognize Shimura Dan. In this case, wouldn't his chances of becoming Hokage be even slimmer? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help feeling heavy. The death of second Hokage and second Raikage officially brought the first ninja war to an end. This ninja world war can be said to be extremely tragic, except for Tsunagakure who has not participated in the war. The shadows of the other four great nations are all dead. After Shimura Dan carried Senju Tobirama back to Konoha, he also fell into a drowsiness. Konoha, the country of fire, was in great sadness. Second Hokage, second Raikage, second Tsuchikage, second Mizukage. The death of these four shadows announced the end of the powerhouse of the Sengoku era. The legend they wrote is enough to go down in history. The dragons in Konoha have no heads, Shimura Dan is in a coma, and naturally no one dares to bury Senju Tobirama's body. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to propose the burial, and could only wait for Shimura Dan to wake up. Among the Senju clan, the young Tsunade cried and fainted directly in Mito's arms after receiving news of Senju Tobirama's death. Whirlpool Mito was also sad and tears, sadness all over his cheeks. Master Mito, do we want to bury Master second generation immediately? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked cautiously. And Udaten Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, and Uchiha Kagami beside him are also serious, with sadness in their eyes. They asked this because Mito is the current head of the Senju clan, and Senju Tobirama is her brother-in-law. Naturally, she makes the decision. Tobirama's third Hokage, is it Shimura Dan? Whirlpool Mito stared at the four people in front of him and said slowly. But it is not difficult to hear the sadness in her words, even though she has suppressed it as much as possible. Yes, let Danzo take over the position of Hokage before second Hokage separates from us. Seeing that everyone was silent, Uchiha Kagami hesitated and said. Uchiha Kagami's answer caused a subtle change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, but it was quickly covered up. Since he brought Tobirama back from the battlefield, and it is the future Naruto, this matter waits until he wakes up before making a decision. Whirlpool Mito's answer made the faces of the three people present filled with consternation. What does she mean by doing this? But only Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted. Whirlpool Mito knew that the Senju clan had to rely on Shimura Dan, so he chose to do so. And the most important thing is that if Shimura Dan is supported by the Senju clan, his position in Naruto is really hopeless. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not prevent this from happening because he was not qualified to obstruct Mito's decision. Go to Mist Shinobi as quickly as possible and ask an ice escape ninja to freeze Tobirama's body. Until Shimura Dan wakes up. Yes. I will proceed immediately. Mito Kato Homura nodded solemnly. After all, the only thing they can do now is this. Konoha. The dynasty has changed. The sky has changed. Asterisk. Chapter 6, wake up and go to Senju clan land. The next day, Shimura Danzo woke up from his lethargy. Did you fall asleep? Sure enough, the load on your body is still too great. Waking up, Shimura Danzo muttered to himself as the sun looked at the sky. Although he now has a semi-immortal body, the consumption of that day was too great, plus carrying Senju Tobirama's body all the way back to Konoha. After all, he came out from the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi and then went back and out. These 3 times, Shimura Danzo's body was overloaded to the extreme. The same is true for the spirit, so I selectively fall into a drowsiness. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's prepare to take over the position of Hokage. But, you still have to change your clothes first. Shimura Danzo looked at the hospital gown he was wearing with a bit of a bitter smile. Unexpectedly, he was only in a coma after exhaustion, but he was sent directly to Konoha Hospital. Click. At this time, the door was opened. Tuan. Lord Danzo, are you awake? It is not difficult to tell from the clothes taken by the opponent that he is the ninja who takes care of Shimura Danzo. Well, give me the clothes first. Shimura Danzo nodded and then took the clothes in the opponent's hand. Quick! Go and tell them Master Mito, Master Danzo has woken up. The ninja suddenly yelled at the door. This voice made the entire Konoha hospital hear clearly. But it is not difficult to hear the surprise in his words. Obviously, Shimura Danzo's awakening was wrong for him. It was great news for Konoha. I slept for a few days. Shimura Danzo was not surprised by what he had done, only shook his head and asked. One day. If there is nothing serious about Danzo's body, please come out and take charge of the overall situation. The tone of this ninja was a bit bitter, as if there was something unspeakable. What's the matter? What happened to Konoha? Shimura Danzo's brows suddenly frowned. Could it be that the second Kazekage of Tsunagakure is now launching a war to invade the country of fire? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The body of Master Second Generation was not buried. Master Mito said that no matter what, you must wait until you wake up before you can bury Master Second Generation. Because you are the third Hokage designated by the Second Generation project, Mito's talent will stand out from the crowd, so resolute. The Konoha shinobi told Shimura Danzo in an orderly manner what happened during the day. Shimura Danzo's expression changed a little after listening, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Vortex Mito. Is this showing me good? Shimura Danzo whispered in his heart. Whirlpool Mito's behavior is equivalent to the fact that the opponent has already shown his team, and the Senju clan supports his election as Hokage. With the support of the Senju clan, his position in Konoha is much stronger, and basically no one can shake it. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and everyone knows the truth. Even after losing first Hokage and second Hokage, Senju is still the #1 family of Konoha. Well, I will do my best if it is dragged by others. A faint smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face. Even if the Senju clan did not show their favor, he would let Senju develop safely. Knowing the plot well, he knows that in the future Senju, only Tsunade can shine in the ninja world. The others were not too threatening before Woodstyle awakened. And Shimura Danzo was not so sensitive yet. It's time to meet Mito, the Whirlpool. Shimura Danzo changed his clothes and greeted the ninja before heading to the Senju family. Walking on the street, he found that Konoha and even the civilians were in a sad mood. The noisy children in the past were also silent, silently looking at the rock statue of second Hokage in the distance. It can be seen how prestigious Senju Tobirama has reached among Konoha is really shocking. But this is also extremely normal. After all, Konoha has been thriving since Senju Tobirama took over, whether it is the economy or the overall strength of the ninja. And a series of policies for civilians are extremely preferential treatment, such Hokage, who doesn't like it. Soon, Shimura Danzo came to the Senju clan. A heavy back is revealed in the Senju clan, and they are all paying tribute to Senju Tobirama in silence. When a member of Senju saw Shimura-dan's arrival, he obviously recognized him, and Shimura-dan stopped him as soon as he wanted to speak. "Where is Mito-sama? I want to see her." Shimura-dan's voice was very slight, and it did not disturb other people. "Master Danzo, please come with me." This attitude of Shimura-dan's made the Senju people's hearts suddenly feel good. Originally, he thought that the other party was about to take over as third Hokage, so he would put on airs, but he didn't expect to be so approachable. Tadata. Shimura-dan's followed the footsteps of the Senju tribe and soon came to a courtyard. I have to say that the foundations that Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama have laid for the Senju clan are too great. This yard alone is so big that it is impressive, let alone how big the entire Senju clan is. Without Shimura-dan's crossing, I am afraid that the Senju clan would be a piece of cake in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly devouring the place. "Master Mito, Master Danzo is here," the Senju tribe said carefully after knocking on the door twice. "Come in." A beautiful female voice came from the house, and then the Senju clan opened the door to signal Shimura-dan's to enter it. Shimura-dan's quickly entered it, and two figures caught his eye. The red-haired middle-aged woman is the Vortex Mito with 9 tails sealed in her body. The traces of the years have been shown on her face, but it is not difficult to see that the other party was a charming beauty when she was young. And in her arms lay a lovely blonde little loli with a lovely sleeping position. To be able to lie down and sleep in Mito's arms like this, Konoha is the only granddaughter, Tsunade. **. Chapter 7, Whirlpool Mito's way of standing in line. "Sorry, Master Mito." Shimura-dan's bowed slightly, apologetic in his words. After all, Senju Tobirama died to save them, so Shimura-dan's and others still owe the Senju clan. This is Tobirama's decision. I understand his mood, so you don't have to feel guilty. Whirlpool Mito's eyes are full of unspeakable complexity. Thank you for bringing back Tobirama's body. This kindness of Senju will be remembered forever. Whirlpool Mito's words undoubtedly affirmed Shimura-dan's, and also indicated that he was standing in line. Whirlpool Mito also learned about Shimura-dan's actions from Sarutobi Hiruzen and other populations, and there was absolutely no cheating. A person who could kill Cloud Shinobi's encirclement with his own life, carried a corpse back from the chaos. This courage, this love, can be said to be unprecedented. Since you have awakened, you will preside over Tobirama's funeral. After all, you are the third Hokage designated by Tobirama and the one who brought him back from the battlefield. Whirlpool Mito has a little sadness in her tone, and Tsunade's eyelashes in her arms trembled slightly, as if there was a sign of awakening. "Well, I'm going to prepare for the teacher's funeral." Shimura-dan's nodded and said. "I originally wanted to leave, but suddenly remembered Senju Tobirama's last words before his death, and turned back to Mito, the whirlpool. Master Mito, the teacher asked me to personally teach Tsunade before she died, so that she could become a good ninja. Of course, if Mito-sama taught this kid personally, I wouldn't have to interfere." The two words of Shimura-dan's made Mito's expression slightly changed, and there was a daze in her eyes, but it quickly became clear. She understood the purpose of Senju Tobirama in just a moment. Senju Tobirama had planned everything so that Shimura-dan's was firmly tied to the Senju clan's chariots. Use this kindness to let Shimura-dan's take care of the Senju clan until he retreats from Hokage. I have to say that this hand abacus is very good, even Mito did not expect Senju Tobirama to even count this. If Tsunade is a direct disciple of third Hokage, then Senju's position in Konoha will be very stable and will not be too threatened. Since it is Tobirama's last words, follow it. When this girl Tsunade is old enough, I will let her learn by your side. Whirlpool Mito gently stroked Tsunade's back, and smiled as he looked at the other's sleeping cute face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This granddaughter, can be said to be her last thought. I understand. I will prepare for the teacher's funeral first. After saying goodbye, Shimura-dan's opened the door and left, heading to the place that would soon belong to him. Whirlpool Mito looked at the closed door, lost in thought, and then crystal-clear tears flowed down from his eyes. Tears fell on Tsunade's finely carved cheeks, and Tsunade seemed to be waking up. Seeing Tsunade was about to wake up, Mito hurriedly stopped her tears. She can't show her weakness in front of other people, otherwise Senju will really be bullied. Soon, Shimura Danzo came to the door of Hokage's office. Click. Open the door and enter. But the scene before him made him a little strange. The four people in front of them are their own companions, Yuditen Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, Uchiha Kagami, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason Shimura Danzo looks weird is because Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting on the Hokage office chair and looking at the files. It makes the position of Hokage seem to belong to him. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and saw Shimura Danzo, his face couldn't help but become embarrassed. With a face as thick as the Great Wall, he couldn't hold back Shimura Danzo's strange look in his eyes. Mito Kato Homura and others didn't say anything, and looked at the two people as if they were watching a play. After all, third Hokage is Shimura Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting in his Hokage position. No matter how good the relationship is, there must be a degree. Obviously, there are other ideas. Even if these two people are a good pair of life and death brothers, there must be a line of demarcation in this regard. Danzo, sorry. I thought you were still in a coma, so I took care of your recent government affairs on my own terms. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly, then hurriedly left the Hokage office chair and sat next to Uchiha Kagami. A set of actions, smooth and flowing, concealing embarrassment. But when he left, a reluctance flashed in his eyes, extremely secretive, but Shimura Danzo still caught this subtle expression. It's okay, Sarutobi, it's not the same as Hokage, whoever is with us. Or I will tell everyone, you will be the position of Hokage in the future. Shimura Danzo's face showed an understanding and silly smile, which made people unable to raise any ill will. And what he said made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face even more embarrassing. Uchiha Kagami, Mito Kato Homura, and Yuditen Koharu were even more gloating. Let you Sarutobi Hiruzen use second Hokage to give orders all day long. No one will help you this time. No, no. Danzo, you are the third Hokage appointed by the teacher. The reason why the teacher did this is definitely that you are stronger than us and can lead Konoha to glory. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed the desire in his heart and waved his hand with an embarrassing smile. But in fact, I really wanted to respond to Shimura Danzo's words, but if he did so, it showed his ambition for the position of Hokage. Now what he has to do is make Shimura Danzo think that he has no covetous heart for the position of Naruto, and then, hee. All right. Prepare for the teacher's funeral and use Konoha's highest specifications. So Konoha members must be present, and those who are not present will be expelled from Konoha. Shimura Danzo sat on the Hokage office chair with a cold expression and said solemnly. And Shimura Danzo's words also made everyone's hearts suddenly shocked. Because they all know that Konoha has changed, and the new Hokage will use his wrist to tell Konoha, and even the entire ninja world. Konoha was not defeated by the death of second Hokage. Asterisk. Chapter 8, The Funeral of Senju Tobirama. Konoha 15 years. June 5. For the civilians in the ninja world, this may be a day when the flames of war disappear. But for everyone in Konoha, this is a sad day. There was no trace of light in the gloomy sky, and a horrible dark cloud enveloped Konoha. The patter of light rain poured down from the sky. Today, a pioneer of Konoha's flourishing age, a pioneer will be buried here. All the villagers of Konoha village put on black condolences, the ninjas also put away their forehead protectors, and the civilians put their hands together in silence. Everyone had lost their former vitality, and their eyes were low and full of sorrow. The iron law of the ninjas must not shed tears or reveal their feelings at any time. This sentence, Senju Tobirama told them. But this sentence in the past has been kept in mind. Chnin's experience is no longer effective today. No matter who it is, every ninja, every Konoha civilian has unconcealed grief on their faces. Everyone stared at the coffin on Konoha Square, letting the rain slap their cheeks. Someone closed their eyes tightly, bit their lip lightly, and resisted the tears in their eye sockets. Someone looked up at the sky, letting the raindrops fall on their cheeks, and the tears and rain combined with each other and couldn't be seen. Some strong ninjas gently slapped their companions, comforting those around them silently. Everyone was mourning, no matter who was afraid to speak out at this moment. The people of Uchiha and their patriarchs also have complex faces, and their hearts are full of emotions. Because Senju Tobirama did not treat them wrongly, so they set up the Konoha garrison. Although far away from the political center of the village, the reputation of the Uchiha clan has reached its peak in Konoha. Therefore, for this man who is both an opponent and a companion, they can't even feel a trace of joy in their hearts. But in their hearts they really admire Senju Tobirama. His strong political skills make no one dare to think twice. Whirlpool Maitoki's eyes fell with tears and he looked at Senju Tobirama quietly. Tsunade beside him was already crying loudly, and hurriedly wanted to cross the coffin to touch Senju Tobirama. Soon. Tsunade cried and passed out. Master Mito, let me hold her. Shimura Dan saw a trace of fatigue appearing between Mito's eyebrows, and knew that the other party was really tired these days, so he wanted to take Tsunade in her arms. Well, thank you, Danzo. Whirlpool Mito did not refuse, and handed the Tsunade in his arms to Shimura Dan's. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In the front row, there were a few people standing, all of whom were closest to Senju Tobirama's disciples. Whirlpool Mito, Tsunade, Shimura Dan's, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, Mito Kado Homura, Uchiha Kagami. After that, Konoha's high-level leaders, the head of the clan, and the Senju clan will follow. Finally, the ninjas and Konoha civilians all prayed in their hearts for Senju Tobirama. Cover it. Shimura Dan's realized that the time had come, and whispered to Mito Kado Homura beside him. Click, push. Soon, Senju Tobirama's coffin closed. Woo 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 woo. The wailing flute sounded across the sky, and the clouds covered the entire sky. Boom! There was a thunder in the sky, and the rain poured down in an instant. Senju Tobirama was buried under the eyes of everyone's crying. Buried next to Senju Hashirama. Step to step. Shimura Dan's was the first to step forward, holding a white chrysanthemum and placing it in front of Senju Tobirama's tombstone. Looking at the portrait of Senju Tobirama, Shimura Dan stood in front of the tombstone and fell into contemplation for a while. No one dared to urge Shimura Dan's, because everyone knew that he was the heir of second Hokage appointed by second Hokage. It is already third Hokage, but there is no coronation ceremony. Miss Tobirama, go well. Soon, Shimura Dan's went down. Whirlpool Mito put down the white chrysanthemum in his eyes full of grief, staggering, as if he was about to faint. Master Mito. Shimura Dan swiftly stepped forward and held Mito with his hands. Then he gave Yudatan Koharu a look and asked her to hold Mito down to rest. Tsunade woke up again, holding Senju Tobirama's tombstone tightly and refused to let go. The sound of crying seemed to resound in the sky. But in the end, tired of crying, Shimura Dan's picked it up and gave it to the Senju clan. The crowd placed the white chrysanthemum in their hands in front of Senju Tobirama's tombstone, and then bowed deeply. An old man of Konoha chanted Senju Tobirama's deeds during his lifetime, and everyone listened carefully, for fear of missing a word. Soon, the old man finished reading the last word and closed the text. Soon, the funeral was over. Many people slowly left the cemetery with painful expressions. But many people did not leave, but stared at Senju Tobirama's portrait. What's more, they had already passed out crying and fell directly to the ground unconscious. From this, it can be seen that Senju Tobirama's Naruto is very competent, surpassing Senju Hashirama and even the other 4 major countries. He is the pioneer of Konoha, a man who dedicated his life to Konoha. He could have chosen to use Flying Thunder God technique to leave, but in this twilight years, he chose to use his life to pave the way for Konoha's future hope. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The firelight will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. This is Senju Tobirama's will of fire. The legend has ended, and a new heir to the will of fire has appeared. This time, Senju Tobirama did not choose the wrong person. He chose Shimura Danzo, which was the most correct choice. Fallen flowers are not heartless things, into Chunni more quadrangle. This is the best poem to interpret Senju Tobirama's Naruto career. There is no absolute good person, and no absolute bad person. Senju Tobirama may have some disgrace in this life, but he is a respectable ninja *. Chapter 9, The Ninja with Golden Horn and Silver Horn is in my hand. Konoha Village, Conference Hall. At this time, the conference hall was full of people. And those who can sit here are Konoha's high-level and mainstays, as well as the patriarchs of various families. The person who can take care of them to stay here so peacefully is naturally 3rd Hokage Shimura Danzo. Everyone, if there is anything wrong with me, Naruto, please bear with me. Shimura Danzo glanced around, with a faint smile on his face. Although his face was kind, no one dared to show any contempt for this young Hokage. He is 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama appointed 3rd Hokage, and he has been with the other side for so long, which is really hard to underestimate. Hokage-sama, over there at Cloud Shinobi, what should we do? Uchiha Kagami asked aloud at this moment. Senju Tobirama's death was due to Cloud Shinobi's golden and silver horns. Even if the Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebelled and died together with 2nd Hokage, they still couldn't swallow this breath. Because the impact of this incident was too great, the morale of Konoha's ninja was depressed to an extreme, and the sacrifice of 2nd Hokage was also a major loss for Konoha. Don't worry about Cloud Shinobi, their future 3rd Hokage will personally visit the door and apologize. Shimura Danzo said slowly after a long thought. What? Hokage-sama, you're kidding, how could Hokage come to our village? Everyone was shocked and expressed their disbelief what Shimura Danzo said. Because this is too ridiculous, it is simply unbelievable. 3rd Hokage came to Konoha to apologize? This is simply nonsense. Doesn't he know how bad the relationship between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi is now? Even if Konoha came, everyone would definitely not let him go back alive. Of course it's not a joke. As for whether I'm telling the truth, let's wait and see. Shimura Danzo said lightly with a serious face. After explaining some things and telling the various departments to pay attention to the recent developments in other countries, the meeting ended. Shimura Danzo, who had just returned to Hokage's office, had not had time to rest, and the office door was opened again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other 4 people came to the Hokage office together, and there seemed to be something to say to Shimura Danzo. Let's talk about it first, come and help me deal with government affairs. Makes my head big. Shimura Danzo pointed to the piles of documents on the table and on both sides of the table, and said. Amount. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not know what to say. But they can see that if they don't help the other party to deal with these government affairs, I am afraid they will not listen to any of their words. Time soon arrived in the evening, and the documents were almost finished. Uchiha Kagami and others lay on the sofa with a tired look. They didn't expect that Hokage would have to deal with so many things on weekdays. Without their help, Shimura Danzo might have to deal with it for a few days. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is the only one who doesn't have any fatigue, but is very excited about this kind of thing. Naturally, other people did not have the leisure to pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, all of which was caught in the eyes of Shimura Danzo. It can be said that this guy is indeed quite suitable for Hokage, but it is only suitable for it. His Shimura dance is more suitable for Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let's talk, what can you do with me? Shimura dance sat on the Hokage office chair and looked at the four people in front of him solemnly. Danzo, are you really that confident at Cloud Shinobi? Know that they are a bunch of lunatics, it is impossible to negotiate with Konoha so frankly. Maybe the war will continue to break out. Uchiha Kagami said solemnly. Konoha lost a shadow-level powerhouse, which was a huge blow to them. If Cloud Shinobi is at war with Konoha at this time, I am afraid it is really difficult to resist Cloud Shinobi's army. Don't worry, I have already seen each other when I came back from the teacher. Moreover, the future third Hokage gave me away and promised to come to Konoha. Besides, the golden horns and silver horns are still in my hands, they have to come. Shimura Dan's faint smile was full of confidence. And his words also made everyone's eyes hot and full of shock. Golden horns and silver horns are all in your hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed deeply and said in disbelief. You must know that the ninja of the golden horn and the silver horn is the ninja handed down from the legendary sage of six paths. The power is incomparable, even the strong shadow level has to temporarily avoid the edge and dare not confront with it. In the early days of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a brief encounter with Silverhorn, and the function of the hornet rope still remains fresh in his memory. If it weren't for Shimura Dance and others to help, I'm afraid it would have really died in the acceptance of Yinjiao. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn also crossed the entire ninja world by virtue of the power of the six ninjas. He just pulled Cloud Shinobi and Konoha, who were disparity in strength, into a tie, resulting in heavy casualties against the troops on the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Had it not been for Senju Tobirama's presence and the repeated success of the raid plan, I am afraid Konoha is really going to lose ground under the attack of Cloud Shinobi. Well, when I returned to the teacher, I put away the six ninjas of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in advance. Shimura Dan's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood suddenly heavy to the extreme. If that's the case, then it's a bit difficult for me to start. No wonder you think that third Raikage will come in person. If it is the six ninjas, it is worth their visit. Mitokado Homura nodded and said clearly. Shimura Dan still had a faint smile on his face, but he turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The subtle change in expression didn't escape Shimura Dan's eyes, but it didn't break. Sarutobi, I am Naruto. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Tsunade, are you Sarutobi Danzo? The next day, Shimura Danz left the Hokage building after handling Hokage's affairs. After all, yesterday Sarutobi Hiruzen and others helped him handle a lot of affairs, so there is not much time spent today. And the people in Konoha weren't dead, and Shimura Danz didn't have to handle all the affairs. If all the big and small things are handled by Shimura Danz, then what do the other ninjas in charge of this aspect eat? So today's Shimura Danz rarely took a leisurely time and came to the Senju clan. He did not forget to promise Senju Tobirama's last words. Teach Tsunade personally to make him a good ninja. Shimura Danz refused at first, but Tsunade's cute appearance is really pitiful. Moreover, Mito also showed that it is on his side, and it is not a bad thing to be close to the Senju clan. By the way, Senju Tobirama's weapon Blade of the Thunder Spirit was returned to the Senju clan. Although this sword is a treasure, Shimura Danz is not very interested, it is better to be a good favor and return it to the Senju clan. By the way, you can also brush up a wave of favorability, why not do it? Master Third Hokage, why are you here? Shimura Danz was familiar with a scream. Turning around and looking, this person is the Senju who led Shimura Danz to the location of Whirlpool Mito last time. Well, there are some teacher's relics on my side, I have forgotten a bit busy before, now I return. Shimura Danz nodded. So that's the case, please, I believe you should remember the location of the yard. After hearing Shimura Danz's intention, the Senju clan's nervous expression loosened a little, as if he had unloaded some weight. It can be seen that he is still under a lot of pressure when facing Shimura Danzo, otherwise he would not be so serious and nervous. Remember. By the way, what's your name? Shimura Danzo suddenly stopped and asked when the Senju clan member turned to leave. Master Huoying, my name is Senju Zhoujiang. For a moment, Shimura Danzo was shocked by the opponent's name. Seeing Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly stunned, his eyes were full of shock. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Senju Zhoujiang's expression became more tense, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. You must know that Mito-sama once issued an order that the Senju clan members must not engage in evil with the current Hokage, otherwise they would be expelled from the Senju clan. But Shimura Danzo was shocked when he heard his name, which made Senju Zhoujiang's mood sink to the bottom, cold sweat behind his back. Fire! 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 Master Naruto, may I ask you? Is there anything else? Senju Zhoujiang tried to control his emotions, Zhan Keek said. But he could fully hear the tremor in his voice and the full of fear. Obviously, he was frightened by Shimura Danzo's sudden behavior, otherwise how could such a big man be like this? No, nothing, you can go and do your job. Shimura Danzo quickly waved his hand after realizing his gaffe. Senju Zhoujiang felt relieved when he heard the words, and hurriedly left Shimura Danzo's sight by smearing oil on the solace of his feet. Sure enough, the other world really has any name. Shimura Danzo's heart is full of complaints. Immediately after clearing up his emotions, he left, and walked to the place where the whirlpool Mito was. When Shimura Danzo came to the yard last time, he found that the whirlpool Mito was sitting in the yard. And not far away, there was a little blonde loli sitting cross-legged on the rock, her eyes closed. This little blonde loli is really Tsunade. Whirlpool Mito also looked surprised when he saw Shimura Danzo's arrival, and hurriedly got up. Third Hokage, why are you here? Whirlpool Mito's name immediately caused Shimura Danzo to fall into a wry smile. Master Mito, don't betray me. You should call me Danzo. I don't dare to call me Danzo. Shimura Danzo suddenly said helplessly with a wry smile. Okay. I'll just ask you to call you Danzo. Swirl Mito's face showed a hint of sorry, but he was very satisfied in his heart. Master Mito, I'm here this time to return the teacher's belongings. After speaking, Shimura Danzo took out the blade of the Thunder Spirit from the system space. Zi. The golden thunder and lightning of the blade of the Thunder Spirit pulsed frantically, and a strong and familiar chakra filled it. And the chakra attached to this is what Senju Tobirama left behind during his lifetime. Blade of the Thunder Spirit. Whirlpool Mito murmured while staring at the sword shining with thunder and lightning. After a long silence. Accept this sword. You are Tobirama's appointed Naruto, and you are naturally qualified to inherit this sword. Don't refuse. Whirlpool Mito shook his head and pushed Blade of the Thunder Spirit to Shimura Danzo. There was an unquestionable tone in the last sentence, which made Shimura Danzo unable to refuse for a while. Okay then. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly, and could only reluctantly retract the Blade of the Thunder Spirit again. It happens that you are here today, let Tsunade get to know you. Just as the Whirlpool Mito's voice just fell, Tsunade, who closed his eyes in the distance, opened his eyes at this moment. Shuoling's eyes were full of curiosity and looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him. Are you the Sarutobi Danzo that Grandpa Second said? Ask for some flowers and evaluation votes, work hard 5 times a day *. Chapter 11, Tsunade, call the teacher, understand? As soon as Tsunade's words came out, the scene suddenly became very silent. Shimura Danzo looked embarrassed, and looked at the little lori Tsunade in front of him a little bit dumbfounded. Uzumaki Mito's face was warm and angry, and then he stretched out his hand and knocked on Tsunade's head fiercely. What? It hurts. Grandma, what are you doing? Tsunade was holding his forehead with a painful face, and there was a hint of mist in his eye sockets. There was a painful expression on the face of the jade carved with pink jade, his eyes were full of puzzlement, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. From this point, it can be seen that Mito did not leave her hands at all, and directly gave Tsunade a big fruit to eat. Be serious, he will be your teacher from now on, Shimura Danzo. Call the teacher. Whirlpool Mito has a solemn look full of majesty. The head of the house instantly became full, causing Tsunade to stretch his neck, and Shuoling's eyes rolled several times. No. Why did he do my teacher? Isn't he better than Grandpa second? Tsunade ran to the distance and made a grimace and refused directly. In her mind, the only people who can teach her are her grandma and grandpa. Why should other people teach her? But Uzumaki Mito did not speak at this time, instead turning his gaze to Shimura Danzo. Indeed, this child is inherently talented, and coupled with the teachings of Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito, he is far superior to his peers. So it's normal to have a bit of arrogance in his heart. Shimura Danzo needs to show his hands before he can make Tsunade obediently apprentice. Oh? I may not be as good as the teacher, but it is more than enough to teach you a little girl. Shimura Danzo naturally understood the meaning of Uzumaki Mito, so he looked at Tsunade with a smile on his face and laughed. In this way, if you can use the second grandpa's flying thunder god, I will consider letting you be my teacher. Tsunade smiled triumphantly with her hands on hips. Uzumaki Mito frowned, because Tsunade's condition was too much. You know that flying thunder god technique is Senju Tobirama's famous stunt, and he relied on this to kill Uchiha Izuna. But the way of cultivation is extremely harsh, and it's not something ordinary people can cultivate at all. Many people tried to practice Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god technique in the past, but none of them succeeded, all failed. Cultivation of that kind of thing must have the talent of time and space ninjutsu, otherwise it will not be able to practice successfully. Tsunade was clearly in danger of Shimura Danzo, otherwise he would not have said such conditions. Tsunade, you. When Uzumaki Mito wanted to speak for Shimura Danzo, Shimura Danzo stopped him with a look. God level selection, read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Choice 1, reject the conditions of Tsunade, you cannot accept Tsunade, task reward, get Mount My Boku Sage Art Practice Method. Option 2, accept the challenge of Tsunade and accept Tsunade, mission reward, Flying Thunder God Proficiency Level 1, get a trace of Ashura Chakra. It's a good system to send home rewards. Shimura Danzo was delighted when he saw the reward of choice 2. Okay, I accept your terms. Remember to call me teacher from now on. Shimura Danzo smiled lightly at Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. And a thought suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be said that Shimura Danzo has mastered Flying Thunder God technique? Let's talk about it. Second Grandpa's Flying Thunder God technique is not something that everyone can practice. Tsunade shot Shimura Danzo without hesitation after seeing Shimura Danzo so confident. But suddenly there was an unknown hunch in her heart. Shimura Danzo is very likely to be Flying Thunder God technique. Task rewards have been issued. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo had a lot of new knowledge in his mind, as well as that trace of mastery of the power of space. Obviously, this is the characteristic of Flying Thunder God technique's initial training. Little girl, look good. Shimura Danzo took out a kunao from his trouser pocket, and immediately attached the mark of Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! With a strong wave, Kobo instantly flew into the sky like a cloud-piercing arrow. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly. Flying Thunder God technique. Call out. Shimura Danzo's figure disappeared instantly. That's right. Is disappearing. Rather than stepping on the ground and flying in the air. In an instant, Shimura Danzo appeared above the sky for tens of seconds, and slowly fell from the sky. This scene shocked Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. Especially Uzumaki Mito, she can clearly perceive a tremor in the space just now. Others may not be aware of the subtlety of space, but Uzumaki Mito can. Just now Shimura Danzo used the Flying Thunder God technique developed by Senju Tobirama. But the proficiency is not high, otherwise there will be no tremor in the surrounding space. On the other hand, Tsunade stared blankly at the scene before him, feeling a little at a loss. It is said that Flying Thunder God technique, which is difficult to practice, and ninjutsu with the highest degree of difficulty, can be learned so easily. Hey! Suddenly, Kyo intervened in front of Tsunade. Immediately after a strong wind hit, Tsunade suddenly felt his body being picked up. "Little girl, how about it?" A soft and brisk voice rang in her ears, instantly making Tsunade's face flushed. "A hole. You copper smelter, put me down." Tsunade was struggling immediately, his face flushed, full of the shyness of a girl. "Be polite and call the teacher, otherwise I will always hold you." Shimura Danzo didn't immediately let go of the struggling Tsunade, but instead said with a smile on his face. But Tsunade, a fierce woman, naturally couldn't give in so easily and struggled for several minutes. But, cannot escape from the shackles of Shimura Danzo. In desperation, Tsunade could only yell weakly, "Teacher!" But it is not difficult to hear that Tsunade's tone is still dissatisfied, but more of it is anger. Because she was only held by her relatives since she was a child, and now she is suddenly picked up by a strange man, she is naturally very angry. Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade in the yard teased by Shimura Danzo's Flying Thunder God, and smiled with relief. Find some flowers *. Chapter 12, Little Tsunade, calm down and think. Tsunade, if you still don't practice well, don't blame me for going to Master Mito to file a complaint. Shimura Danzo looked at the lazy Tsunade in front of him and smiled faintly. But the threat in the words made Tsunade curl his lips. Hey! I'll use my grandma to threaten me. And I have learned all these things you taught, so I don't need to practice anymore. Tsunade complained to Shimura Danzo with a look of dissatisfaction. Indeed, as a princess of the Senju family, Tsunade has been in contact with more things than ordinary people since childhood. With Senju Tobirama and Mito to accompany in the practice, both vision and strength are far beyond their peers. That's why Tsunade is so impatient and arrogant in his heart. Oh? That's it. If you can snatch this bell from my hand, I won't be your teacher again. On the contrary, if I win, then you have to listen to me obediently. Shimura Danzo shook the bell in his hand and chuckled. Cut, the trick to lie to children, do you think I don't know you can Flying Thunder God technique? Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzo with contempt. She had been teased by Shimura Danzo's Flying Thunder God in the Senju family's compound before, and there was already a shadow in her heart, so she won't be fooled this time. I won't use Flying Thunder God technique this time, just speed is enough. Shimura Danzo's words immediately made Tsunade's eyes brighten, and Shuoling's eyes rolled a few times. You are not allowed to fool. Tsunade said with a fierce expression, flaring his teeth towards Shimura Danzo. Of course, I am third Hokage after all, that would deceive a child. Shimura Danzo shook the bell in his hand again and smiled. Took it. Seeing Tsunade's urgent look and the flashing confidence in his eyes, Shimura Danzo's heart suddenly became happy. The rules are very simple. Use all your methods to grab the bell in my hand. Of course, you must be determined to kill me, otherwise you won't be able to get the bell. Shimura Danzo's tone suddenly became serious, without the kind of joke he had before. And this sudden seriousness caused Tsunade to be taken aback for a moment, and then quickly nodded. Then, let's start. As soon as Shimura Danzo's voice fell, a flash of cold light suddenly pierced Shimura Danzo's front door. Little girl, pretty good. Shimura Danzo didn't evade, but also took out the kunao with a wave and directly knocked Tsunade's kunao into the air. Water style, clear water. The speed of Tsunade's formation is extremely fast. I saw a large amount of clear water by the river instantly turned into a wave and hit Shimura Danzo. Then Tsunade jumped into the water and rushed directly to Shimura-dan's. A series of movements were extremely smooth and perfect. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall Technique. An earth wall rose instantly, directly blocking the shock wave current. Bell. It's mine. In an instant, a figure appeared in the sky. Tsunade hit Shimura-dan's directly with a punch, and the powder punch contained amazing power. Shimura-dan's did not hardwire, but jumped back, without giving Tsunade any chance to attack. Boom! Tsunade hit the ground with a fist, and there was a loud noise, and cracks appeared on the ground. Kaila-kwan? It seems that it was not taught by Uzumaki Mito, but by Senju Hashirama. Shimura-dan's vaguely remembered that in a Naruto game he played in his previous life, Tsunade had the same skill as Senju Hashirama, and both were fists. There must be some connection between the two, otherwise Tsunade would not be able to learn by himself. Hey! Coward, don't hide if you have the ability. Tsunade snorted coldly when he saw Shimura-dan's who was avoiding. But there was a trace of triumph on his face. Isn't this guy very powerful? Isn't he afraid to take his fist? Hey! I'm just afraid of hurting you. Shimura-dan's tied the bell around his waist and shook his head and smiled. And his plain-looking smile was full of mockery in Tsunade's eyes, and she naturally couldn't stand her temper. You copper BD. Tsunade's anger suddenly came up, and then he stepped directly and quickly rushed towards Shimura-dan's. Sure enough, the weakness is still too obvious. Shimura-dan sighed helplessly after seeing Tsunade so excited. Tsunade is too easily irritated, and if someone takes advantage of this on the battlefield, I am afraid that there will be no scum left. That's why Shimura-dan chose to say that. He wanted Tsunade to control his temper. After that, Shimura-dan and Tsunade launched a fierce physical battle. I have to say that Tsunade's strength is indeed strong, and this strength can rival Chunin. But the attack was unstructured, all flaws. Shimura-dan was able to defeat her at least 6 times during her attack. This is the difference in combat experience. Damn it! This guy is so strong. Tsunade saw that his offensive had no effect at all, and gradually became irritable. Shimura-dan faced Tsunade's attack very easily, without any pressure at all. It's time to end. Tsunade was shocked by Shimura-dan's sudden sentence. What do you mean? Could it be said that he was able to defeat himself from the beginning? Call out. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the sky sounded, and Tsunade's face was suddenly startled. A fist wind blew her soft golden hair, and Shimura-dan's fist appeared before his eyes. How could it be possible? Tsunade looked at the big punching fist in front of him in disbelief. She could feel how fast the opponent's speed was. It was all speed, without relying on Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. Little Tsunade, how? Shimura-dan retracted his fist, and his face appeared in front of Tsunade's eyes. I lost. Tsunade said in a low voice like a flat tire. She couldn't accept this reality, because she felt that the difference between herself and the guy in front of her was not very big. But the speed that the other party showed just now completely surpassed her cognition. This time, she was convinced by the book. Tsunade, your temper will be curtailed. This kind of personality that is easily irritated is undesirable. And the experience is completely calm. You have to learn to think about the enemy's next move and even the next few steps. This is the most basic thing about a ninja. Recklessness is a taboo. Shimura-dan said earnestly. Tsunade was surprised. She originally thought that the other party would taunt herself proudly, but she didn't expect Shimura-dan to fail to do so. Instead, she pointed out her shortcomings. This is the end of today's cultivation. Remember to calm down, otherwise you will not succeed in anything. Shimura-dan stepped forward and rubbed Tsunade's head before leaving with a smile. But this time Tsunade did not resist as much as before, but enjoyed Shimura-dan's head killing. Asterisk. Chapter 13, the inventor of Izanami turned out to be the older sister of Uchiha Kagami. At this time, Shimura Danzo was working leisurely with the files on the desktop. There were not many files at this time, so Shimura Danzo seemed to be able to handle it with ease without the slightest discomfort. Comfortable, such a life. Shimura Danzo has never felt so relaxed. Hey, is this information about the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo looked at the encrypted file on the desktop and then picked it up and murmured. This document seems to be left by Senju Tobirama. It is estimated that it records everything about the Uchiha clan. Driven by curiosity, Shimura Danzo opened this top-secret document. The owner of the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. FK. 10 people. Shimura Danzo couldn't sit still, looking at the information in this document with shocked expression. There is a detailed record of those Uchiha ninjas who have Manjiki Sharingan, and even Uchiha Kagami is in it. He suddenly forgot that the era he is now in is not long after the end of World War I, and this is the most prosperous period of the Uchiha clan. There are many talents, and there are too many strong people who survived the Sengoku era. This is simply a huge time bomb for the village, and it can't be solved at all. Uchiha Kagami's sister, Uchiha Yuri. Shimura Danzo frowned. Because he seemed to have heard the name somewhere, but he couldn't remember who the other party was. Uchiha Yuri, the creator of Izanami. Official character evaluation, Uchiha's Yuri is undoubtedly a great ninja. When most people are immersed in power to kill each other, she can overcome the desire for power, and she sacrificed her eyes to understand and save her partner. It's a pity that this female senior may be too low-key, otherwise she will definitely be able to shock the world like first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Hiss. Good guy, Uchiha turned out to be so brilliant. Shimura Danzo gasped suddenly. He said how he was so familiar, because it turned out to be the creator of Izanami. It seems that the internal fighting of the Uchiha clan is about to begin. It should be for the position of the patriarch, otherwise how can I frequently use Izanaga's tricks? Shimura Danzo muttered to himself. He is certain that this is definitely the strongest period of the Uchiha clan, and there is no problem in subverting the entire village. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The 6 Manjiki Sharingan owners, no matter how weak they are, their strength will suddenly rise to the shadow level. This is the horror of Uchiha. However, in this internal fight, most of the Manjiki Sharingan members of the Uchiha clan will die, and only a few people remain. One is Uchiha Kagami, the other is a tribe who has been used Izanami, and the last one is naturally using Izanami's Uchiha. I am quite interested in this Uchiha governance. Shimura Danzo put this information away and entered the drawer. Judging from the photo, Uchiha's appearance is not inferior to Tsunade. It looks very similar to Uzuki Yuin decades later, and she has purple hair. Find a chance to get in touch with it. Although it's a member of the Uchiha clan can still use it now. A small plan suddenly emerged in Shimura Danzo's heart. Dong dong dong. While Shimura Danzo was thinking about how to contact the Uchiha clan, the door of the Hokage office suddenly knocked. Shimura Danzo can only temporarily put away his thoughts. Please come in. Click. The door was opened, and an old acquaintance that I couldn't be more familiar with came into my eyes. Sarutobi, why are you here? Shimura Danzo was a little surprised when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen appear. Shouldn't this guy Sarutobi Hiruzen rest at home? How come he has time to come to his Hokage office? Danzo, I don't think Captain Anbu can be left alone for a day. Recently, Anbu's discipline is a bit lax, and someone needs to rectify it. Anbu is the last line of defense to defend the village. Don't you think it would be better to have a capable person to take it? Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. His eyes were solemn, and his tone was full of the feeling of worrying about the village. But that is, he can directly say such things to Shimura Danzo without being circumspect. I am afraid it is really embarrassing to change to someone else. No way, who made them good brothers of life and death? Going through fire and water for the brothers, as for when I pierced twice in the back, I don't know who pierced whom. Shimura Danzo suddenly laughed when he heard this. He thought about many ways Sarutobi Hiruzen came to find his position, but he didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Although it is implied, it is completely express. You are right. I have been dealing with files recently, and I don't have time to clean up Anbu. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly in recognition of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Yes, and Konoha's barrier has recently experienced some problems, and Anbu didn't notice it in time and reported it for repair. If I hadn't discovered it early, I'm afraid there would be some strange people in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded quickly in agreement. But it is not difficult to see the smile and the smug look in his eyes. As for Anbu's new captain, I already have it in my heart, and I will never let Sarutobi down. Shimura Danzo stood up and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen, giving him a deep look in his eyes. Danzo, you. I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Tears suddenly appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He didn't expect that all this would go so smoothly. He originally thought that the other party would refuse, but Shimura Danzo actually agreed so readily. Sure enough, he deserves to be a good brother of life and death. What do you think of Homura? He is courageous, cool-headed, and once served as the captain of Anbu. I think he is a good candidate. Meow meow meow. In a short time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression of excitement that he was about to accept Shimura Danzo's commission froze. What? Mitokado Homura? Asterisk. Chapter 14, Hiruzen, who is the relationship between us, Captain Anbu is given to Homura. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a state of extreme stunned shock for a while and couldn't help himself. I made it clear, but I still don't understand it so simple and clear. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to mention the roar that occurred at Shimura Danzo's neckline. But reason told him that he could never do this, because the other party was third Hokage, who was in charge of Konoha. It was no longer the Shimura Danzo who could play with him. There was a gap between the identities of the two. Sarutobi? What's wrong with you? Is there something uncomfortable? Shimura Danzo turned around and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of concern. After all, the other party's expression looked a little distorted, as if in a state of extreme excitement. I see, you are happy for Homura kid, right? That's right. After all, we are students under the teacher. You must be happy for him to be the captain of Anbu. Shimura Danzo smiled with satisfaction. If he can, he really wants to laugh out loud and laugh out loud. Well, I am really happy for Homura, after all, this is an important position. At that time we have to celebrate. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a smile that was worse than crying. He originally thought Shimura Danzo could understand what he meant, but he didn't expect the other party to misinterpret it so badly. Listen, is this what people say? Oh. Sarutobi. I originally wanted you to take this position, but I thought that the relationship between you and me is like brothers of life and death. If I do this, I will definitely make you misunderstand that I treat you as my subordinate, so in order to maintain our relationship, I can only let Homura take over. Shimura Danzo said with regret. This sad look fully expressed his deep desire to let Sarutobi Hiruzen take the position of Captain Anbu. But in order to keep the relationship between friends, Mitokado Homura was appointed as the captain of Anbu. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. My heart suddenly spit out a mouthful of depressed old blood. It doesn't matter what the relationship is. Why do you think I am indifferent to my position as Captain Anbu? What are you pretending in your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly roared in his heart. But there was still a smile on his face, and it looked plain, but a huge wave was already in his heart, like a tsunami. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Relax, Sarutobi. We are still best friends, someone who can give back to the other side with confidence on the battlefield. Shimura Danzo patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and gave him a deep look again. Then he left the Hokage office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office with a surprised look. A hole. Danzo. You a hole. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared wildly in his heart. If he was really on the battlefield at this time, he really wanted to give Shimura Danzo twice. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi Sarutobi. Laughing at me. On the edge of Konoha barrier, Shimura Danzo laughed wantonly. Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance just now, Shimura Danzo really couldn't bear it. Although he is a professional Naruto, a professional ninja, no matter what happens, he won't laugh, unless he can't help it. Hey! Stop smiling. Let's see what is wrong with Konoha's enchantment first. Shimura Danzo adjusted his emotions and murmured while looking at the transparent barrier in front of him. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen said that, it proves that Konoha's barrier must have a problem, otherwise he would not take the opportunity to come to the Hokage office and ask Shimura Danzo for a position as Captain Anbu. I have to say that this guy's wishful thinking is indeed good, but he met an Oscar actor like Shimura Danzo. Then Shimura Danzo stretched out his right hand, and chakra gathered in his hand and slowly penetrated into the barrier. Ordinary people certainly can't do this, but Shimura Danzo has seen something about Konoha enchantment from the information left by Senju Tobirama, so he knows how to check whether the enchantment is damaged. Otherwise, he wouldn't come directly, so it's better to let Konoha Anbu come to investigate. Although there was a small problem, was it fixed by Anbu? It seems that I still need to reinforce it. Hey! I remember Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have a scout crystal, but how did that thing make it? Shimura Danzo fell into contemplation for a while. After all, the investigative crystal can see every corner of Konoha clearly, so it is a great effect for Shimura Danzo. Konoha's barrier was set up by the Uzumaki clan. There is nothing wrong with asking Uzumaki Mito. Perhaps Uzumaki Mito knows how the investigative crystal can be used with enchantment. Soon, Shimura Danzo made up his mind. After all, he still wants to use the investigating crystal to facilitate the observation of the Uchiha clan, so he must do it as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo hurried to the Senju clan as quickly as possible. Do you want to use the enchantment to make investigative crystals that can observe the whole village? Uzumaki Mito frowned and looked in front of Shimura Danzo and said. Hearing this question from Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzo was overjoyed, indicating that it is possible. Yes, after all, I have just taken over the village, and Anbu has not enough people, so with the investigating crystal, there are a lot of resources, and the manpower can also be adequately mobilized. Shimura Danzo nodded. I can't do it, but Konoha's barrier was reinforced by a niece of mine. If it were her, she should be able to do it. Uzumaki Mito's words made Shimura Danzo cheer. Great. Thank you Mito-sama. I'll let someone go to the country of Uzumaki to invite your niece. Shimura Danzo couldn't wait any longer, after all, it would be much better to finish investigating the crystal early. What the hell is the monkey? Wait for me to write a letter to explain to her, otherwise you really can't please her. Uzumaki Mito turned white. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly after a glance, but he didn't have much to blame. Then spread the paper on the side, picked up the pen and started writing. And Shimura Danzo glimpsed Uzumaki Mito's handwriting, secretly admiring him. She is indeed the daughter of a big family, she is really proficient in calligraphy and painting. Soon, Shimura Danzo was attracted by Uzumaki Mito's side face, watching him with admiration in his eyes. Not to mention, Uzumaki Mito at this time seems to be only 34-5, and the marks of years of knife on her face don't seem to be too obvious. But Shimura Danzo's actions are not clear to Uzumaki Mito. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to the letter. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Uchiha Chiri appears, curiosity about Danzo. Sure enough, you must be happy in life. Shimura Danzo lay on the mountain of Hokage Rock, enjoying the comfort of the majesty on his cheeks. Originally, he wanted to develop this investigating crystal on his own, but he didn't expect that this enchantment would be so complicated. Although Shimura-dance can be cracked, it still takes too much time, so there is no need to do it this way. But this enchantment is in the hands of others, there is no sense of security. Shimura-dance said with emotion. It is no wonder that Konoha will not express anything about the demise of the Uzumaki kingdom, but will only rescue the next generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki's container. The Uzumaki kingdom holds the lifeblood of Konoha's enchantment. If it is destroyed, it will be great news for Konoha. After all, no one likes that outsiders can hold the only key at their door all day long. Therefore, the demise of the Uzumaki kingdom is inevitable, and Shimura-dance will not stop it at that time. After all, the demise of the Uzumaki kingdom would be harmless to him. At most, it means to preserve those precious seals and enchantment scrolls. As for humans, it doesn't matter. Unexpectedly, Third Hokage would still be lazy. Suddenly, a beautiful female voice came. The voice is as crisp as a yellow aureole, light and exquisite, and it sounds extremely comfortable. This voice is a bit strange to Shimura-dance, and he has never heard this voice. Driven by curiosity, Shimura-dance sat up and looked back. The man was dressed in a simple black kimono. The woman's face was like a hibiscus, her eyebrows were like long willows, and her deep black eyes were as attractive as black holes. The snow-like skin makes people seem to want to kiss fangs. The long lavender hair fell on her waist, like a fairy in the dust. This costume. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Shimura-dance carefully looked at the classical woman in front of her and said with a hint of surprise in her tone. After all, the kimono of the Uchiha clan in the village is the most obvious, simple, without any bells and whistles, that is, there is a logo of the clan emblem on the back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yes, my name is Uchiha Yuri, the sister of Third Hokage companion Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Chiri whispered. There was a rumorous smile on her face, which made people unable to see what she thought. Is she the Uchiha Juri? The legendary figure who developed Izanami, and the official evaluation is even better than the genius female ninja of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Shimura-dance carefully looked at the allure woman in front of him. After systematic analysis and prompting, Shimura-dance knew her before and also knew her appearance. However, compared with me in the photo, I look much better. Does the mirror still have such a beautiful sister? It's too interesting to not tell me. Shimura-dance smiled with a hint of surprise. From this point, it can be seen that Shimura-dance does not have a half-fire shadow frame, but has a kind of approachable feeling. Is it this way? Then I must teach that guy to the mirror when I go back, but I never mentioned me in front of my friends. Uchiha's exquisite laughter sounded again. There seemed to be some magic in this laughter, and people couldn't help but indulge in it. The two got to know each other after talking for a while. And Uchiha's Hiri silently gave Shimura-dance a good score. He is personable, humble, gentle, and the eyes that look at him are pure and without the slightest impurity in their eyes. This made Uchiha Yuri a little strange, and he began to question herself in her heart. Will there really be such a pure person in the world? Third Hokage is not right about Konoha. What do you think of Konoha? Suddenly, Uchiha Chiri asked aloud. It seems to be a simple topic, but Shimura-dance can feel that the other party is testing himself. This makes Shimura-dance have to remember that the official evaluation of Uchiha has such a rule: there is no narrow nationalism, and he is a great strong man who truly cares for the village and the country. It can be said that the Uchiha woman who started Mangeki Sharingan loves the current Konoha village very much, otherwise, she would not keep quietly guarding Konoha today. Shimura-dance didn't say anything when he heard Uchiha's words. Instead, he took a deep breath and looked towards the sky. And Uchiha Yuri did not leave immediately, but walked to the cliff and sat beside Shimura-dance, waiting for his answer. After all, she has been pursuing this answer for a long time, and no one has ever fully answered her. So she wants to hear what the newly appointed third Hokage has on this issue, which is also the main purpose of her coming here to meet Shimura Danzo. If there is a place where leaves fly, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and let new leaves germinate. When you want to protect yourself and be a cherished person, the true power of the ninja will be shown. Just like the teacher protected us at the beginning, it is also not hesitating to choose to sacrifice ourselves for the next generation of ninjas. After a long silence, Shimura Danzo slowly said, "This is the will of fire, this is Konoha. Konoha is a big family, and no one can tolerate it, no matter who it is." Uchiha's Hiri was completely stunned. Thousands of thoughts flashed in her mind, and Shimura Danzo's first few words of will to fire resounded through her mind. She didn't expect Shimura Danzo to respond like this. It was impeccable. This answer is completely the answer she has been seeking in her heart. In an instant, Uchiha Yuri's eyes changed a lot when looking at Shimura Danzo. She became interested in this man who could say these philosophical sayings. Chapter 16, The Problem of Konoha Enchantment, Uzumaki Ling Shui arrives. Time passed quickly, and 1 week passed. The relationship between Shimura Danzo and Tsunade gradually improved due to the match that day. Tsunade has also adapted to such a caring teacher, even seeing the shadow of Grandpa second in the other person. Seeing that the two can get along so peacefully, Uzumaki Mito also smiled relievedly. Originally, she was worried that Shimura Danzo would not be able to educate Tsunade, but now it seems that she doesn't need to worry about it. While Shimura Danzo was training Tsunade, an Anbu suddenly appeared beside him. "Hokage-sama, the Uzumaki clan has arrived at the entrance of the village." Shimura Danzo was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Anbu's movements to be so fast. After all, the journey of the country of fire and the country of vortex is a bit far away. "I thought it would take half a month to arrive, but I didn't expect that after only a week, people would arrive." "I see, you go down first." Shimura Danzo nodded, then the Anbu ninja turned into a trace and disappeared in place. "Tsunade, stop for a while, some guests are here." Shimura Danzo called out Tsunade who was training, and this also made the other party a little confused, but he stopped. "Guest? Teacher, whose guest is it?" A hint of doubt appeared on Tsunade's delicate jade face. She was curious as to what kind of guests could be met by Konoha's third Hokage in person. "It's Mito-sama's niece and your cousin. Be polite later, your cousin and Mito-sama have a very close relationship." Shimura Danzo rubbed Tsunade's head and said, "Oh, I understand now." Tsunade nodded after hearing Shimura Danzo's explanation of the identity of the guest. If it was the past, she must have snorted coldly, but after some education by Shimura Danzo, her arrogant temperament has also been put away. Her temperament was just accustomed to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama back then. In addition, no one of the Senju clan dared to save her, that's why. But Shimura Danzo doesn't care about these things. "Since you are my student, you have to be obedient to me." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Naturally, the Uzumaki did not stop at the entrance of the village. Under Enbu's guidance, he went to the Senju family land. When Shimura Danzo took Tsunade to the place where Uzumaki Mito was, he saw Uzumaki Mito talking and laughing with a red-haired woman with the same hair color. The red-haired woman is naturally the Uzumaki who came to Konoha, that is, the niece of Uzumaki Mito. The opponent's age looks similar to Shimura Danzo, and his face is somewhat similar to Uzumaki Mito. Plain and simple home furnishings, with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan behind them. The black eyes are full of soothing eyes, just like tenderness and water. With a beautiful face and long red hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall, she is another rare beauty. "Is Tsunade back?" "Danzo, you are here too." Uzumaki Mito quickly noticed Shimura Danzo and Tsunade standing not far away, so he waved to them. When I heard Uzumaki Mito say the word Danzo, the red-haired woman's beautiful eyes showed a touch of surprise, and then she turned around. Seeing the two big and small in front of her, the red-haired woman looked at them carefully. This is the third Hokage of Konoha village. Shimura Danzo. The red-haired woman looked at Shimura Danzo carefully. Although it was secret, Shimura Danzo still noticed it, but it didn't break. After all, it is difficult for her to know the other party. Shimura Danzo's deeds and the succession of Hokage have spread throughout the ninja world, and it is simply an existence that no one knows. Danzo, Tsunade, let me introduce to you. Her name is Uzumaki Ling Shui. She is the daughter of my brother. She is also involved in the development and improvement of the Konoha barrier. Danzo, don't underestimate her. This kid's talent in sealing and enchantment is a rare genius in the Uzumaki clan in a century. Uzumaki Mito introduced. When she said the latter sentence, she couldn't help feeling a hint of pride on her face. After all, Uzumaki Ling Shui is so good, even Uzumaki Mito is full of praise for her. Tsunade, call your cousin. Cousin. Tsunade suddenly burst into a smile like a flower, and yelled sweetly at Uzumaki Ling Shui. Uzumaki Mito also nodded with a smile. It can be seen that she likes this niece very much. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very sensible. Ahem, Master Mito, we will talk about your affairs later, let's talk about the enchantment first. Shimura Danzo sat aside and watched the three women chatting in an awkward voice. After all, he really values the investigative crystal, and the sooner it is finished, it will save Shimura Danzo an annoyance. Third Hokage is anxious about investigating the crystal. Uzumaki Ling Shui asked. Well, I'm in a hurry, otherwise I won't let Master Mito write a letter in person to invite you. Shimura Danzo nodded. Because he felt that Konoha's barrier was still a bit unstable, and the investigative crystal could be made, he could transfer a part of Anbu to inquire about the handling of tail beasts in each village. Danzo? Is there something wrong with Konoha's barrier? Uzumaki Mito asked with some concern. She originally thought that Shimura Danzo just wanted to use the enchantment to make an investigation crystal, but things were not as simple as he thought. Well, there is a little problem. Since Miss Ling Shui is here, I believe the problem will be resolved soon. Shimura Danzo nodded. In this way, Ling Shui, you should go with Danzo to see the state of the enchantment. Stay for a few days after solving the enchantment matter. Uzumaki Mito hurriedly said after realizing the seriousness of the gaffe. Ling Shui understands, my aunt can rest assured. Uzumaki Ling Shui nodded obediently, and then let Shimura Danzo lead the way to the Konoha boundary. Third Hokage, please lead the way. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Whirlpool Ling Shui's Inner Little Theater. Along the way, the two did not talk much, but the civilians and ninjas on the street greeted Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo naturally greeted him with a smile, responding to those who greeted him one by one. But they didn't ask about the woman next to Shimura Danzo. After all, it was not easy to follow the person next to Third Hokage. And it's better not to know some things, knowing what to ask and what not to ask in my heart. It wasn't until Uzumaki Ling Shui and Shimura Danzo walked to Konoha Forest that Shimura Danzo's face seemed to relax, without such smile and seriousness. Flop. Suddenly, there was a sweet laughter and Uzumaki Ling Shui's laughter was as crisp and beautiful as a ling long. The beautiful face bloomed with a smile like a flower, which made people look a little fascinated. Why is Miss Ling Shui laughing? Is there anything dirty on my face? Shimura Danzo didn't understand why Uzumaki Ling Shui suddenly laughed. Sure enough, a woman's heart, a needle on the bottom of the sea. It's just a little weird. Unexpectedly, in Third Hokage, you are not very used to greet others frequently. This is a bit unlike the shadow of a village. Uzumaki Ling Shui smiled and joked at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo seems to be the most real at this time. He seemed to be wearing a mask before. There is no way, as Hokage naturally has to have some majesty, otherwise how to convince the public. Shimura Danzo spread his hands and said helplessly. His appearance made the smile on Uzumaki Ling Shui's face a bit more intense, but there was no hint of ridicule, it was a kind smile. Third Hokage is more interesting than I thought. I thought it would be as rigid as second Hokage or my uncle. Uzumaki Ling Shui smiled faintly. After all, the image of Yakin Shadow is basically serious or not arrogant, and they all have senior and strong qualifications. Originally, she thought Shimura Danzo would be a 30 or 40-year-old uncle, but now she has subverted her perception a bit. Shimura Danzo is not an old and stable middle-aged uncle, but a young man of his own age. Yoshu is in the breeze, handsome and unrestrained, with a comfortable feeling on his body. And the most important thing is that Senju Tobirama did not let the older person take the position of third Hokage, instead let this young man take over the position of Naruto. It can be seen how high his expectations of Shimura Danzo are, otherwise he would definitely not easily pass the position of Hokage to him. Perhaps because of youth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Shimura Danzo smiled non-committal. Okay, here we are. Shimura Danzo suddenly stopped, and the vortex Ling Shui also stopped and did not move forward, but carefully felt the invisible barrier in front of him. Miss Ling Shui can check with confidence, don't worry about safety. Shimura Danzo sat on the rock beside him and whispered. Well, then I started to check the enchantment, and hope that third Hokage will not let others disturb me. Whirlpool Ling Shui nodded, and then began to close his eyes and stretch out his right hand to touch the barrier. Call out. A few seconds later, a figure appeared next to Shimura Danzo, and saw him slowly take off his mask, revealing a familiar face. This person was surprisingly Mitokado Homura, appointed by Shimura Danzo as the new captain of Anbu a few days ago. Naruto-sama. Is this Mito-sama's niece? Mitokado Homura whispered. After all, he heard the conversation between Shimura Danzo and Whirlpool Ling Shui just now. Well, let the Anbu members evacuate all the ninjas and villagers in a radius of 100 meters. No one can disturb Miss Ling Shui to check the enchantment. Shimura Danzo said solemnly. And his serious tone suddenly made Mitokado Homura's expression stunned. Yes. I do it. After speaking, Mitokado Homura put on the Anbu fox mask again and left the area. Not only does she look imaginary with Mito, but she is also very similar to Kushina. Shimura Danzo carefully looked at Whirlpool Ling Shui's side face and murmured. To be honest, he thought at first that he saw Kushina, but when he thought of this, he thought that even the mother's womb was not there, so he didn't ask. After Whirlpool Mito's explanation, he finally instructed the opponent's name, Whirlpool Ling Shui. Fortunately, there was no questioning, otherwise the scene would be a little embarrassing. If I guessed correctly, she might be Kushina's mother. Shimura Danzo whispered. The vortex Ling Shui in front of him looks like Uchiha Chiri. Two peerless beauties appeared in Shimura Danzo's cognition at the same time, which made him seem a little aesthetic fatigue. Maybe because of the beauty of seeing so many beautiful women, the first time he saw Uchiha Ling Shui, he was not as amazing as when he saw Uchiha Yuri. Idle and bored, Shimura Danzo began to touch the flowers and plants around him. With the breeze blowing, flowers and plants danced beside Shimura Danzo, like a group of immortals descending. Shimura Danzo squinted slightly, enjoying the gentleness of the wind. Perhaps because of his proficiency in wind style, Shimura Danzo has a close affinity for wind, as if he has a sense of companionship. After half an hour, Vortex Ling Shui released his right hand touching the enchantment and opened his eyes again. Hey! There really is a little problem. Whirlpool Ling Shui sighed in deep relief, and she could see that her consumption seemed a bit heavy. Then, as soon as he turned to speak, he found that Shimura Danzo was closing his eyes and resting. The smooth and white face was pierced with sharp edges and corners, with a charming color, and the bridge of the nose was pretty. The handsome facial features, the perfect face shape, actually made the vortex Ling Shui a little fascinated. Look carefully. It's pretty handsome. Whirlpool Ling Shui shook his head to push away the thoughts in his heart, and then wanted to step forward and take a closer look at Shimura Dan's face. And just as she moved, Shimura Dan slowly opened her eyes to watch the vortex Ling Shui. "Miss Ling Shui, has the barrier been resolved?" "Hoo-hoo." For a moment, the jade face of the vortex Ling Shui appeared crimson, and her body trembled suddenly, as if she had been frightened. Chapter 18, The barrier was deliberately destroyed. "Miss Ling Shui, what are you?" Shimura Dan's looked at Uzumaki Ling Shui with a puzzled face. He felt at the moment Uzumaki Ling Shui turned and started, and then slowly opened his eyes. "No. No. Nothing." Uzumaki Ling Shui's voice suddenly became delicate, and he was totally different from before. There is a hint of shyness in the words, but Shimura Dan's has no way of knowing why he is shy. Uzumaki Ling Shui took a deep breath to adjust his gaffe. "Enchantment, let's talk about enchantment." Uzumaki Ling Shui's tone suddenly became serious, and a dignified look appeared on the beautiful jade face. And this expression made Shimura Dan's heart suddenly stunned. His figure was upright, and his look was Yanu. "Miss Ling Shui, please say." Shimura Dan's heart sank slightly, and said in a slightly heavy tone. Now that Uzumaki Ling Shui could say this, something must have happened to the barrier, otherwise he would not show such an expression. There is a problem with the barrier, and it was deliberately destroyed by someone. But it was repaired again. Although it has been repaired, the chakra in the enchantment is obviously not left by the vortex people, but a strange chakra. After Uzumaki Ling Shui finished speaking, she quietly watched Shimura Dan's and did not continue to speak. Because she has already spoken to this point, I believe Shimura Dan's should also be able to understand her meaning. That is among Konoha. There is a gangster. And this traitor knows Konoha's barrier structure, and is very clear about the barrier's weakness. This person is a huge threat to Konoha, a huge hidden bomb. Maybe Konoha may be invaded because of this person, and then Konoha will collapse. Interesting, Sarutobi Guy can control Konoha's barrier. Shimura Dan's murmured unexpectedly. If it was someone else, he might investigate thoroughly and then behead that person. But he hasn't forgotten what Sarutobi Hiruzen said when he came to the Naruto office, and he also proposed to be Captain Anbu with the help of repairing the enchantment. It's worthy of being the most outstanding strategist in the ninja world. He has done a good job in this respect, but it's a pity that the heavenly clothes have seams. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Suddenly, Shimura Dan's had a plan brewing in his heart, a plan for Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Third Hokage, if you want me to find that person based on this chakra, then I can only say sorry in advance. My current ability is not enough to do this." Uzumaki Ling Shui sounded an apologetic voice after seeing Shimura Dan sinking into thought. She doesn't have that ability, and the main purpose of her coming to Konoha is to visit Uzumaki Mito, and to check the barrier and make investigative crystals. For this purpose, Uzumaki Ling Shui can be said to be benevolent and righteous, showing the loyalty of the alliance to the fullest. This is of course not necessary, but Miss Ling Shui is asked to make the investigation crystal as soon as possible. Shimura Dan shook his head and smiled. He had already identified the person who would destroy the barrier and repair the barrier in his mind, and the main reason for inviting the other party to come was to make an investigative crystal that would observe Konoha. That's good. Uzumaki Ling Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Shimura Dan's wanted her to find the person behind the scenes based on chakra. How could she do that kind of thing? But fortunately, the other party did not make her embarrassed. Suddenly, Uzumaki Ling Shui's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and a slight smile appeared on his face. "Then how is Third Hokage going to repay me?" Uzumaki Ling Shui's words made Shimura Dan's a moment of surprise, but he quickly reacted. Indeed, after all, the other party was invited from the country of the vortex all the way, and it really couldn't be justified without a little reward. Whatever Miss Ling Shui wants, I will try my best to satisfy you, of course without touching the village's interests. Shimura Danzo pondered for a while and said slowly. Money. I don't lack ninjutsu. Uzumaki country is no less than Konoha. I really don't seem to know what I want. Uzumaki Ling Shui looked up to the sky in distress and sighed slightly. Indeed, after all, Uzumaki Ling Shui's status is quite high in the country of the vortex, and he basically wants what he wants. So she has a lot of things, unless it's something more unusual. Well, Miss Ling Shui can tell me when she thinks of it. Anyway, there will be no such thing as a deadline. Shimura Danzo faintly smiled after seeing Uzumaki Ling Shui in distress. Is it this way? I didn't expect Third Hokage to be so caring and take care of me as a girl. Uzumaki Ling Shui said flatteredly. Originally, she thought Shimura Danzo would act as if she would quickly resolve her impatience, but she didn't expect this to be the result. Naturally, as Konoha's third Hokage, I will naturally not break my promise. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll tell third Hokage when I think about it. And you don't call me Miss Ling Shui, anyway, you are the same age, you can call me Ling Shui in the future. Uzumaki Ling Shui took a few steps forward, and couldn't help but get closer to Shimura Danzo. Alright, then you can call me Danzo in private from now on, so you don't need to be so respectful. Shimura Danzo naturally felt that there was no problem and directly agreed. After all, speaking less 2 words can save a lot of energy and saliva, and it is also quite good to make friends with someone like Uzumaki Ling Shui. Such a good ninja is rare and most likely to be Uzumaki Kushina's mother, so there is nothing wrong with getting closer. Let's go, Danzo, don't you plan to take me around Konoha village as a landlord? Uzumaki Ling Shui's eyes were scorching, and the white snow in front of her delicate body trembled slightly, and her slender figure danced in front of Shimura Danzo like an elf, but her bones were graceful and elegant, and she looked very lively. The breeze blows, and the girl's long red hair, like a waterfall, flutters in the wind. This peerless beauty was engraved in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Since you have said so, Ling Shui, then I will naturally not refuse. Shimura Danzo shook off the messy thoughts in his mind, and then followed Uzumaki Ling Shui's pace. Is anyone watching? Please ask for some flowers, I will have 10,000 flowers before they are put on the shelf. Chapter 19 Shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a green grassland above his head. In the next 2 days, Uzumaki Ling Shui used the enchantment to make the investigating crystal. And this also made Shimura Danzo an extra debt of favor. Well, anyway, the country of the vortex will definitely be under siege at that time, and then this situation can be returned naturally. Shimura Danzo looked at the investigating crystal in his hand and whispered softly. At first, he planned to let the Uzumaki kingdom fend for itself, but the appearance of Uzumaki Ling Shui made him a little bit better. A girl like Uzumaki Ling Shui may be a good candidate for a wife. But just think about it, there is no need to be attached. Let it go. What he has to do now is to stabilize the power in his hands, and then he has to beware of the civil strife of the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan will not miss the predicted civil strife, and the civil strife took advantage of Senju Tobirama's death. They should have put their minds on the position of Hokage. After all, there are still people in their clan who have a covetous heart for the position of Hokage. As for his marriage, he hasn't thought about it, but he really likes Uchiha's Hiri and Uzumaki Ling Shui. Or wait a minute. Wait until Tsunade grows up? Damn, isn't Shimura Danzo making copper? This is so special to go to prison with the Dragon King. No way, too evil. Shimura Danzo shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his head. Then, let me see how effective this investigative crystal is. Shimura Danzo touched it lightly and injected the chakra inside. The method used Uzumaki Ling Shui has been taught to Shimura Danzo, so many places of Konoha can be seen. Yes, clear enough. Is Konoha's land area so big? Shimura Danzo was secretly surprised. If it weren't for the investigative crystal, he might really not know that Konoha's land area would be so vast. How come there are people here? Shimura Danzo frowned and quickly adjusted his perspective to a hidden place in the Konoha forest. Because just now there were two dark shadows, although they were very fast, they still couldn't escape Shimura Danzo's fierce eyes. FK. Shimura Danzo pulled the camera in to see the real faces of the two men and yelled with real awareness. Isn't this Mito Kato Homura? And the woman next to him is Sarutobi Hiruzen's fiancé, Lake Biwa. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. For a while, Shimura Danzo suddenly felt his head start to become messy. What does this mean? This is too ridiculous. Looking at the mysterious behavior of the two of them, is it possible that they are carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo instantly looked down with interest. No matter who saw this majestic scene in front of them, they were extremely shocked. If it spreads out, this would be Konoha's first scandal in such a big way. In the grove. Homura, I miss you so much. Lake Biwa plunged into the mind of Mito Kato Homura. Obviously, the relationship between these two people has reached that point, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to make such a shameful move. I miss you too, but Danzo ordered me to take over the captain of Anbu. I have too many things to get out of. And our frequent contacts, Sarutobi will definitely see some clues. Mito Kato Homura also accepted the same move, and the speed of the car slowly increased. Get started quickly, after all. Time is running out, it won't be good if you get caught. Okay. Then the two began a battle in the forest, and the scene was truly astonishing. Shimura Danzo in the Hokage office looked at the influence in the investigating crystal with a wonderful face. Sarutobi, you are too unlucky. Shimura Danzo sighed in admiration. Without this investigative crystal, he might not know that Mito Kato Homura actually has this relationship with Lake Biwa. In other words, at the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen's head is covered with a green grassland. The scene was a little unsightly, although Shimura Danzo could not hear the sound. But from the expression on Lake Biwa's face, we can see how fierce Mito Kato Homura really is. Good guy. It's really amazing. Shimura Danzo sighed again, and then closed the image in the investigating crystal. Although I can watch one for free, Shimura Danzo has already had a lot of experience in his previous life, and he is disdainful of this. Since the two dared to meet, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been kept in the dark. Shimura Danzo lay down in a chair thinking. You should know that Lake Biwa was engaged to Sarutobi Hiruzen not long ago. Although it is a family marriage, there seems to be some dog blood here. Judging from the actions of the two, it was not the first time that they did this. They were extremely skilled and fought many times in the forest. Interesting, so interesting. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's heart suddenly raised a precise plan, which was simply perfect. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen has been coveting his Naruto position, he has to retaliate or put pressure on him. After all, turning grief and anger into motivation, but the past that Sarutobi Hiruzen can resist this anger is another matter. At this time, Shimura Danzo only needs to wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding arrives. Homura, how do I feel as if someone is watching us? Lake Biwa put on his clothes after the battle, and said with a strange expression on his face. Although this place is very secretive, she always feels that someone is watching them in her heart. How is it possible? You are too suspicious. We are not here for the first time in this place. It is impossible to be discovered. Mito Kato Homura shook his head and denied. After all, this can be said to be his private territory, and basically no one can approach this side. If there is, it will trigger a small enchantment he arranged to perceive it. Well, I will go back first, otherwise Sarutobi will be aware of the problem. After talking about Lake Biwa, he quickly left the forest, and Mito Kato Homura also watched her leave. It turns out that Lake Biwa's intuition was right, but they didn't know that Shimura-dan's had the investigating crystal in his hands. Asterisk. Chapter 20, First Encounter with Orochimaru, Calm Side. Several days have passed since Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa. Shimura-dan's also did not investigate what happened to these two people. But this is the best way for him to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, whoever has a green hat must be uncomfortable. But what Shimura-dan's can be sure of is that Lake Biwa doesn't seem to like Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise he would not do such nasty things with Mitokado Homura. Hey, this kid is a bit familiar. When Shimura-dan's visited Konoha passing by the cemetery, he saw a figure with long purple hair from the back. He always felt as if he had seen him there. After a while in his mind, Shimura-dan's finally remembered who this figure was. Orochimaru. No. It should be called Zaishawan now. God level selection. Choice 1, come forward and talk to Orochimaru and accept him as an apprentice. Task reward, fire style proficient at full level, the activation of the fairy body is 10%. Option 2, ignore and leave, there will be no intersection with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen will accept him as a disciple. Task reward, no need to release wind style, get a trace of Ashura Chakra. Shimura-dan's head resounded with a cold female voice again. But this time, Danzo hesitated a bit, because these two rewards were really fragrant and he wanted both. But he understands that fish and bear's paw can't have both, he can only give up fish and take bear's paw. I choose first. Shimura-dan's said silently in her heart. The selection is successful, the reward will be automatically issued after the host performs the selection. Ta-ta-ta. Shimura-dan's footsteps sounded slowly, and then he walked to Orochimaru's side. When he stopped by Orochimaru's side, the opponent turned around, looking at Shimura-dan's in front of him with surprise in his eyes. Master Naruto. The young Orochimaru's eyes flickered in shock, and there was a touch of tension on his face. Because he didn't know that the person standing next to him was actually Third Hokage. Although he has not been in contact with each other, Orochimaru has heard about Shimura-dan's fame and deeds early on. Since taking over the position of Naruto, he has been working hard and has been praised by many ninjas and civilians, and has a high reputation. It can be said that Shimura-dan's is a very good Hokage, and the people below have not complained about him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. But why did Shimura-dan's appear here? Shouldn't the other party handle the documents in the Hokage office at this time? So don't look at Orochimaru's young age, but his mind is much more mature than his peers, especially after his parents died in the war, he still knows a lot. Child, what's your name? Shimura-dan's looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a soft smile. The kind smile and Hokage's identity made Orochimaru's heart not vigilant. After all, the other party is the shadow of a village, so what evil thoughts can he have towards a child of him? Master Huoying, my name is Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his eyes to Shimura-dan's, speaking flatly. For the death of your parents. I'm sorry. Shimura-dan's rubbed Orochimaru's head, then looked at the two tombstones in front of the two, with a deep apology in his tone. Master Naruto doesn't need to blame yourself. The war is so cruel. My parents told me before they left. After all, life is too fragile. Orochimaru immediately shook his head to signal Shimura-dan's not to feel guilty. Life and death are fate, everything is already destined. But the last words made Shimura-dan's heart a wave of waves. Sure enough, Orochimaru understood the fragility of life from this moment. Shimura-dan's looked at Orochimaru in front of him and sighed slightly, not knowing what to say for a while. The children of Naruto world are too precocious, so precocious that they are horribly precocious. But this is also a very normal thing. Because of the war, many children understand how cruel war is. Orochimaru, do you want revenge? Shimura-dan's ghost envoy said suddenly. He wanted to see if there were any seeds of hatred in Orochimaru's heart, if there were any. Is it revenge? There is no end to hatred. Moreover, the war is so cruel, maybe the ninja who killed my parents died in the war. Orochimaru's words made Shimura dance nodded secretly. If someone else said such a thing, he might think that the other person is a traverser. But the person in front of him is different. He is Orochimaru, a child with an extremely precocious mental age. He can only be described by the word evil. It's a pity that Orochimaru in the original book failed to follow the right path, and Isshin was fascinated by the study of immortality. Although he was successful in the end, he still made himself look like a man and a woman. Now that Shimura Dance is here, take advantage of Orochimaru's not so obsessed with immortality and lead him to another path, a path that is good for Shimura Dance. Yes, I am very pleased to have this understanding. Shimura Dance glanced with satisfaction. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Thank you Hokage-sama for the compliment, most of the things my parents taught me. Orochimaru didn't show any complacency, but said rather modestly. There was no deception in the words, but it could be seen that Orochimaru's parents taught him a lot. For some reason, Shimura Dance suddenly became interested in his parents. Can teach such a wicked child, what are they like? But it is a pity that the two of them have passed away, so they can only be brought back to life with impure world reincarnation, but Shimura Dance is still not that wayward. Then Orochimaru, would you like to be my disciple? Shimura Dance slowly stared at the two tombstones in front of him. This remark made Orochimaru a little stupefied, and looked at Shimura Dance in disbelief. Master Naruto, you. Orochimaru, known for his calmness, couldn't help but stutter at this moment. He didn't expect Shimura Dance to suddenly say such shocking words. But Shimura Dance did not answer, he still looked at Orochimaru with that kind and soft smile. For a while, Orochimaru was a little at a loss. Chapter 21, Orochimaru's Hesitation, Third Hokage is here. Orochimaru was obviously already shocked by Shimura Dance's words and couldn't answer. He didn't expect the other party to say such a thing. The pale little face flushed a little, which seemed to be caused by inner tension, but at this time Orochimaru looked more like a normal person. Why? Don't you want to? Shimura Dance's eyes were dim, and there was an endless sense of loss in his tone. It seemed that Orochimaru rejected him, and a sense of frustration immediately flooded the entire area. And this sudden change caused Orochimaru to panic for a moment, and he didn't know what to say. Master Naruto. You let me think about it, it's a bit too abrupt. Orochimaru, who was calm and wise, suddenly felt that his head was crashing at this moment. Shimura Dance was also taken aback after hearing Orochimaru's answer, but he soon wanted to understand. Indeed, after all, I was a third Hokage who suddenly accepted him as a disciple, even Orochimaru couldn't accept it for a while. Then you think about it, you can come to the Hokage office to find me at any time if you want. Shimura Dance also knew that this matter was impatient, and he said slowly after a period of thought. This matter has to take time. After all, this guy Orochimaru is premature, naturally there are many things in his mind, and he will weigh the pros and cons of becoming a Hokage disciple. But for Shimura Dance, these are no big deal. If Orochimaru can become his equal's disciple, it is naturally the best, then the people of his own Naruto faction will also be strengthened. Although the Shimura clan has a certain status among Konoha, it is not so important yet. Had it not been for Shimura Dance to become Hokage, I am afraid that the Shimura clan is still a second-rate clan. That's why Shimura Dance chose to cultivate talents and train people from the Hokage line. This is his goal. But he will not indulge in power like Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Shimura Dance remembers correctly, Namikaze Minato did not fully grasp the real power after he ascended to the position of Naruto in the original work, behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's listening to politics. From this point, it is enough to see how obsessed Sarutobi Hiruzen is with power and can hardly extricate himself from it. Thank you Hokage-sama, I will consider it carefully. Then I retire first. Orochimaru took a deep breath after hearing Shimura-dan's answer. He thought it would arouse the irritation of Hokage-sama, but this Hokage looked good-tempered and very approachable. Well, go ahead. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Shimura-dan's did not stop him, but instead gave way for Orochimaru to leave. Ta. Orochimaru hurriedly left. Shimura-dan's couldn't help but smile as he looked at this somewhat flustered back. Orochimaru of this period is quite interesting, quite cute. Compared with the Orochimaru in the future, the snake Maru in front of me is more flattering. What should I teach him? For a while, Shimura-dan's fell into contemplation. You know, Orochimaru is a man who masters core technology. Although his strength is not so exaggerated, what he possesses can subvert the ninja world. So Shimura-dan's found that he didn't know what to teach Orochimaru. Master Naruto! Master Naruto! A hurried shout drew Shimura-dan's back from his thoughts. I saw an Anbu ninja quickly jumping from a distance to his side. Judging from his speed, it is certain that he was looking for Shimura-dan's with urgency. What is it, so flustered? Shimura-dan's frowned when seeing Anbu ninja eagerly. Cloud Shinobi! Cloud Shinobi! Cloud Shinobi is here! Third Raikage came in person, with only 2 people with him. Anbu ninja said very quickly. Hey, I thought Third Raikage would not be coming. It seems that this guy is still thinking about the 6 ninjas. Shimura-dan's frowned, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, the truth about the deaths of Second Raikage and Second Hokage was made public to the shinobi world, otherwise they would have been intercepted by the Konoha shinobi when they stepped into the territory of the Land of Fire. They were able to enter the Land of Fire in this way because Shimura-dan's greeted the ninjas on the border and the daimyo's troops. Otherwise, Third Raikage would have such easy access to the territory of the Country of Fire. You know, this is the head of the 5 great nations. Even if Second Hokage passes away, the majesty still exists. Where are they? Shimura-dan stretched and said lightly. Captain Homura has personally led to the Hokage office. The Anbu ninja hurriedly answered, for fear that Shimura-dan's would know the news 1 second later. Go to the Uchiha clan and inform Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha to make it seem like they are around the Hokage office to prevent the negotiation from breaking down. In addition, I will notify Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask him to take 5 Jonin and Tenshinin to search for hidden Cloud Shinobi ninjas within 10 kilometers of Konoha. If there is, kill it. Shimura-dan's eyes were full of coldness, and the killing intent was permeated. As expected of Master Naruto, the plan is so thorough. The Anbu ninja said in admiration secretly. Yes. I'm going to do it now. After the Anbu ninja nodded and answered, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared in place. Have you come to talk about the truce? Then your Third Raikage will be bleeding. As for the 6 ninjas? Whimsical. Shimura-dan's looked at the sky and murmured, sneering at the last sentence. He would definitely not return the 6 ninjas, no matter what conditions were offered. If Third Raikage dares to do it, then Shimura-dan's is confident that the opponent will stay in Konoha completely. After all, Konoha can be said to be the pinnacle of combat power. There are Shimura-dan's, Uchiha's Hiri, Uchiha Kagami, and Uzumaki Ling Shui who is proficient in sealing and enchantment, so Shimura-dan's is confident that he will completely kill the opponent here. If it really doesn't work, then please Whirlpool Mito. It just so happens that he also wants to see if Uzumaki Mito can really control the 9 tails in his body. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Uchiha Chiri's sister and brother's change of Shimura-dan's. Shimura-dan's didn't go directly to the Hokage office in a hurry, but returned home and changed into the Hokage Imperial God robe. After all, this can be said to be an important meeting, so Shimura-dan's does not intend to wear his usual clothes. Immediately afterwards, Shimura-dan's quickly came to the front of the Hokage office building. Hokage-sama, you are finally here. Several senior officials in Konoha village saw the appearance of Shimura-dan's with a wry smile and surprise on their faces. The whereabouts of their Naruto-sama is really erratic. If it weren't for Enbu's expansion of personnel, I am afraid that Shimura-dans would really be missing for a while. Well, did they wait on third Reikage? Shimura-dans nodded slightly and then asked. Yes, third Reikage and his 2 guards have already been there waiting for you, Lord Naruto. Konoha Sr. hurriedly said. Mirror, Miss Hilly, I have to trouble you two to act as my guard this time. Suddenly, Shimura-dan slowly smiled towards a corner. You are really good at calling people. 2 figures appeared in the corner, and these 2 people were Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri. It seems that third Hokage wants to give third Reikage a blow. Uchiha Chiri smiled softly. Although the 2 did not directly agree, judging from their words and demeanor, they agreed to Shimura-dan's somewhat unreasonable request. But Naruto-sama, they are Uchiha. Okay. Shimura-dan's face suddenly became cold, and a trace of killing intent appeared in the deep black eyes and glanced at the high-level Konoha who was talking. The people on the side hurriedly stopped him, and then directly compensated Shimura-dan's. What about the Uchiha clan? They are all Konoha villagers. Do you want to treat them differently? Or are you questioning the teacher's cultivation of Uchiha Kagami? Shimura-dan's words immediately caused the person to fall into an ice cellar in an instant, and his body trembled a little. Yet, he forgot, Uchiha Kagami is a guard next to second Hokage, and second Hokage trusts him extremely. When he said this, he was questioning that second Hokage's decision was wrong. For a while, sweating and fighting against Keek. Danzo, forget it, third Reikage is still waiting for us on it. After seeing the scene freeze, Uchiha Kagami's voice slowly sounded. This also gave Shimura-dan's a step down, and it also gave the high-level Konoha a glimmer of hope. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. I will spare you today. Shimura-dans shook the Hokage royal god robe and walked into the Hokage office building with a cold snort. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri looked at each other, and both saw the complexity in the eyes of both parties and the trace of gratitude. With mixed feelings in Uchiha Hilly's heart, thousands of thoughts emerged. She did not expect that Shimura-dans would actually speak for the Uchiha clan. From this we can see that Shimura-dans really inherited the will of second Hokage. One treats everyone in the village equally and treats other people without colored glasses. Uchiha's impression of Shimura-dans has improved a lot, and he has become more fond of this young Hokage. Uchiha Kagami felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. Looking at Shimura-dan's back, he seemed to see his teacher. Teacher, your choice is correct. A gleam of light flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Shimura-dans is a person worthy of following, as can be seen from the selfless spirit of just now. And Shimura-dans didn't think so much. The reason for saying this is that Uchiha Kagami is his good friend, and Uchiha may be his future wife. If he changes to another Uchiha tribe, he might not say so seriously. Then Uchiha Yuri and Uchiha Kagami followed Shimura-dan's steps to the Hokage office. Only the messy Konoha seniors were left. But they won't be Konoha's high-ranking team soon, because Shimura-dans will have a big blood exchange soon. Naruto office. Third Reikage sat on the sofa with an upright posture and closed his eyes. There were 2 cloud shinobi ninjas beside him, a man and a woman. The man has short blonde hair and fair skin. The woman's skin is bronze, as imagined by third Reikage's complexion, but her figure is extremely hot, making it difficult to look away. She carried a document bag in her hand, and looked at the thickness of it as if it contained many documents. Click. The door was opened. Mr. AI, haven't you seen you become the third generation Reikage for more than a month? Shimura-dans looked at third Reikage sitting on the hospitality sofa with a hearty smile. I didn't expect that third Hokage would be you. I haven't seen you for a long time. Third Reikage opened his eyes and looked at Shimura-dans in front of him. The young man who was similar to him was the one who carried second Hokage off the battlefield in the first place. He didn't escape from the heavy siege, but for a corpse to jump into the encirclement of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebel troops again. This courage is extremely admired even in his heart. How can such a sentimental and righteous person not be admired? His two guards, not easy. Third Reikage quickly noticed Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri following Shimura Danzo. Although these two people covered their breath, they looked like ordinary people. But he can feel the subtle changes, and the strength of the two people in front of him is definitely not weaker than himself, and even stronger than him. And this shocked him. Konoha is simply crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and there are so many strong people. This also made him decide in his heart that he would never have any wickedness with Konoha within 10 years. Because Cloud Shinobi really can't afford it, he can only regain his vitality by recuperating. Third Hokage, I have come to fulfill the promise I made on the battlefield. Third Reikage took a deep breath and said slowly. And this also made Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with surprise, his face moved slightly. Because of the promise made by Third Reikage, he is going to worship Second Hokage. After all, his age and identity are placed here, and he is going to worship in order to perform junior etiquette, but he is Third Reikage. If he goes like this, that is to say, Cloud Shinobi is showing good to Konoha and wants to get rid of it quickly. Drop the war. Let's talk about it here. The Uchiha clan is divided into two factions, namely the pro-Konoha and the rebel faction. Min Konoha was led by Hari and Kagami, and the rebel group was the Uchiha ninja who performed Izanagi, and almost all died in the end. The official said Uchiha Kagami was 25 years old. If it is normal, then Uchiha Kagami should have died in this struggle in the original book *. Chapter 23, For the Condition of Peace, Do You Want 6 Ninjas? Third Reikage can be said to be a man, and also has the role of being the shadow of a village. And since he can do this, it means that he is really sincere to seek peace with Konoha this time. At the moment, most countries have entered a state of peaceful coexistence, and Konoha and Cloud Shinobi are the only ones left in the ninja world to discuss. Of course. If there was no such thing as the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, I am afraid that the ninja world would have entered a calm and peaceful period. After earnestly paying homage to Senju Tobirama, he returned to the Hokage office and began to discuss the matter with Shimura Danzo. Third Hokage, you are very clear about the purpose of my coming, and I came with a sincere heart this time. Third Reikage's thick voice sounded, full of sincerity. Obviously, he really wanted to end the war as soon as possible, otherwise he wouldn't be so low-pitched to Shimura Danzo. Whether it is Konoha or Yundian, this war has been greatly traumatized. The peace talks between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha are things that Second Reikage and Second Hokage have already decided. I also know how much damage Cloud Shinobi has caused Konoha, and we are very sorry for the death of Second Hokage. But the two rebels of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are dead, so I hope I can reconnect with Konoha. Besides, if Second Hokage is still alive, I certainly don't want the war to continue. So Cloud Shinobi will pay more to Konoha, and only hope that Konoha can make peace with Cloud Shinobi. A call from Third Reikage directly explained everything about this negotiation. But it can be completely seen that Cloud Shinobi really can't continue to consume Konoha, otherwise it will not be possible to restore its former strength for 20 years. In addition, Senju Tobirama's death was due to the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. They were wrong first, so Third Reikage wanted to make peace in such a low voice. Third Reikage, you can see that you long for peace. Shimura Danzo sighed quietly. I have to say that Third Reikage is far-sighted and knows what it means to be able to bend and stretch. No wonder that Cloud Shinobi Village was able to bring Cloud Shinobi Village to the peak of its prosperous age during his reign. The eyesight and courage are really amazing. Since Third Hokage is so sincere, if I refuse, I am afraid that the war will continue to burn, which is bad news for the ninjas and villagers of the two countries. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Shimura Danzo's black eyes stared at Third Reikage, the depth of which was as attractive as a black hole. This is my compensation from Cloud Shinobi. Please have a look at Third Hokage. As soon as Third Raikage's voice fell, the bronze-skinned woman next to her with a hot body handed Shimura Dance the document in her arms. Obviously they came prepared, so they have already made an agreement on compensation. Shimura Dance looked at the result file carefully, and found that the content in it was quite different from the conditions previously negotiated by Senju Tobirama and Second Raikage. Because Senju Tobirama was tortured to death by Cloud Shinobi's rebellion at the Cloud Shinobi Alliance ceremony, the previous conditions were completely unusable, so this time Cloud Shinobi made a treaty in favor of Konoha. After all, it was the Golden Horn and Silver Horn who killed Senju Tobirama. The two attacked the venue as Cloud Shinobi ninjas, and even killed Second Raikage. After a long time, Shimura Dance slowly closed the folder and nodded in satisfaction. Third Raikage, I hope you Cloud Shinobi can really do as stated in the treaty. Shimura Dance smiled faintly. But the invisible killing intent in the words caused the two Cloud Shinobi guards besides Third Raikage to tremble suddenly. This is natural. I have sincerely negotiated with Konoha. Naturally, I won't break my promise on this kind of thing. Third Raikage shook his head solemnly and said, if there are no problems, sign a peace agreement. Shimura Dance spread the document in his hand to the last page, and the agreement in front of Third Raikage also spread to the last page. The bottom right corner is blank, just two signatures from the shadow of a village. As long as a signature, then the First Ninja World War will be able to draw a perfect end. Wait. Hokage-sama, I still have something to ask for. Third Raikage said in a deep voice after struggling for a long time. Oh? Is there anything that Third Raikage asks for himself? Shimura Dance said in surprise. But he smiled coldly in his heart, here it is. The topic is coming. The main purpose of this negotiation is indeed to make peace between the two villages and end this first ninja war. But the second most important purpose of Third Raikage is the 6 ninjas, which are a big killer, a ninja that can make an ordinary person leapfrog in an instant. When we were cleaning the battlefield, we found that the Golden Horn and Silver Horn ninja had disappeared without a trace. And there are only Third Hokage and Second Hokage who have fought, so I want to ask if the ninja of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn is in the hands of Third Hokage. Of course, if Third Hokage speaks, as long as I can get it, I just want to ask Third Hokage to return the Golden Horn and Silver Horn to Cloud Shinobi. The words of Third Raikage made Shimura Dance's face a little indifferent, and he no longer smiled as before, as if he had changed. The ninja with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn is indeed in my hand, but well, I am not going to give it to Cloud Shinobi. So please give up Third Raikage. Shimura Dance's face was indifferent and the tone was flat. As soon as his words came out, Third Raikage couldn't sit still for a while, his face changed slightly, and his fists couldn't help clenching. It seems that just as he thought, the 6 ninjas might really not come back, unless... War. Chapter 24, The Retreat of Third Raikage, the End of the First Ninja War. Shimura Dance's decisive tone made Third Raikage and the 2 Cloud Shinobi ninjas next to him sink to the bottom. The other party did not hide it, but generously admitted that the 6 ninjas were in his hands, but he was determined not to give it to Cloud Shinobi. Obviously, Shimura Dance also knows how important the 6 ninjas are. Third Raikage, Golden Horn, and Silver Horn used these 6 ninjas to put Second Hokage to death. Now that you ask me to return it to Cloud Shinobi village, it's a bit ridiculous. As soon as the voice fell, Shimura Dance's momentum began to condense and directly confronted Third Raikage. Not only him, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri saw Shimura Dance's movements and began to condense their amazing aura. With 3 auras, the man didn't seem to have reached the shadow level completely, but the strength of the purple-haired woman next to him was unfathomable. Third Raikage found that he was a little afraid of the purple-haired woman. Shimura Dance's strength is at the shadow level. He has learned it on the battlefield. After all, he can come and go freely in the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi. It is absolutely impossible without the shadow level. This made Third Raikage's face become serious, his mood became extremely heavy, shock and more unbelievable flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Konoha's background to be so strong, and at the same time he couldn't help shed a trace of cold sweat. If he had been violent just now, I am afraid that even he would not be able to get out of Konoha. As expected, he is the one who can take Cloud Shinobi to the peak of the prosperous age. His temper does not match his appearance. Shimura Danzo could feel Third Reikage suppressing the anger in his heart, and at the same time sighing the depth of the opponent's castle. After all, this is the sixth ninja. If used properly, it is equivalent to an extra shadow-level powerhouse. How can they bear this temptation? Is there really no room for negotiation? Third Reikage still asked unwillingly. After all, the six ninjas were too powerful. If Konoha got it, it would be even more powerful. No, if Third Reikage wants to get the six ninjas back, see you on the battlefield. Konoha, stay with me to the end. Shimura Danzo's tone was firm and domineering, and he was not afraid to go to war with Cloud Shinobi. Because he knew very well that Cloud Shinobi at this time needed to recuperate, he categorically didn't dare to go to war with Konoha. But if you really want to fight, Shimura Danzo will not be afraid of him. After all, the Uchiha clan at this time has not expanded to the point where it will be decades later, and it is still at the discretion of the dispatch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. With so much combat power, Shimura Danzo will not have the slightest fear of Cloud Shinobi. Third Hokage misunderstood, the six ninjas belong to Konoha since then. Third Reikage's tone was a little unwilling, and the expressions of the two Cloud Shinobi ninjas behind him had become a little livid. But they know that they can't be arrogant at this time. If the two villages go to war, the loser will definitely be Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi can't afford it anymore. Then, Third Reikage, sign an agreement. The murderous intent on Shimura Danzo's face disappeared without a trace, and a kind smile appeared instantly. The transformation of this expression caused Third Reikage and the two Cloud Shinobi ninjas behind him to pull out the corners of their mouths several times, secretly slandering them. Rao knows Shimura Danzo's character. Uchiha Kagami's complexion can't help but some subtle changes at this time. If you change your face, you change your face. Is this Hokage? Love. Yuri Uchiha saw Shimura Danzo's expression change and a smile appeared in his heart. As expected, he was a competent Hokage. Senju Tobirama's choice was not wrong. Soon, in this sacred and solemn Naruto office, Third Reikage and Third Hokage signed a peace agreement. A seemingly permanent peace agreement, but how long it can last is unknown. However, in this agreement, Cloud Shinobi can be said to be exhausted, and even the Third Reikage indemnity is painful, and the geographical aspect is also the same. It can be said that the winner of the First Ninja World War was none other than the Land of Fire and Konoha. Konoha can rely on Cloud Shinobi's compensation to quickly restore the lost economy and reach a new peak. Then, the war is over, Third Reikage. Shimura Danzo slowly stood up and shook hands with Third Reikage. It was impossible to know what kind of conspiracy was hidden under the kind smile. Yes, the war is over. Third Reikage nodded, letting out a long sigh of relief. The two people shook hands and made peace, which represented the complete end of the First Ninja War. The whole ninja world has since entered an era of peaceful development. The Senju family, the yard where Mito lives in the whirlpool. Ling Shui, what do you think of Danzo? Uzumaki Mito took a sip of tea, and a smile in the spring breeze appeared on his face, so comfortable. Sometimes Uzumaki Ling Shui even thought that her aunt was the same age as her, and her face didn't look like an old man at all. Faced with Uzumaki Mito's sudden question, Uzumaki Ling Shui quickly answered. The people of Third Hokage are also pretty good. I was still wondering if Third Hokage would be a middle-aged uncle. I didn't expect to be so young. I still have a pretty good impression of him. Uzumaki Ling Shui thought for a while and said slowly. After all, after getting along for a while, she discovered that Shimura Danzo was a very gentle man, and she was first considered for many things, which made Uzumaki Ling Shui feel full of warmth in her heart. With her words, Uzumaki Mito was taken aback for a moment, her eyebrows stretched, and Yoshao slowly lowered the teacup in his hand. The smile on his face changed a little, and he did not continue to speak. Upon closer inspection, Uzumaki Mito smiled like an ant, and seemed very satisfied with Uzumaki Ling Shui's answer. If this is the case, Ling Shui and Danzo seem to be a good choice together. Of course, Uzumaki Mito didn't say it, just whispered in his heart. Thank you for the flowers, the author will work hard. Although I can't make it more, thank you all, but I will devote myself to this book wholeheartedly. I also want to make it more, but the author's brain is not enough. Very reluctant, so please forgive me. Chapter 25, Peace in the Ninja World. The news of Cloud Shinobi's peace talks with Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. But it didn't cause much disturbance, after all, this was already destined before. It's just that Cloud Shinobi's golden horns and silver horns disrupted the meeting, otherwise the Ninja World War would have ended a long time ago. The first Ninja War ended, and the era of peace came. Both ninjas and civilians can breathe a sigh of relief. Because of the war, both the 5 major countries and the small neighboring countries have suffered huge economic shocks. Now that the war is completely stopped, it means that some businesses that have been stopped because of the war can be carried out again. The trade between countries can also be exchanged, and the ninja does not need to be unable to accept the escort mission because of the war. The cessation of the Ninja World War is simply a dawn of hope for the merchants. The Konoha shinobi who were outside also got a rest and returned to Konoha village. A rare peace. Shimura Dan slowly handled official duties on the rooftop of the Hokage building, enjoying the warm spring breeze. Teacher! Teacher! The voice, as crisp as a yellow warbler, rang from the entrance of the roof, and saw a figure quickly rushing to Shimura Dan's side. What's wrong? Little girl. Shimura Dan saw that Tsunade was so anxious, and slowly put down the file in his hand. Can't I come to play with you if I have nothing to do? I haven't seen you for several days. Tsunade looked resentful, and his tone was filled with endless resentment, like a little resentful woman waiting for her husband to return. Oh, I was negligent. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. But there is no way. After all, the teacher, as Hokage, has to deal with a lot of documents personally. Shimura Dan's rubbed Tsunade's small head, then pulled out the chair beside him and let her sit next to him. It's so boring. Teacher, when will you teach my second grandpa's Flying Thunder God? Tsunade lied on the desk and fiddled with some scattered documents, muttering with a small mouth. Because she has liked Grandpa Second's Flying Thunder God technique since she was a child, she is so handsome to the point that she has been entangled in learning. But for some reasons, Senju Tobirama has been shitting away. Now Shimura Dan's, who has also learned Flying Thunder God technique, has become his teacher, and he must be willing to teach himself Flying Thunder God technique. So Tsunade came to Shimura Dan's after completing the training course arranged by Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but Flying Thunder God technique really needs space talent. Presumably, Mr. Tobirama once told you that people without spatial talents cannot practice Flying Thunder God technique. Shimura Dan said helplessly, covering his forehead. Tsunade's problem is not once or twice, everything is good, but Shimura Dan's obsession with Flying Thunder God is quite a headache. He tested it once that Tsunade's talent in space ninjutsu is equal to 0. It's almost impossible to learn, unless there is a system like Shimura Dan's. And Tsunade has an unusually high talent in medical ninjutsu, so the medical ninja is the most suitable for Tsunade. Okay then. For a moment, Tsunade grabbed the pillow in Shimura Dan's arms like a frustrated ball and fell asleep. There was a look of anger, which caused Shimura Dan's to show a soft smile. After getting acquainted with Tsunade, Shimura Dan's discovered that unruly and willful appearance was shown to outsiders, and now this little girl's character is Tsunade's nature. She would only act like this in front of people close to her, and if it were someone else, she would have used her fist to solve the problem a long time ago. Looking at Tsunade's small face, Shiu knows breathing evenly, Shimura Dance gently stretched out her hand to tidy up her messy hair. The tenderness in the eyes flows out like the essence of wanting to turn into water. It can be seen that Uzumaki Mito's training courses made Tsunade a little tired physically and mentally, but she still came to Shimura Dance. Flying Thunder God is nothing more than a Jai cow. Actually, he wants to meet Shimura Dance. After all, he hasn't seen anyone for several days. Little girl, since I became Hokage, then I can protect you from worry for a lifetime. Shimura Dance secretly said in his heart. Immediately after that, he picked up a blanket that had been prepared and put it on Tsunade's body, and then continued to pick up the dropped documents and read through. Ta ta ta. At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly sounded between the rooftops and corridors, which caused Shimura Dance's face to change slightly, and he hurriedly put down the documents in his hand. Call out. In an instant, Shimura Dance's figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor. The Konoha shinobi who came up was also shocked when he saw Shimura Dance suddenly appear, but he understood when he saw Tsunade lying fast asleep on the table. There was a touch of clarity and envy in his eyes, and he secretly said in his heart, Hokage-sama is really gentle. When she was stunned, Shimura Dance's voice rang softly. Let's go ahead and let this child rest for a while. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Hiruzen, why do you wear a green hat? Hokage-sama, Sarutobi-sama is already waiting for you in the office. When she said these words, Shimura Dance suddenly felt strange. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen come to find himself? Could it be that he discovered the rift between Lake Biwa and Mitokado Homura? For a while, Shimura Dance's expression changed slightly. If this is the case, it would be exciting. It is simply the biggest scandal since Konoha was founded. Then I retire first, there are still unprocessed documents in hand. Well, go ahead. Shimura Dance nodded slightly, indicating that the other party could leave. Tisk tusk, what expression should I use to face Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shimura Dance looked at the Hokage office in front of him and did not move on. Instead, he stopped to think. If I didn't know about Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa, I would be able to face it calmly, but now it's different. He wants to laugh as soon as he sees Sarutobi Hiruzen, although he has been professionally trained, unless he can't help it. Hey! Hey! Calm down, maybe Sarutobi is here to find my fault. Shimura Dance shook his head and murmured after throwing out the messy thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to find himself so rashly, there must be something important, otherwise it would not be so simple to come directly to the Hokage office. After taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions, Shimura Dance slowly pushed open the door of Hokage's office. And the next scene made him a little dumbfounded. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing a green hat on his head, sitting on the sofa playing with greenscape. And the green of the potted flower matches the hat. Shimura Dance's mouth twitched a few times after seeing this scene, and some couldn't believe what was in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Shimura Dance saw something wrong in his eyes, so he asked curiously. Danzo? Is there anything wrong with me? Why do you feel a little weird in your eyes? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a puzzled face. It seemed that I had washed my face when I went out, right? Didn't I wash it thoroughly? No, your hat looks pretty. Shimura Dance took a deep breath and calmly calmed down the stormy waves in his heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Really? I think it's pretty good looking. It fits the first generation wood style. I have to keep it away. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled proudly when Shimura Dance praised his green hat, then took off his hat and continued. Danzo, would you like to lend it to you for a few days? It's quite comfortable. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Dance, who had just picked up the teacup and drank water, suddenly coughed. Cough, cough, cough. No. No. No, this hat fits your temperament, you should keep it for yourself. Shimura Danzo wiped the water from his mouth and smiled reluctantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words startled him. It was like the tailed beast bomb of 10 tails exploding in his heart. It seems that this guy hasn't realized that there is a green grassland on his head. To be honest, Shimura Danzo really wanted to laugh out loud at this moment, but he forced it to hold back. Because he has received professional training, he will not laugh no matter what. It really fits my temperament. The white-haired child has a pretty good vision. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled after tinkering with his green hat. Indeed, it fits your temperament very much. I strongly agree with this. Shimura Danzo hurriedly agreed. But at this time, he was already laughing in his heart, and he couldn't control it at all. Close to the subject, Sarutobi. It must be something important to let you come to me in person. The smile on Shimura Danzo's face suddenly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a seriousness, with a strong aura. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen also put away his green hat, and his figure became straight. Let's play around, don't make jokes about official business, there must be something important about Sarutobi Hiruzen's visit this time. Well, you guessed it well. The listener said, you refused to return the 6 ninjas to Cloud Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a subtle tone and cautiously. The words he said made Shimura Danzo's eyes narrow, and his heart began to sneer. I said how come to visit me all of a sudden, because it turned out that I had put my idea on the 6 ninjas. But the superficial work still needs to be enough, and his complexion is still not shocked. How plain the lake is. Well, it's the 6 ninjas after all. If we return it to Cloud Shinobi Village in this way, I am afraid it will be a great threat to us. Shimura Danzo replied solemnly. Great. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed in his heart, pretending to have a tangled look on his face. Danzo, can I study the 6 ninjas? I want to know what the secrets are. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of it. No one besides me will have access to the 6 ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. The words all revealed one meaning, all this is for Konoha. Good guy, I'm afraid I have borrowed it and will not pay it back. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's awe-inspiring look and sneered in his heart, admiring the guy's acting skills. And Shimura Danzo can be sure that if Sarutobi Hiruzen is allowed to figure out how to use the gourd, he might really do it on himself. Because he knows very well how fascinated Sarutobi Hiruzen is for power, as long as it is intensified to a certain degree, no matter what the price is. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Danzo, you will regret it. Sarutobi, I am Hokage. Sarutobi, I really want to give you 6 ninjas to study, but there are too many mysteries in this, and it is something passed down from Sage of 6 Paths. So it's better for me to study it myself. In case you get hurt, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly and said. This tone is all for you, making Sarutobi Hiruzen's face a little gloomy, and the fists in his hands can't help clenching. He did not expect that Shimura Danzo hadn't agreed, and he still had a good face and tone for himself. But fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's castle is deep enough, there is no direct manifestation, but there are some subtle changes. But you can rest assured, Sarutobi, if I work out the secrets of the 6 ninjas, I will definitely inform you the first time. Shimura Danzo stepped forward and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and smiled. Who makes us good brothers, don't you think so? After saying this, Shimura Danzo continued to drink tea with a smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely annoyed in his leisurely and relaxed look. Danzo, you will regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shimura Danzo a cold look, then took up the green hat and walked directly outside the door. At this moment, he could no longer conceal the anger in his heart, and left directly before the anger broke out. Sarutobi, I am Naruto. Shimura-dan's voice instantly became cold, and there was a hint of warning in his words. Obviously, he is telling Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is in charge of Konoha now and who is the third Hokage of Konoha village. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Shimura-dan's words, his figure was startled, and his face became extremely ugly. Click it. The fists couldn't help clenching, and the sound of bone taunting suddenly sounded slowly. Immediately afterwards, he left the Hokage office building at the fastest speed and walked directly to the Sarutobi clan. Ha 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 ha, Sarutobi, you really laughed at me. Shimura-dan's laughed as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the Naruto office is not as strong as usual, so the ninja working downstairs cannot hear Shimura-dan's faster laugh. But I really seem to have forgotten that he didn't mention the 6 ninjas. Shimura-dan's laughed and vented his mood, calmed down and thought. Since becoming Naruto, I haven't checked the 6 ninjas brought back on the battlefield. System, release the 6 ninjas. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Shimura-dan's whispered in his heart. The backpack function of the system is really convenient and saves Shimura-dan's a lot of trouble. Otherwise, the body of Senju Tobirama would have to be captured, and he would have to hold 6 ninjas, which is not realistic at all, unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Therefore, the backpack function of the system makes him a lot better. The golden rope, the 7-star sword, the red gourd, the banana fan, the amber bottle. Among them, the 3 ninjas, the golden rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd, are used together, and none of them are indispensable. The most powerful thing is the banana fan, which can ignore the chakra nature and release 5 kinds of attacks with major changes in the chakra attributes at one time. The power can be comparable to the released A-level escape technique, and even more powerful. The only drawback is that the amount of chakra consumed is too large. If it is not for Jinchuriki or the Vortex tribe, it is impossible to use it multiple times. After all, not everyone has chakra as vast as a river, so the conditions are extremely harsh. The golden horn and silver horn can be used easily because they have the chakra of 9 tails in their bodies, and they also have the vast chakra of 9 tails, so they can use them. This banana fan seems a bit interesting. Shimura-dan's did not pick up the banana fan in his hand and murmured with interest. Call. I saw Shimura-dan's slight wave, and an attack mixed with 5 chakra attributes of fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth suddenly formed. Boom! This attack suddenly shattered the Hokage office door and surrounding walls, and the Hokage building became a little trembling at this moment. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What's the situation? Someone dared to attack the Naruto building. For a while, the people in the Naruto building became panicked when they heard this terrifying explosion. Shimura-dan subconsciously took all the 6 ninjas except the banana fan into the system space. Master Naruto! Master Naruto! Hokage-sama, what happened? Shoo! Kang! Wow! In an instant, the glass of the Naruto office was smashed in an instant, and dozens of Anbu ninjas patrolling around entered the Naruto office directly. When they saw the scene in front of them, the complexion under the mask changed a little, and they looked at the scene in disbelief. Then after they looked at the ninja in Shimura-dan's hand, they suddenly realized. It turns out that Naruto-sama is testing the power of the ninja. Wait, that's not right. Why does he use his office to test the power of the ninja? For a while, many Anbus became a little messy, and they couldn't understand this third Hokage's thoughts at all. Sorry, I tried Genin's power a little bit, but I didn't want it to be so powerful. Shimura-dan's looked at the scene in front of him with a bitter smile. He never thought that the power of this banana fan would be so powerful, and it reached this point with just a swipe. This thing is quite suitable for Tsunade, I think she will like it very much. Anyway, I haven't given her a gift yet. Give her the banana fan as a gift. Shimura-dan smiled lightly in her heart. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knows Shimura-dan's inner thoughts, I am afraid it will be really furious. Shimura-dan's 6 ninjas of begging for life and death were given to a little girl so simply. What about the brothers of life and death? And Tsunade, who was sleeping on the rooftop, was also awakened by the shock. Looking around at a loss, she found that she was alone on the rooftop, and Shimura-dan's had long since disappeared. Teacher? Teacher? Where are you? Tsunade shouted as he walked to the top of the stairs. Chapter 28, The Hyuga Clan's Goodwill, Twins Are Born. Konoha is a bit noisy today, and the streets are filled with some festive atmosphere. What happened? It's so lively. Shimura-dan's put down the file in his hand and looked at the crowd in the distance curiously. After all, this lively situation is really rare among Konoha. Oh. I was negligent. Master Naruto, today the Hyuga clan gave birth to twins. This is an invitation from the Hyuga clan. I hope you can go to the Hyuga clan to congratulate yourself. The female ninja who was collating files for Shimura-dan's suddenly panicked, and then hurriedly handed Shimura-dan's the invitation that was placed aside. It's okay. You have been busy with me all morning. Let's go to rest first. I'll go to the Hyuga clan to see. Shimura-dan's accepted the invitation with a gentle smile, and didn't blame the other party. Many thanks. Then Naruto-sama, I will take these documents back to organize them first, and then sign them when you come back from the banquet. A gratifying smile appeared on the female ninja's face. She picked up the papers on the desk and bowed to Shimura-dan's and then left the Hokage office. Has the 2 brothers of the Hyuga family been born? Shimura-dan's whispered while Geu lay looking at the ceiling. Without this little secretary's prompt, he might really not know that Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi would be born today. He has some knowledge of these 2 people, after all, they are the fathers of Hinata and Niji in the future. Oh, it's rare to be free for a while, so let's go to the Hyuga clan. After all, the invitations are all here. If you don't go, I'm afraid it will be really embarrassing. If the ordinary Hyuga clan were born, then Shimura-dan's would not be eligible to go to the Hyuga clan. The identities of the 2 are somewhat different. They are the sons of the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan, which means that one of them is destined to take over the branch house, with a caged bird mark on their foreheads. Shimura-dan sneered and even mocked the branch house system of the Hyuga clan. Because of the existence of this system, the Hyuga clan has produced a god-level genius for so many years, a person who can stand alongside Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. And that person is the peak powerhouse of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenin. For this person, Shimura-dan's went to investigate some information, and the system also told Shimura-dan's a lot of information about Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Tenin can be said to be the most glorious Hyuga tribe in 1,000 years, possessing the 1,000-pupil Byakugan above Byakugan, a realm that all Hyuga tribes have never reached. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Because he crossed a little late, he had never seen the true face of this Hyuga Tenin, only heard of his deeds. The first raikage of the year can be said to be full of spirits, but it was defeated by Hyuga Tenin. Even the ninjutsu that their Yayu clan is proud of has been easily cracked by Hyuga Tenin's 8 trigrams palms and gentle fist. And that battle let first raikage deeply understand that Hyuga Tenin's Byakugan is different from ordinary Hyuga people, and Hyuga Tenin Tung also gave an explanation. His Byakugan is called 1000 Hitomi Byakugan, which is stronger than ordinary Byakugan, just like Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Since then, first raikage has collapsed and died in depression. And Hyuga Tenin has also passed away one after another. But Shimura-dan's knows this person's sturdiness. Uchiha Madara can personally ask if he wants to initiate a coup d'état to seize power. From this point, we can see how powerful Hyuga Tenin is. It is a pity that after the death of Hyuga Tenin, the Hyuga clan tended to faintly decline. The reason is that this unfair clan and branch house inheritance system, Byakugan's true inheritance ability has been greatly hindered. Thinking of this, Shimura-dan's reluctantly shook his head and sighed. Because he couldn't change the concept of the Hyuga clan. After all, the branch house system of this clan has been passed down for thousands of years, and it cannot be changed overnight. After putting away these messy thoughts, Shimura-dan's left the Hokage office directly to the family land of the Hyuga clan. The streets are still quite lively. As expected of Konoha's third clan, it is still quite influential. Shimura-dan's looked at this scene in front of him with a gratified smile on his face. From this point, it can be seen that Konoha has not declined under his governance, but has restored the wounds caused by the Ninja World War. The next thing to do is to strengthen Konoha and make Konoha's overall strength to the next level. After all, Shimura-dan's himself wasn't sure when the second ninja war would come. It would be better to plan early. Master Naruto is here. Quick! Give way to Master Naruto. Suddenly a Konoha civilian noticed Shimura-dan's arrival and shouted. At this time, the crowds that had been rioted and crowded became orderly, and one after another gave way to Shimura-dan's. And this scene also made Shimura-dan's dumbfounded, only a helpless smile. Don't worry about me, I'm just here to attend the banquet of the Hyuga clan. Have fun, everyone. Shimura-dan smiled helplessly. He really didn't want to be so conspicuous, after all, it made him feel a bit domineering. Has Lord Naruto come? I have been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the gate, his eyes were white, and his body was filled with a steady aura, and this is also the ability of talents who have been in the top for a long time. This person is the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan. It's disturbing, I'm sorry, Patriarch Hyuga came out to meet him personally. This is a gift for Takako. Shimura-dan's nodded, and then took out the gift that had been prepared. The Hyuga clan seemed to be showing good to themselves, otherwise they would not invite themselves, and the clan chief would not come out to greet him personally. Ha ha ha, Hokage-sama is able to come to me. The Hyuga clan is already brilliant. That's a nuisance. Please come in quickly. Patriarch Hyuga's tone was humble and respectful. Obviously, he did not despise the young Hokage in front of him because of Shimura-dan's sh, but treated him as a superior. This made Shimura-dan's nodded inwardly, and he was completely certain that the Hyuga clan was friendly towards him. If this is the case, there will be less trouble and more help, and his position in Hokage will become more and more stable. In this case, it would be much simpler to deal with the problems of the Uchiha clan in the future. Then, surrounded by the Hyuga chief and the elders of their family, Shimura-dan stepped into the gate of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 29, Accept the Disciple Orochimaru, Study the Six Ninjas. The Hyuga clan's good behavior towards third Hokage has caused many Konoha families to show their favor. At first they were still a little vacillating. They didn't know much about this third Hokage, for fear of standing on the wrong team. But now it's different. Behind Shimura-dan's are Konoha's two big family supporters. Senju stood firmly behind Shimura-dan's to support, and now Hyuga also supports third Hokage, they naturally have no hesitation. After all, with the support of two major families, the position of third Hokage is completely stabilized. Of course, all of this was obviously beyond Shimura-dan's expectations. Originally, he planned to start with the Uchiha clan first, and through contact with Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri, who would have thought that the Hyuga clan would come out like this. His position in Naruto seems to be too smooth, and there is basically no one to stop him. But Shimura-dan's heart was really clear, because his Hokage was appointed by Senju Tobirama himself, and there were so many people present, so no one dared to question his Hokage's qualifications. The main reason is that Shimura-dan's was not afraid of life and death, and dared to kill again from the Chaos Army to carry Senju Tobirama's body back. This alone is the main reason why Shimura-dan's is firmly seated in third Hokage. After all, Senju Tobirama had a high prestige in Konoha during his lifetime, and many people respected this Hokage, so there would not be too many doubts about his decision. It can be said that the situation is very good. Unless Shimura Danzo has a brain convulsion, Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolutely no hope of coming back. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard these news, he was completely stunned, and then locked himself in the house, and did not go out for several days. No one knew what was going on inside, only some angry roars and the crisp sound of broken porcelain could be heard. Of course Shimura Danzo is aware of these circumstances. After all, his Anbu has been paying attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's whereabouts. Is incompetence furious? Oh, what a pity, I am Naruto, Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo murmured with a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. This Naruto battle can be said to be completely over, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has no hope of a comeback. Unless he can kill Shimura Danzo, the realization of this idea may be more difficult than reaching the sky. Get angry, Sarutobi, you're still more angry still behind. Shimura Danzo looked at the land of the Sarutobi clan in the distance, with an extremely strange smile on his face. He really looked like anxiously seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen know what his expression would be after he was wearing a green cap. After all, this is the greatest shame of a man. Will he commit suicide after being hit? However, based on his knowledge of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this guy has a strong heart and is estimated to be alive until he sits in the position of Hokage. Click. While Shimura Danzo was thinking about these things, the door of the office was suddenly opened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. A thin figure walked in. When Shimura Danzo saw the person in front of him, he was sitting upright, and a surprised child flashed in his eyes, looking at the sudden child in front of him. Afterwards, a clear smile soon appeared on his face. How is it? Little guy, are you thinking about it? The child with purple hair and black eyes is the Orochimaru whom I said before. After that meeting, Shimura Danzo never met Orochimaru again. It had been a long time. I'm thinking about it, Hokage-sama. I want to be your student, I want to be stronger. Orochimaru's eyes were firm and his tone was full of firmness. Obviously, he has experienced something during this period of time, otherwise he would not just come to the door like this. But as for what Shimura Danzo experienced, it is not known, but it is not important. After all, the apprentice Orochimaru is profitable to him without any harm. And he also believes that he can educate Orochimaru well and will never follow the old path of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book. Yes, little guy, I'm glad you have this kind of awareness. Shimura Danzo walked up to Orochimaru in a serious voice and looked down at Orochimaru in front of him, with satisfaction in his eyes. But my heart is full of joy. Orochimaru became his apprentice, which means that Konoha-sunen and Sarutobi Hiruzen will never have any relationship in the future. And the 6 ninjas in his hands are also useful. Orochimaru's wisdom and talent are naturally undoubted. It can be said that he is the smartest person in the ninja world, otherwise he would not have mastered the core technology. Then Orochimaru, you will be my Shimura Danzo student from now on. Shimura Danzo said solemnly. And Orochimaru also gave a great gift to Shimura Danzo, a teacher-student etiquette. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement, because he knew that not everyone could become a disciple of Hokage. And he is also determined to become a real powerhouse, a powerhouse comparable to the shadow level, so that he can survive in this ninja world. The last words of his parents and death made Orochimaru deeply aware of the importance of strength. If you want to improve your strength and maximize your talents, you need a mentor. For Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo is the best teacher. No one in Konoha can be more suitable than him. Orochimaru, the things I want to teach you are profound, and you can't reveal these to anyone except me. The learning process will be very hard. If you quit now, there is still time. Shimura Danzo stared at Orochimaru in front of him with a serious face, and said in a heavy tone. This made Orochimaru's look suddenly stunned, and his body tightened involuntarily. He didn't expect that the teacher would take him so seriously, and he would teach him something very profound, even if no one else knows it. I'm not afraid of hard work, teacher. In order to become stronger, I am willing to face anything, Orochimaru said with a solemn expression on his face. From this point, we can see how persistent Orochimaru is to becoming stronger. It is good. Since you are prepared for this, then I can rest assured. Shimura Dance held back the smile in his heart and said solemnly. Orochimaru could never imagine that he would let him study the 6 ninjas and develop fakes of the 6 ninjas. If it is someone else, Shimura Dance may not expect it, but the person in front of him is Orochimaru, so he thinks that the other party can succeed. And if he devotes himself to the study of the 6 ninjas, Orochimaru would not have the mind to study immortality. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, that is, there is less time to practice ninjutsu to improve your strength. Thinking of this, Shimura Dance wanted to boast that he was a little clever ghost. How could he be so smart? Asterisk. Chapter 30, Uzumaki Mito's Abnormality, Going on a Blind Date? The Senju family, Uzumaki Mito lives in the courtyard. Danzo, you thought you showed me this old lady, and haven't seen it for so long. Uzumaki Mito still said slowly while drinking his own tea. Although these words were full of anger and blame, there was no reproach at all in this tone, but it was like ridicule. This. Mito-sama, there are so many things in the village that make me unable to get away. No, I will come to Senju for tea whenever I have time. Shimura Dance didn't change his face and his heart didn't beat, and a helpless wry smile appeared on his face, making him the weaker side. Of the Tobirama's students, you are more interested. Even if you become Hokage, you don't have power to bully people. The others have never been to the Senju clan since Tobirama's death, as if they wanted to quickly clear their relationship with Senju. Uzumaki Mito's eyes looked like a cold pond, his tone was faint, and his eyebrows frowned. Although Mito is very old, but because of the 100 healings mark, his appearance has remained around 30 years old. Whether it is temperament or appearance, it is all stubbornly stubborn, and it is simply exercising one's concentration. Shimura Dance hurriedly distracted his eyes from the teacup. Because he found that he didn't have much immunity to Uzumaki Mito, and was sometimes attracted by the elegance and cleanliness of the other party. But this is also normal, the charm of Uzumaki Mito has not been fully revealed, otherwise Shimura Dance may really be overwhelmed. Maybe they have something important to be busy, and there is nothing free. Shimura Dance could only helplessly perfuse. After all, this issue of Uzumaki Mito is really offensive, even if other people are not present, Shimura Dance will not say this behind others. Busy? No matter how busy you are, can you, Hokage, be busy? I know what they are thinking. Uzumaki Mito still has a flat tone, but a hint of resentment can be heard. But she also understands the principle of people taking the tea to cool. If it weren't for the 3rd Hokage of Shimura Dance, who had been helping the Senju clan, she might have something wrong. And this is what Uzumaki Mito is fortunate for. She is fortunate that Senju Tobirama passed the position of Naruto to Shimura Dance before dying, and not others. If someone else takes over the position of Hokage, I am afraid that the Senju clan will really be severely suppressed, not what it is now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After all, the reputation of the Senju family in Konoha is too high. No matter who takes over the position of Hokage, the Senju family will not be allowed to dominate. Fortunately, Shimura Dance did not do this. He chose to get close to the Senju family and help the Senju family. The most correct decision in Senju Tobirama's life was to pass the position of Naruto to Shimura Dance, at least Uzumaki Mito thought so. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's gaze towards Shimura Dance became softer, full of tenderness, as if it was about to overflow like water. FK, what the hell is this? Shimura Dance's eyes dodged, and he did not dare to look at Uzumaki Mito at all. Why is Uzumaki Mito's eyes so gentle when he looks at him suddenly, so the direction of the plot suddenly becomes crazy? Shimura Dance is really a little panicked, because if Uzumaki Mito really launches an offensive, he is not sure if he can really be Yanagina. However, if you take a closer look at Uzumaki Mito, he seems to be pretty, not even Tsunade. Mature and fit, with a clean forehead, a beautiful nose, a pair of apricot eyes gleaming, and a soft look with a little bit of pampering. As for the figure, there is no need to say more, refer to the future Tsunade and reduce it a little bit. It can be said that this is too lethal for Shimura Danzo, who is 2 lives. If it is a woman of the same age, he would definitely parry it casually, but for a mature woman like Uzumaki Mito, it is somewhat difficult to control. But it is a pity that he has a virgin complex. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo's originally chaotic heart suddenly became extremely calm. Danzo? What's the matter with you? Is it uncomfortable? How do you feel that you are in a weird state today? Uzumaki Mito pursed his eyebrows slightly, put down the teacup in his hand and asked with a caring expression on his face. No, I just remembered something suddenly, I bother Mito-sama caring. Shimura Danzo shook his head and smiled. But this smile does look far-fetched, even a child can see it. Uzumaki Mito didn't click it either, just smiled. Danzo, you are about the same age, haven't you considered getting married and having children? Puff. When Shimura Danzo heard these words, the tea he had just drunk was sprayed out instantly, but fortunately, he didn't spray Mito, otherwise he would be embarrassed. Why did Mito-sama suddenly ask such a question? Shimura Danzo was embarrassed and wiped off the stains on his clothes, with a bright smile on his face. After all, Uzumaki Mito is a bit shocking, making him unable to react at all. You're not young anymore, don't people who are almost 25 think about their lifelong events? Uzumaki Mito is small and mysterious, but there is a little ambiguous expression in his eyes. This made Shimura Danzo a little embarrassed immediately, and then hurriedly said, Master Mito, I'm not going to talk about this. I just became Hokage not long ago, so I want Ishin to put it on the construction of the village. I'll talk about these things later, I'll talk about them later. Shimura Danzo quickly turned away. This scene is too familiar, just like my own mother in the previous life forced herself to go on a blind date. I'll talk about it later. I'll tell you directly. What do you think of Ling Shui? If I can, I will try to match the two of you. Uzumaki Mito gave Shimura Danzo a full look, and then said straightforwardly. Hey? Ling Shui. For a while, Shimura Danzo was a little surprised. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to hit the whirlpool Ling Shui's body, this, *. Chapter 31, Unintentional Gentleness Made Uzumaki Ling Shui Fall? I have to say that what Uzumaki Mito said really surprised Shimura Danzo. Yes, the child of Ling Shui has water lotus, and his appearance is even more beautiful than when I was young. He has a good personality, and has no small temper. She is the eldest lady of the Uzumaki clan, and she is more than enough to match you, Hokage. Uzumaki Mito carefully analyzed the advantages of Uzumaki Ling Shui to Shimura Danzo, for fear that he did not know the general. Master Mito, shall we not talk about this? And I'm Konoha's 3rd Hokage now, so I don't have time to take care of these things. Shimura Danzo refused with a helpless smile. Although the relationship between myself and Uzumaki Ling Shui is quite good, but it is not yet developed to the point of talking about marriage, at best, it is a good impression. Coupled with Uzumaki Mito's sudden questioning, his thoughts became a little messy for a while. After all, he is now wondering how to pull Konoha's economy up, so he has time to deal with it. Shimura Danzo's answer made Uzumaki Mito's face suddenly darkened and became a little gloomy. What does it mean not to talk about this? Or you don't think our family Ling Shui is worthy of your 3rd Hokage? Uzumaki Mito's voice has a strange tone of yin and yang, biting the words 3rd Hokage to death, and the tone is quite heavy. It can be seen that Mito is very dissatisfied with Shimura Danzo's answer, otherwise he would not show such an expression. Master Mito, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. I mean, I really don't have time to care about these now, so I can't give Ling Shui the happiness he wants. Shimura Danz hurriedly said after seeing Mito's anger. If the explanation is not clear, God knows what Uzumaki Mito will do next. So you still have ideas for Ling Shui in your heart? Hearing Shimura Danz's answer, Uzumaki Mito's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, Shimura Danz also had a secret in his heart, realizing that he had entered Uzumaki Mito's trap. I have a good impression, but it's not as good as getting married directly. Faced with this scene and Uzumaki Mito's forced questioning, Shimura Danz had no choice but to admit that he really liked Uzumaki Ling Shui in his heart. After all, such a beautiful girl, with a well-behaved personality, knows how to care for people. Who does not love such a treasure girl? Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. But now Shimura Danz doesn't have the intention to talk about emotions. If you talk to him about Konoha's development, Shimura Danz will definitely chat with you for a few days enthusiastically. It's okay if you have a good impression. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Whirlpool Mito nodded in satisfaction after hearing Shimura Danz's answer, with an ant-like smile on his face. Obviously, she is very satisfied with Shimura Danz's answer, which has already met her expectations. Okay, you busy man, go back to deal with the files, and the province will say that I am delaying your office. After getting Shimura Danz's answer, Uzumaki Mito immediately issued an eviction order, which also made Shimura Danz unable to react for a while. But after saying goodbye with a wry smile, he got up and walked towards the gate of the Senju clan. At this moment, there was a flickering figure behind the house. Shimura Danz glanced over there from the corner of his eyes. And his face was full of helplessness. He had already discovered where Uzumaki Ling Shui was eavesdropping, but he didn't break it. After all, if I tapped Uzumaki Ling Shui just now, I am afraid the scene will really become very embarrassing. Forget it, let's take one step at a time, who knows what will happen in the future. Shimura Danz whispered in his heart. He has never had this idea after traveling to the Naruto world for so long. Now that Uzumaki Mito said so, his dusty heart throbbed at this moment. And just as Shimura Danz left the Senju clan just before Shimura Danz's front foot, Uzumaki Ling Shui behind the house also slowly walked out of it. I saw a shy blush on her jade-like little Ching Cheng face. Although it was very light, it was not difficult to see that she had caused this because of Shimura Danz just now. Ling Shui, Auntie has done her best. If you really like him, you have to pursue it yourself. Uzumaki Mito continued to sip his tea slowly, but his tone was a bit of wit and subtlety. Thank you, Auntie, I think I know what to do. Whirlpool Ling Shui nodded and said. At first, she was very angry when she heard Shimura Danz's rejection like this, and wanted to come out and grab Shimura Danz by the collar and loudly question the other party whether she didn't like her. Ugly? She's not ugly, right now. The entire Uzumaki clan and even the entire ninja world may not find a second girl who is more beautiful than her. Moreover, he has a gentle personality and is gentle with others, without leaving a bad impression on Shimura Danz. So she really couldn't understand why Shimura Danz declined so. Until later, Aunt Mito gave a small plan to let Shimura Danz express her own evaluation in her heart. When Shimura Danz said he had a good impression on him, the anger that was about to explode disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by that shy blush, Zyujiabiu's look that people couldn't help but feel pampered. Shimura Danz is not only handsome, but also Hokage. The most important thing is to be gentle with others, especially when you get along with yourself. You are so gentle, you can't leave him halfway. Who doesn't love such a man? Moreover, Uzumaki Ling Shui discovered that during that period of time with Shimura Danz, his heart was quietly captured by the other party, or it was a self-guided strategy. It may be that Shimura Danz's unintentional gentle offensive made Uzumaki Ling Shui sink into it. Of course, Shimura Danz himself is not clear about this. After all, in his eyes, he owes Uzumaki Ling Shui 2 adults, so it is normal to be nice to her. It's just that the relationship between the two has gotten better. It's good if you understand, if you like it then you have to hold it firmly. After all, there is a woman beside Danzo whose looks and identity are not inferior to you. You have to be careful. Uzumaki Mito nodded in relief. Who? Suddenly, Uzumaki Ling Shui became extremely sensitive, like a frightened little female cat. Uchiha's Hairi, the younger sister of Uchiha's current patriarch. Would you like to write a third Hokage canonization ceremony? The big guy in the comment area reminded me, because Senju Tobirama died before, so I didn't dare to write the succession ceremony for fear of being sprayed by the big guy's asterisk. Chapter 32 Chapter, Please resign from the assistant, recommend a new assistant. Shimura Den's returned to his Hokage office, lying on the sofa thinking, occasionally turning over and occasionally getting up. Am I being disturbed? Shimura Den's gave a bitter smile of helplessness. He found that his heart suddenly became a little messy, and he couldn't calm down and think about things at all. After returning from the Senju clan, he found that he was a little restless, and the pure and lovely image of Uzumaki Ling Shui would always appear in his mind. This time shaking his head didn't make much difference either, these things lingered in his mind. Boom boom boom. Just as Shimura Den's was thinking about it, the door of the office suddenly knocked. Shimura Den's hurriedly got up and straightened his figure and returned to the office chair, taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions. Please come in. Click. Chizuru opened the door and appeared in front of Shimura Den's. Chizuru Xin is Shimura Den's Naruto assistant. Kyunzuru, why are you here? Are there any documents that have not been processed? Shimura Den said with some confusion when he saw Kyun Hexen's appearance. I obviously gave the other party a vacation today, why did she come to the Hokage office? There was a hint of hesitation on Kyun Hexen's face, but he became firm again in an instant. Master Naruto, I'm here to ask you to resign. There was a hint of panic in Kyun-hee's tone, but more decidedly. It can be seen that she really made a lot of determination for this decision, otherwise she would not come to Shimura Den's at this time. Please resign? Kyunzuru, is there something wrong with me? You can safely point it out, and I will review myself. Shimura Den's was surprised when he heard Kyun Hexen's resignation, and then quickly realized the problem was attributed to him. After all, there were subordinates who would resign for no reason. Obviously, there was a reason. No, it's not Hokage-sama's problem. Naruto-sama, you are really gentle and treat me very well. It's just that the job of Naruto assistant is too heavy, and sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy. So I want to ask Master Naruto to resign from the position of Naruto assistant. If this continues, I feel that I am about to have a problem. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Kyun-hee shook her head in a hurry, and then explained the reason for her resignation. This is really her voice. Because from the moment she became a Naruto assistant, she never had any freedom. Tomorrow I have to face these mountain-like documents, and after processing it, I find that it's dark again, and I don't have any time for myself at all. Is that so? I was negligent. I apologize to you. Shimura Den's tone was full of apologies. No, you don't have to apologize, Master Naruto, it's me who should apologize. After seeing Shimura Den's apologize, Kyun Hexen waved his hand in a hurry. If you are tired, take a rest. After all, I am not a squeezer. Shimura Den smiled faintly, this smile is very relaxed, full of gentleness, so that there is not much guilt in Kyunzuru's heart. But you have been a Naruto assistant for so long, so you have to recommend someone to take your place. Otherwise, I would really have a headache facing these files alone. Shimura Den's added immediately. There are so many files that Naruto has to process. Even if they are assigned to some other ninjas, there are still a lot of them that need to be viewed by Naruto in person. Therefore, Shimura Danzo must ask him to find a new assistant for him before Chizuru's heart leaves. A new assistant. After getting Shimura Danzo's consent, Kyunzuruxan was very happy in her heart, but began to think again. To know that the position of Naruto assistant is very important, it must be a person who can believe it, and it must have sufficient abilities. At this time, a purple shadow suddenly appeared in Kyunhee's mind. This person has been with Naruto-sama during the previous peace talks. Although he is from the Uchiha clan, Naruto-sama seems to trust her very much. And Chizushin himself had secretly observed the purple-haired woman, and found that the other party was very calm, whether it was facing Third Raikage's momentum or Naruto-sama's momentum, she could remain calm. From this point, Kyunhexen thought that the other party was enough to serve as the assistant of Naruto. Hokage-sama, what do you think of the purple-haired Uchiha who followed you during the previous peace talks? Kyunhexen asked cautiously. The reason she would recommend the Uchiha clan is because the Uchiha clan is not as sensitive as the status in the village decades later. At this time, the Uchiha people can still get along, but their personality is too arrogant, so not many people are willing to be friends with them. You mean Uchiha Chiri? Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly lit up, and Uchiha Yuri's face like an angel bathed in the spring breeze suddenly appeared in his mind. Yes, I think she is very suitable to be the new Naruto assistant. As for the future, it depends on what you think about Naruto-sama. Kyunzuru looked at this look of Shimura Danzo, and there was a secret in his heart. From this point, it can be seen that the relationship between these two people is obviously quite good. If nothing else, the new Naruto assistant is the Uchiha ruler. I understand what you mean, you go down first, I will consider it carefully. Shimura Danzo calmed his heart and nodded. Then I will go first, Hokage-sama, take your time to consider it. Kyunhexen left Hokage's office with a comfortable smile on his face. After all, from now on, I don't have to face those files anymore, and I don't have to get up and be greedy for the dark, and be able to play with my friends. This is called life. For a time, Kyunhexen felt that Hokage-sama was so pitiful, and had to face this mountain of documents every day. Is Uchiha Chiri serving as Naruto Chiri? Maybe this is a good choice. Shimura Danzo looked at the direction of the Uchiha clan and muttered. Because of this, he would be able to learn more about the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo is a little grateful to Chizuru. If the other party doesn't say so, he really has no excuse to go to Uchiha Yuri. *. Chapter 33, Danzo, how about you marry my sister? Shimura Danzo resolutely decided to recruit Uchiha after 2 days of deliberation and the torture of piles of documents. It's no wonder that Kyunhexen will resign. These documents are really a headache to deal with, and there is no one to help Shimura Danzo organize the order. It really made Shimura Danzo a little weak. Even if it is handled by Shadow Clone, the final fatigue will return to the body, and the torture will be even greater. But how should I speak? Shimura Danzo was at a loss. He didn't know how to tell Uchiha Yuri about this matter. After all, rushing forward and directly telling the other party whether you want to be a Hokage assistant, this behavior is too brain-dead. Please ask Uchiha Kagami to make an appointment. Shimura Danzo suddenly thought of the identity described by Uchiha Chiri that day. Uchiha Kagami happened to be her younger brother. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo immediately jumped up from the sofa with a carp, shook his head, and left the Hokage office. Konoha. A tavern outside the Uchiha clan. Mirror, how do you say I should speak to your sister? Shimura Danzo said depressed after taking a sip of his drink. If you say ordinary people, Shimura Danzo went straight up to find it, but Uchiha was different, he always felt that this woman was different from others. Coupled with her strength, will she be willing to become a Hokage assistant to herself? This is obviously whimsical. The Uchiha people who own Manjiki Sharingan are the elite Jainin no matter how weak they are, not to mention Uchiha who has such a high official evaluation. Most likely it is a woman who can surpass Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. You guy, should I praise you or scold you? Uchiha Kagami stared at Shimura-dans with a weird face, and sighed helplessly. Originally, he thought Shimura-dans was interested in his sister, and then he asked him out to discuss countermeasures. But I didn't expect this guy to be such a straight man, and wanted Uchiha Yuri to be the assistant of Naruto to help him with the documents. This made Uchiha Kagami doubt Shimura-dan's sexual orientation for a while. Didn't he have any interest in Uchiha Yuri? You know, in terms of appearance, no one in the Uchiha clan can compare to his sister. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Even Konoha's only girl from the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ling Shui, can match her. But Shimura-dans had no idea at all, which made Uchiha Kagami out of breath. Why should I praise me or scold me? I didn't make a mistake. Shimura-dans frowned and said with some displeasure. His words made Uchiha Kagami a little bit angry. Because one day later, Uchiha's Hiri went to collect information about Shimura-dans in private, and Uchiha Kagami knew of these behaviors. If he could, he would rather Shimura-dans marry his sister. After all, those people in the clan, alas. You guy, I really want to punch you. I beg you to be a little bit daring. Are you really not interested in my sister? Uchiha Kagami saw that Shimura-dans didn't have the slightest resuscitation, and said with a look of hatred for iron and steel. What? We are talking about official business now. Why are you involved in personal relationships? Shimura-dans was speechless. How does he feel that he is now forcing himself to marry him? Does he think he is destined to be an older leftover man in the future? Joke. With his handsome face and his current reputation, it takes minutes to post a girl. What is a private relationship? What I'm telling you is business. Uchiha Kagami's tone suddenly became a little excited, and this also made Shimura-dans frown and realized that something was wrong. On weekdays, Uchiha Kagami is an extremely calm person, not so emotional at all. Mirror, did something happen? Shimura-dans was naturally not annoyed by Uchiha Kagami's impoliteness. After all, he knew the other party's character very well. But Uchiha Kagami didn't return to Shimura-dans directly. Instead, he took a sip of alcohol and got up and grabbed Shimura-dan's shoulder with a serious look. Danzo, can you marry my sister? For a while, Shimura-dans was a little messy. Why did he feel a bit familiar with the scene before him? Mirror, are you drunk? Shimura-dans was puzzled. After all, before he came, Uchiha Kagami seemed to have drunk a lot of alcohol, as can be seen from the bottles placed on the table. It can be seen that he is in a bad mood, otherwise he would not use alcohol to relieve his sorrow. As the saying goes, using alcohol to dissipate sorrow, and sorrow is even more sorrowful. Adults understand this truth. I'm not drunk. Danzo, remember what I said. If you were my brother-in-law, maybe it would be a good choice. After all, you guy is really handsome. Damn, why am I not so handsome? After saying these words, Uchiha Kagami didn't stay too much, and stumbled away from the bar. Shimura-dans was left with a look of confusion, and didn't know what the other party just said. It's better not to think so much. This guy is unreliable. I'll go to Uchiha Yuri by myself. Shimura-dans shook his head with a headache and murmured helplessly. It feels strange that the people around me are weird. The war is clearly over, and there shouldn't be a happy smile on his face. Why does he feel so many people are sad? Just as he got up, the owner of the bar suddenly appeared in front of Shimura-dans. That. Master Naruto, your friend didn't give money just now, look at this. The corners of Shimura-dan's mouth twitched several times, and he opened his wallet with some distress. Good guy. I said, how could I just leave suddenly? Asterisk. Chapter 34, is it? I like Uchiha Chiri? Shimura-dan's trip was not in vain either, at least he knew where Uchiha is now before Uchiha Kagami left. However, the way he was just now caused Shimura-dan's to fall into short thoughts, carefully pondering what Uchiha Kagami said just now. If it's me. Could it be that Uchiha's marriage contract is impossible with Yuri? Soon, Shimura-dan's drew his conclusion from this phrase. Uchiha Chiri is likely to marry someone he doesn't like, and that person Uchiha Kagami is also very annoying. But if this is indeed the case according to the normal course of the plot, the married Uchiha's Hiri has disappeared and no longer appears in people's vision. Only the legendary Izanami is left to people. This is the last impression people have of her. Suddenly, Shimura-dan's mind made up for Uchiha Yuri wearing a wedding kimono. The lavender danced with the wind like a waterfall, and the beautiful face of the allure was slightly pink, and it had already defeated all the women. His black eyes were breathtaking, and his face was filled with a happy smile. And the bridegroom next to him was Shimura-dan's himself. Because this was his brain filling the world, he subconsciously imagined the bridegroom as himself. Do I really like Uchiha Yuri? Shimura-dan's asked herself. He and Uchiha Yuri have seen quite a lot of times. When he leaves the Hokage building and returns home, he will meet Uchiha who is shopping. But he just said hello, and didn't continue the deep friendship, so he occasionally had dinner and chatted. It's a pretty good friend, but it still doesn't reach that kind of shocking feeling. Forget it, let's take this kind of thing one step at a time. Let's see if she is willing to become a Hokage assistant. Shimura-dan's decided not to think so much first. If this is the case, then he also has such a fondness for Uzumaki Ling Shui, should he marry 2 wives? This thought made Shimura-dan's body tremble slightly. It was a dangerous thought. Needless to say, Uchiha's strength is naturally unnecessary. Once Manjiki Sharingan is opened, no one thinks about living anymore. Shimura-dan's is not clear about Uzumaki Ling Shui's words, but if the other party is so anxious, God knows what he will do. So the harem needs to be cautious. The successful one is called Wahishideo, the unsuccessful one just smiles in the sky like Brother Cheng. According to the description of the mirror, Uchiha at this time should be on the mountain behind the Hokage office building. Shimura-dan's whispered, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. He didn't know why Uchiha Yuri liked to go to that mountain so much, but the wind there was really comfortable. In the hot summer, the cool breeze under the big trees is simply a great event in life. The only drawback is the lack of mobile phones. Above the Naruto Rock. It was a familiar place, a familiar person, and the woman who exuded the fragrant violet scent. Mrs. Hilly, good afternoon. Shimura-dan smiled and greeted Uchiha, who was lying on the lawn with long purple hair scattered randomly. Hearing this voice, Uchiha Yuri slowly got up and looked at Shimura-dan's, his dark eyes showing a hint of surprise. Third Hokage, how come you are here? Uchiha's touching voice was full of surprise. Mrs. Hilly, it's private time now, so you should just use your usual name. Shimura-dan suddenly smiled helplessly after seeing Uchiha Yuri's honorific name. Having known each other for so long, Uchiha Yuri still hasn't completely changed. Sorry, Danzo, I was negligent. Uchiha Yuri reacted instantly and bowed slightly to apologize. This series of actions fully demonstrates Uchiha's noble and elegant aura, vividly displayed. Danzo, why are you free to come here today? I remember Hokage's workload is not average. Uchiha Chiri chuckled softly. There is a hint of playfulness in the words, but also surprises and surprises. The smile is exquisite, the face is like the nectar spring breeze, which makes people feel comfortable. This is why Shimura-dan's likes to get along with Uchiha. Because there is no pressure to get along with her, I feel that my whole body can be relaxed, and the same is true for talking. Oh, don't mention it, my assistant Kyunzuxin couldn't stand the torture of so many documents, so she left the company 2 days ago. So I want to come here to relax. Shimura-dan sighed faintly and said helplessly. There is sorrow on his face, and his words are full of exhaustion. It can be seen that Hokage's work has put him a little breathless. After hearing Shimura-dan's words, Uchiha Yuri flashed worry in his eyes. No wonder you show such a look, it turns out that it's because of this. Uchiha Yuri realized it suddenly, with a clear look on his face. After all, the Shimura-dan's in front of him is completely different from him on weekdays. It seems that Hokage's work is really heavy. Yeah, these 2 days are going to crush me. Shimura-dan's fell headlessly on the lawn next to Uchiha and exclaimed loudly. Then you didn't find a new assistant? After all, Naruto's work really needs someone to share it. Uchiha asked with some doubts. With so many civilians in the Hokage building, Shimura-dan's couldn't find a suitable one. I found it, but it's not suitable for processing. There is only the last person left. It is the one recommended by Chien Hexen before leaving, saying that she is absolutely qualified for the position of Naruto assistant. Shimura-dan's shook his head and smiled bitterly, but the subsequent words made Uchiha a little curious in his heart. Who? Uchiha's Hiri's eyes were filled with the 4 characters I'm curious. Shimura-dan slowly got up, staring at Uchiha's deep black eyes slowly. It's you, Mrs. Hilly. The pace of this book may not be so fast, but the author will try his best to make readers feel comfortable. After all, the readers of Shuangwen who have been killing and killing have read a lot, and the author has written a lot, so how about the readers try this taste asterisk? Chapter 35, The Assistant's Hilly is in place, the movement of the Uzumaki family. Wow, Darcy! Surprise and panic appeared in Uchiha's unsurprised beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that the person Chien Hexen recommended would actually be herself, and she should know that she was from the Uchiha clan. Yes, since it is the person recommended by Kyunzuru, I think Mrs. Hiri is absolutely capable of acting as an assistant to Naruto. Shimura-dan's nodded without hesitation. His purpose is not just to be a Naruto assistant, but to see how strong Uchiha is. What exactly is her Manjiki Sharingan ability? This is where Shimura-dan's is most curious, otherwise he would not be determined to find Uchiha Yuri. And the other party is also a key figure for him to deal with the Uchiha clan in the future. After all, the official evaluation of Uchiha Yuri's evaluation has the sentence of loving Konoha. That is to say, in the face of the parochialism of the race, this goddess will choose the village. No wonder Uchiha Kagami has such thoughts. It seems that Uchiha's influence on him is indispensable. So Uchiha's Hiri is definitely a worthy person. But Danzo, I am from the Uchiha clan. About the Uchiha clan, you should have heard of it from second Hokage. Uchiha-ji looked at Shimura-dan's with complicated expressions, as did the expression in his beautiful eyes. Because the Uchiha clan was once Senju's mortal enemy, and Shimura-dan's is so close to Senju, wouldn't the people of Senju mind? What about the Uchiha clan? Didn't Uchiha Kagami once served as the guard of second Hokage? The Uchiha clan is not unbelievable, it is the Uchiha clan who can be trusted for Konoha. And Ms. Chiri, you are the Uchiha who is as special as the mirror. Shimura-dan's eyes are full of sincerity, there are no impurities in his eyes, and no lie can be heard in his words. Danzo, you. Uchiha Yuri obviously did not expect Shimura-dan's to say such a thing. At this moment, Gubo's undisturbed state of mind was rippling. She can feel that Shimura-dan's sincerity is real, without any deception, and the other party doesn't care if she is from the Uchiha clan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. If you care about this, I'm afraid I won't come to myself. And you must know that the Uchiha tribe is the assistant of Naruto, then he must have some words on his back as Naruto. Uzumaki Mito from the Senju clan would definitely talk to him, but he still mustered up the courage to find himself. This sincerity, Uchiha's Hiri was unable to organize words to refuse for a while. Well, I promise you. After much deliberation, Uchiha Yuri said slowly. Aside from other things, Shimura-dan's courage alone is worth her promise. Great. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hilly. A surprise suddenly appeared on Shimura-dan's face, and the excitement that could not be concealed in his heart suddenly emerged. "Then Miss Hilly, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the work of Assistant Naruto," Shimura-dan hurriedly said. "Because the Hokage office has too many large files to deal with, it must start work immediately." "So anxious? It seems that you are really upset." Uchiha Juri covered her red lips lightly and said in surprise. "Yes, please come with me." After speaking, Shimura-dan jumped directly in the direction of Hokage Rock. From this point, it can be seen that Shimura-dan is really anxious. Seeing Shimura-dan who was so anxious, Uchiha's Hiri also realized that the Hokage office really has a lot of work, and immediately started to keep up with the other party. The other side of the world. The country of Vortex. "You guys go to Konoha to get Uzumaki Ling Shui back. It's ridiculous. 2 months have passed and I don't even know how to come back." Above the lobby, a middle-aged man with a Hyuxia character face said sternly. "And the person who can call Uzumaki Ling Shui this way, and those who say such things, must be the elders of Uzumaki Ling Shui. But, where is Konoha, and Master Mito is here? If Miss Ling Shui is unwilling to come back, what shall we do?" The ninja of the Uzumaki clan underneath slowly said. If Uzumaki Ling Shui is really unwilling to come back, they might be a little inappropriate if they start with Konoha. Although Konoha's second Hokage has passed away, I heard that third Hokage is not vegetarian. Hat. Konoha. After Senju Tobirama passed away, let a little boy take over. I want to see what he dares to do to the Uzumaki clan. Don't forget, Konoha's barrier was constructed by our Whirlpool clan. The middle-aged man in the lobby suddenly sneered. Konoha now has no Senju Tobirama, and there is no threat to him at all. It is ridiculous that a hairy boy takes over as third Hokage. Yes, we are holding Konoha's lifeblood in our hands. The eyes of the Uzumaki people underneath suddenly lit up. Why didn't they think of this? Go with this letter. If that third Hokage dares to stop, you can give him this letter. The middle-aged man in the lobby suddenly said coldly. Then he threw a letter to the Uzumaki man in the middle. Yes. Let's head to Konoha. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 Uzumaki clan members left the lobby and walked outside. I don't know Konoha's third Hokage, is not a kid. Asterisk. Chapter 36, My Naruto, it's not your turn to tell me. Soon, news of Shimura-dan's appointment of Uchiha Yuri as Hokage's assistant spread. The civilians and ordinary ninjas felt nothing, but the impact on Konoha's many families and some people was great, and there was a silent uproar in an instant. Many people were a little confused by Shimura-dan's decision. Who would have thought that Shimura-dan would let a girl from the Uchiha clan serve as Hokage's assistant, and let the other party touch Konoha's secrets? This also made Konoha's high-level officials quite annoyed, but it was the Uchiha clan who most doubted. What the hell is this third Hokage doing? Could it be that there is a conspiracy in this? However, Shimura-dan ignored the words of the outside world, and handled the documents leisurely, and had the eyes of a beautiful assistant. It's a pity that you can't have a secretary to do, and you can't do a secretary. Besides, a woman like this in Uchiha Yuri is not the kind of handless, so she can't be a Susanoo directly. Click. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and several old people slowly walked into the Hokage office. These people are not who, it was the Konoha high-level elders who prevented Shimura-dan from using Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Juri as guards on the day of the peace talks. What? Do you want to come to see me as Naruto today? Shimura-dan put down the documents in his hand and looked at the elders in front of him with a smile. Third Hokage, this thing about Assistant Naruto is too sloppy. She is from the Uchiha clan. The senior manager named Sarutobi Mitsui Konoha suddenly said in a deep voice. He didn't care at all about Uchiha, who was working on the documents with his head down. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to him at all. When Uchiha Yuri heard these words, Yu's hands trembled slightly, and her soft eyelashes trembled. This moment is finally coming. Although she believed what Shimura-dan said earlier, the actual actions were far better than what she said. For some reason, Uchiha Yuri's heart suddenly throbbed, and she didn't even feel it. She hoped in her heart that Shimura-dan's would really be able to do it as he said at the beginning. Shimura-dan's did not immediately answer Sarutobi Mitsui, but instead observed the change in Uchiha's complexion from the corner of his eye. Shimura-dan smiled, satisfied with the complexity and expectation on the other's face. Third Hokage, are you listening to what I said? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Sarutobi Mitsui's face was a little unpleasant, and he said with a sullen face. This guy is too arrogant. He really thinks that no one can cure him if he becomes the position of Hokage? And he is one of the 3 consultants appointed by second Hokage. Why does Shimura-dan's ignore him? Appointing a girl from the Wolf Ambition Uchiha clan to serve as the Hokage assistant to contact Konoha's secrets is simply a horror of the world. Elder Mitsui, who is Hokage in the end? In an instant, Shimura-dan's exploded with a fierce aura, his black pupils showed a cold glow, the desk trembled violently, and the documents fell on the ground one after another. But Sarutobi Mitsui was immediately frightened by Shimura-dan's fierce aura and backed up a few steps, stabilizing their figures with difficulty. I'm doing things? Is it your consultant who can tell you something? Or, you want to launch a coup? Want to seize my position as Naruto? Shimura-dan's instantly smiled coldly. There was a hint of killing intent in the words, which made Sarutobi Mitsui suddenly as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar like Shura. For a while, the language that had been organized in his mind could not be blurted out at this moment. Because Shimura-dan's directly put a big hat on him, a hat for rebelling against a coup, enough to kill the Sarutobi clan. You talk nonsense. I'm just here to ask third Hokage why a member of the Uchiha clan should serve as a Hokage assistant, and why the coup was involved. Uchiha Wolf Ambition. Sooner or later there will be big problems. Sarutobi Mitsui turned red with anger, and hurriedly retorted. After all, if he has been silent, it means that he really has the mind of a coup, and even if he jumps into the waters of the country of the vortex, it will not be clear. And the reason why he came to question Shimura-dan's is because this is the best time to impeach Naruto. Wait until then. Then I chose Naruto assistant, what does it have to do with your old stuff? Konoha, I have the final say. Shimura-dan stood up suddenly, and a terrifying wind-style energy instantly hit Sarutobi Mitsui's body. Boom! Sarutobi Mitsui's body instantly ejected like a cannonball, directly smashing the door of the Hokage office and then inlaid on the wall. Shimura-dan's. You. The 2 Konoha consultants and senior officials who accompanied him saw that Shimura-dan's dared to directly hurt people, and looked at Shimura-dan's with disbelief. From now on, Sarutobi Mitsui, Sarutobi Lumao, and Sarutobi Grasslands are no longer Konoha's 3 major consultants. As for the things in your hands, I will send someone to take over. Go away. Shimura-dan said coldly. And this decision immediately left the remaining 2 people ashamed, and they didn't dare to say what they wanted to refute Shimura-dan's. They couldn't speak at all because they saw the long sword shining with thunder and lightning in Shimura-dan's hand. This is the accessory of second Hokage, the weapon that followed him for many years in the ninja world, now in the hands of Shimura-dan's. In other words, this is a symbol, a true heir to the will of second Hokage. No wonder the Senju clan will support Shimura-dan's so much. It turns out that second Hokage takes him extremely seriously, otherwise he would not entrust the blade of the Thunder Spirit to Shimura-dan's. Today, they can only admit that they are unlucky enough to suffer. Shimura-dan's in front of him is no longer the young man who just took over as Hokage. Afterwards, the 2 of them could only take Sarutobi Mitsui and leave the Hokage office in a desperate manner. Looking at this messy Hokage office, Shimura-dan's mood was a little cheerful. At first he really didn't know how to make excuses to deal with the 3 old consultants. After all, they were the people appointed by Senju Tobirama during his lifetime. But now it's different. He has the support of Hyuga and Senju, and now that he is popular, it is more than enough to abolish the 3 Konoha consultants and reappoint him. Uchiha Jinai looked at all this in front of him with complex expression, and Shimura-dan's cold expression sighed helplessly. Hokage-sama, you don't need to do this for me. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Zhili, I can trust you unreservedly. Chiri, since I asked you to serve as Hokage's assistant, it's because I have absolute trust in you. I believe you are different from other Uchiha people, and also different from the Uchiha Madara who defected to Konoha. You really love this village, and you really like Konoha today. You have a sense of belonging in your heart. Shimura-dans took a deep breath and then slowly said. His words caused Uchiha's brain to crash at this moment. These 3 sentences of Shimura-dans and that one sentence echoed continuously in my mind, because I have absolute trust in you. Her heart, which had been in the dust for a long time, throbbed at this moment. In this world, I really want someone to believe her and have trust in her. Well, I will handle this matter properly. As for the rumors, don't worry. I will let them shut their mouths one by one. Shimura-dan's eyebrows showed a cold murderous intent, and his words were full of high-ranking speeches. At this moment, Uchiha knew that this 3rd Hokage, who had never made any major reforms to Konoha, was angry. How can she not be clever to see that Shimura-dans used this matter to push the boat along the water, and to get rid of the useless people entrenched in Konoha one by one? At this moment, the eagle showed its sharp claws, and the tiger also showed his fierce fangs. But Uchiha Yuri felt that his heart was warmed. Although it was said that it was used for a cleansing, the source of everything was because of himself. Shimura-dans was angry. Someone is caring. Suddenly, Uchiha Yuri's eyes towards Shimura-dans were no longer so plain, but with an invisible gentleness. Even Uchiha Yuri didn't know this subtle change, but felt that he was more nervous when facing Shimura-dans. I see, Master Naruto. Uchiha Chiri softly said softly. You go back to rest today, and leave some documents to me for processing. Shimura-dans thought that Uchiha Yuri felt guilty about today's affairs, so he planned to let the other party leave work early to relax. Is this over? Uchiha Yuri's figure was slightly taken aback, and the delicate jade face showed a touch of surprise. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. She originally thought Shimura-dans would continue to let herself work, but she didn't expect to let herself leave early. Could it be that he hates himself? Suddenly, a weak sense of loss surged into Uchiha's heart. Could it be said that everything just now is false? But why did you give me tenderness and despair? Don't think about it. I think you are tired today. It's better to go back and rest for a while and come back tomorrow. Shimura-dans saw Uchiha's astonished look and the jumbled thoughts in her eyes, and suddenly understood that the other party was starting to think. Because the look in Uchiha's eyes was terrifying just now, Shimura-dans felt cold behind his back. Is that so? I'm extremely sorry, Naruto-sama, I was rude. Uchiha suddenly realized it in a moment. A blush appeared on his face, then he bowed slightly to apologize and hurriedly left. The look just now was so embarrassing, even she herself didn't realize that she would be so gloomy. Shimura-dans looked at Uchiha Yuri as if he was escaping from his back, a little strange. How does it feel that she seems weird, not like her usual at all? You must know that Uchiha Yuri was able to remain calm at any time. Even if Sarutobi Mitsui said that, Uchiha Yuri did not have much reaction. But why suddenly become like a little girl? This made him wonder for a while. Blushing, does she like me? Shimura-dans blushed at the thought of the honey in Uchiha, and suddenly this thought came up in his heart. No, how is it possible? One of the 3 delusions in life, she likes me. Shimura-dans was frightened by this illusion. After all, it was too ridiculous. But think about it carefully, Uchiha's Hiri is indeed the best person to be a wife. Although she is Yuja fan, She is not so strong, but has the gentleness of Zyujiabiu, and she knows how to care for people. After all, I just think about it. I'm still thinking about how to reshuffle the cards. Shimura Danzo shook his head to get rid of these insignificant thoughts and began to work. If Shimura Danzo were to be clear about the small theater in Uchiha's heart before, I'm afraid he would really be stunned, and he couldn't even believe the fact before him. In his impression, Uchiha, who has always been a gentle big sister, still has this little girl side. Unfortunately, Shimura Danzo has no mind-reading skills, otherwise his knowledge of Uchiha will be subverted. I was really gaffed just now. Uchiha Yuri sat alone on the Hokage rock, enjoying the breeze and whispered. Thinking of his gaffe just now, Uchiha Yuri really wanted to find a place to sew it recently. But Shimura Danzo couldn't help but see the scene in which Shimura Danzo made his head for himself, and his heart was warm. Except for his younger brother Uchiha Kagami, no one has been so tender to himself for a long time. Therefore, Uchiha Yuri cherishes this hard-won gentleness and takes care of it in his heart. Oh, but what can this change? Uchiha's eyes turned a little dim for a while. Because the Uchiha clan will not intermarry foreign races in order to ensure the inheritance of Sharingan and the purity of blood. Not to mention she is a woman who has already turned on Mangeki Sharingan. Even if she was willing, the Uchiha clan would not agree. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Uprooting the Power of the Sarutobi Clan. The three Konoha consultants were relieved of their duties, and many department staff also had a major exchange of blood. No one expected that this storm would come so suddenly and so fiercely that they didn't give them any time to prepare. And even more terrifying is that no one dared to stand up against these actions of Shimura Danzo. Because they all know who is the third Hokage of Konoha village now, and who has the most decision-making power. So naturally, he would not stand up stupidly to impeach Shimura Danzo. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to hold back. Even if he kicked many people from his Sarutobi family out of Konoha's power vortex, he would have to smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach. It was not so much a cleansing, as it was a blood exchange aimed at the Sarutobi clan. But the only place Shimura Danzo didn't move was the police force under the control of the Uchiha clan, the force guarding Konoha's safety. Shimura Danzo's ideas are not as extreme as Senju Tobirama and Danzo in the original work. He has personally investigated the current Uchiha clan in depth. There must be cause and effect in everything. Uchiha Madara wanted to take the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. The Uchiha clan did not agree. They really wanted to stay in Konoha. Because one, they don't want to live a life of killing blood, they just want the hard-won stability in front of them. At this time, the Uchiha clan had no thoughts about Konoha's coup, and still wanted to live a peaceful life in their hearts. But because of the taint of Madara, second generation began to study and prevent the Uchiha clan. And Shimura Danzo knows exactly what Senju Tobirama's intention is. It's better to say that Senju Tobirama has calculated the whole Uchiha clan to death. A guard was created to try to prevent the Uchiha clan from going to the front line and participating in major battles, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan from opening Mangeki. This is why there will be so few members of the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in the future. After all, Senju Tobirama knows that the main reason for the Uchiha clan to start Mangeki Sharingan is because of the loss of love based on the research during his lifetime. It can be said that Senju Tobirama had counted the extinction of the Uchiha clan before this, and the calculated death did not leave any leeway. If he counts the proud personality of the Uchiha clan, he will definitely be dissatisfied with the current power and want to take it to the next level. At that time, they will look at the entire Konoha, and that time is the day when the Uchiha clan was extinct. The Uchiha clan? Let's take one step at a time and see what you are going to do. Shimura Danzo gazed at the sky outside the window and muttered, "Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz." Then he moved his gaze to Uchiha, who was concentrating on helping Shimura Danzo review the documents, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. After all, Konoha really needs strength now, and he doesn't have to do anything against the Uchiha clan unless he really has a rebellious mentality. When that time comes, Shimura Danzo will definitely do it directly, without leaving any trace of affection. In fact, the main reason is that Uchiha's Hiri and Uchiha Kagami gave Shimura Danzo a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha clan. Master Hokage, today's work has been completed. And the rest only needs your signature. Uchiha's Hiri showed a gentle smile like a spring breeze after finishing the paperwork. Oh, I understand now. Let's put it here first. I have some things to deal with today, so I'll leave first. Shimura Danzo nodded in satisfaction, then said slowly. Is it this way? Then you go slowly. Uchiha Chiri was taken aback for a moment, and Shimura Danzo unexpectedly said this. Then see you tomorrow. Shimura Danzo smiled faintly, then walked outside the Hokage office, leaving a dashing shadow to Uchiha Yuri. Looking at the closed door, Uchiha Chiri bit his lip and looked at the office door a little unwillingly, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. It's almost. Well, I still dare not say it. The reason Shimura Danzo left Hokage's office in such a hurry was because he hadn't visited Orochimaru for a long time. Thinking that the guy had been thrown to Tiantai since he was accepted as an apprentice to study the 6 ninjas together, he couldn't help laughing. By the way, Tiantai is the grandfather of Tenten, one of the next 12 Xiaoqiangs. After Shimura Danzo learned that the opponent had extremely high attainments in ninjas, he threw the 6 ninjas and Orochimaru directly to him. And Tiantai was extremely shocked, because this is the ninja of the 6 paths. The ninja passed down from the legendary sage of 6 paths. This is what countless ninja forgers want to pursue, but now they have been given it by themselves. So Tiantai closed his ninja shop in the village, and immediately brought his equipment to the secret base Shimura Danzo prepared for them to study the 6 ninjas. Soon, Shimura Danzo came to the secret base that had been prepared earlier. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures suddenly appeared in front of Shimura Danzo, and their bodies carried a trace of murderous intent. But when they saw Shimura Danzo came, they hurriedly suppressed all their killing intent. Sorry, Lord Naruto, we didn't recognize you. Anbu in the lion mask immediately appealed to her. Because the behavior just now was really disrespectful, the assassination of Hokage is a capital crime, even Anbu is no exception. It's okay, you can see that you are doing very well. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care, but instead nodded with satisfaction. After all, this is the mission quality that Anbu should have. You continue to inspect, I'll go in and see Orochimaru and the others. Shimura Danzo shook his hand and signaled that they could leave. Yes. In an instant, the figures of several people disappeared in place, as if they had never appeared before. Asterisk. Chapter 39, Uzumaki Ling Shui is also an old onmyoji? Yo, Orochimaru, Tiantai, it seems that your research progress looks pretty good. Shimura Danzo entered the base. There are a lot of weird ninjas here, and the entire base is only Orochimaru and Tiantetsu. Teacher? Hokage-sama, why are you here? After seeing Shimura Danzo's arrival, Tiantai and Orochimaru hurriedly put down their contents and walked over. Let's take a look at the results of your research on the 6 paths of ninja. It seems that your progress is not very good. Shimura Danzo looked at the scrapped ninja and smiled. No way, after all, this is the legendary sage of 6 paths ninja. If it were so easy to study, Cloud Shinobi would have been armed. Tiantai smiled helplessly. Indeed, if the 6 Dao ninjas were so easy to crack the mystery, I'm afraid the First Ninja World War has come to an end. Cloud Shinobi armed the ninjas underneath in batches, so he was a fart, and he just gave in. Orochimaru shouldn't cause you trouble with this kid. Shimura Danzo's face showed the seriousness of the teacher and asked Tiantai. And his question made Orochimaru's figure involuntarily tighten, and his small face was full of seriousness. After all, this person is not only his teacher, but also the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village. How come, This child's talent in ninja is far beyond my imagination, even more terrifying than the group of lunatics in the country of craftsmanship. If you give him a few more years to grow up, even my ninja skills will definitely be inferior to him. Oh, if it wasn't for Master Naruto you had accepted him as a disciple, I really want to grab him. Tiantai glanced at Orochimaru with a hint of pride on his face and sighed helplessly. After all, Orochimaru's talent is the best person he has ever seen. If trained, he can really surpass all ninja forge. Haha, Tiantai, you laughed. I know how many caddies this child has. Although Shimura-dan said so, the smile on his face has not diminished by half. Someone praised his disciple, he was naturally happy as a master. Tiantai, please continue to work, I have a few words with Orochimaru this kid. Tiantai nodded with ignorance, and then continued to invest in the research of the 6 ninjas. Shimura-dan took Orochimaru to the outside of the base for a walk and chat. Although I have not been able to teach you cultivation personally, I can see that you are very interested in the study of the 6 ninjas. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Shimura-dan had a slight apology in her words. Teacher is like this, you are Hokage. Being able to accept me as a disciple and let me study the 6 ninjas is already the greatest blessing. How dare I ask for other things? Orochimaru shook his head and said that there was no big problem. You really deserve to be a good apprentice of the master. Shimura-dan was obviously surprised at Orochimaru's sensibility, with a gratifying smile on his face. After the two chatted for a few words, Shimura-dan didn't stay too much. After all, this would delay the research process of 6 ninjas. Konoha, the gate of the Senju clan. Shimura-dan stood at the gate of the Senju clan, and some did not dare to enter. After all, I have never been to the Senju clan since Uzumaki Mito forced the marriage last time. Although it was due to busy affairs. Most of the reason was that Shimura-dan didn't want to see Uzumaki Ling Shui very much. There would be a little embarrassment in that case. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui was eavesdropping on the side when discussing those things last time, but he didn't point it out. Click. The door of the Senju clan was suddenly pushed open. 2 figures walked out of it, one red and one gold, one big and one small beauties. The red-haired woman is petite, but the scale in front of her is not small, with long red hair like ink scattered around her waist, and her small face full of tranquility. This kind of girl looks like Zyujiabu's girl next door, sometimes gentle and sometimes naughty. The same is true for the little blonde girl, she is a beauty at a young age, and her small face made of pink jade makes you want to kiss fangs. These 2 people are Uzumaki Ling Shui and Tsunade. When they saw Shimura-dan standing in front of the Senju clan, they reacted differently. Uzumaki Ling Shui's little face swish, a flush of red appeared on his face, and his eyes did not dare to look at Shimura-dan. Unlike Tsunade, the moment she saw Shimura-dan, her eyes were filled with unconcealable joy, she rushed up and jumped into Shimura-dan's arms, and screamed sweetly. Teacher! Facing such a lively Tsunade, Shimura-dan couldn't help it, and it took a long time to get the opponent off himself. When Uzumaki Ling Shui saw the scene of the 2 being so intimate, there was a trace of sorrow in his heart, and he seemed to be jealous of Tsunade. Ling Shui, long time no see. In order not to be embarrassed, Shimura-dan also greeted Uzumaki Ling Shui with a smile. Tuan. Danzo, long time no see. Uzumaki Ling Shui was a little nervous for a while, and he stuttered, so he hurried to correct it. Teacher, you haven't been here for a long time to guide me in training, I'm almost boring to death. Tsunade looked at Shimura-dan with a bitter expression on his face and said. This teacher of my own is really very different from others, and I can't teach myself to practice every day. I can't help it, after all, Hokage is too busy. Shimura-dan smiled helplessly, saying that he could not get out. And I heard that you hired a girl from Uchiha to be a Hokage assistant, how about? That assistant is not pretty. Tsunade asked in a mysterious voice. But the sound was not small, and it just hit Uzumaki Ling Shui's ears. This also made Uzumaki Ling Shui's face a little stiff, and his heart sank slightly, and the look in Shimura Dan's eyes became more subtle. Yet, Danzo, isn't that Uchiha girl very beautiful, otherwise how could she be a Hokage assistant? The bright smile is full of tenderness, which seems to be just a normal greeting, but it is a bit yin and yang in Shimura Dan's eyes. Damn it! Are you also an onmyoji? For a while, Shimura Dan's didn't know how to answer Uzumaki Ling Shui's question. Because he would be unable to speak out if Uchiha Yuri's appearance belittled, but if it were to be honest, he had a hunch that today's outcome might be miserable. What to do? Wait online, urgent. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Vortex Ling Shui is going to return to the country of Vortex? God level selection. Choice 1, degrade Uchiha's beauty and make Tsunade and Uzumaki Ling Shui feel better, quest reward, immortal body strengthened by 10%. Choice 2, change the topic forcibly, neither side should be guilty, quest reward, immune to illusion, Ashura has a trace of chakra. I choose the second one. Shimura Dan said very calmly in his heart. The second option can be said to be the safest, so there is no need for any hesitation. Reward has been issued. In an instant, Shimura Dan suddenly felt that the chakra in his body suddenly increased, and he was able to gather it soon. Ahem, let's go in first, after all, the influence here is a little bad. Shimura Dan's didn't answer Uzumaki Ling Shui's and Tsunade's questions, and a smog directly turned into a phantom and flashed directly into the Senju family's door. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to react like a thunderstorm. Tsunade hurried to catch up, but Uzumaki Ling Shui didn't move forward, seeing a shadow on her pretty face. Then slowly closed the door of the Senju clan and followed the steps of the two to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Danzo, I heard that you recently transferred that girl from Uchiha to Naruto assistant. Uzumaki Mito still asked Shimura Dan's as if he was at ease. Well, Mito-sama don't have to worry about any problems. Sairi is different from other Uchiha people. Uchiha Kagami is very different from other people's thoughts because of the influence of Sairi, so she can be trusted. Shimura Dan's nodded slightly. He didn't think there was anything about Uzumaki Mito's question. Although the other party asked, he never interfered in Konoha's affairs. This is why Shimura Dan's trusts Uzumaki Mito, because he understands that there are certain boundaries that should not be crossed. Hilly? The title is already so intimate. Uzumaki Mito murmured inwardly. She suddenly became a little worried about her niece. After all, that character must be the opponent of Uchiha's rule? You must know that the two of them, as Naruto assistants, can be said to get along day and night, and the saying that the moon is first received by the water is not a fake. But just, see if you like Ling Shui in your heart. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. The corners of Uzumaki Mito's mouth curled up with a subtle arc that was difficult to see, as if there was some conspiracy. Ling Shui, she is going back to the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Shimura Dan's and said lightly. Are you going back? After staying here for so long, it's time to go back. Shimura Dan's was slightly taken aback when he heard the news, but quickly reacted. After all, Uzumaki Ling Shui has lived in Konoha for almost 4 months, and it is quite normal for the family in Uzumaki country to miss her. Seeing Shimura Dan's unexpected reply, Uzumaki Mito continued. She may be getting married this time when she is going back, an intermarriage with a member of the Uzumaki clan. This time, Shimura Dan's was a little surprised. And this incident made Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction. It seems that what he said was not false. One day, Shimura Dan's still has Uzumaki Ling Shui in his heart. Married. Shimura Dan's obviously did not expect such a result. After all, not long ago, Uzumaki Mito wanted Shimura Dan's and Uzumaki Ling Shui to be together. But now there will be such a sudden change. Yes, it is. Uzumaki Mito did not continue to speak, but drank tea on his own. The effect has been achieved, and what kind of behavior Shimura Danzo will do is up to him. For a while, Shimura Danzo was a little unacceptable. It may be the inner possessiveness at work. After all, who wants to see such a beautiful girl wearing a wedding dress and holding another man's arm to the marriage hall? Obviously, Shimura Danzo is such a selfish and possessive man. He was very clear in his heart and didn't want to see Uzumaki Ling Shui marry anyone except him. This is a common problem for every man, unless it really reaches the so-called sage state, or gay. How? Are you reluctant? Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Well, I really can't bear it. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath and admitted generously. Because there is nothing to hide, from Uzumaki Mito's operations, he knew that the other party did it deliberately. Although he did not understand why Uzumaki Mito was so persistent in marrying Uzumaki Ling Shui to himself, he could feel that Uzumaki Mito had no conspiracy. Since you said so yourself, I don't need to say anything else, you should understand how to do it. I'm getting old. The only way to help you young people is to do this. Uzumaki Mito got up and stretched lazily. The graceful curves appeared in front of Shimura Danzo with the sunset, and this scene formed a beautiful landscape. Ling Shui has a bad life, his parents died young, and her uncle wants to use the marriage to win people's hearts. I hope you can cherish it. You are the first person to give her gentleness and break into her heart. Uzumaki Mito left this sentence to Shimura Danzo before he was about to step out of the yard. Sure enough, a man is possessive of beautiful girls. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly. After all, he didn't want to see Uzumaki Ling Shui marrying someone else in the bottom of his heart. Instead of making others cheaper, it would be better for Shimura Danzo to marry him. Soon, Shimura Danzo also left the Senju clan. Not long after he left, Uzumaki Ling Shui walked out slowly from the back of the house. She was really afraid that Shimura Danzo would show a nonchalant look. But now it seems that her previous worries were nothing but the last words Shimura Danzo said made her worries disappear without a trace. Written like this, is anyone else watching? Please say something asterisk. Chapter 41, Jiraiya, a writer of Ninja World. It has been several days since the conversation with Uzumaki Mito, and Shimura Danzo appropriately met Uzumaki Ling Shui many times. The two of them can talk relatively well, and there is not much embarrassment in the topic. For Shimura Danzo, this is also a kind of enjoyment. After all, chatting with Uzumaki Ling Shui doesn't have to deliberately hide anything. The two communicate easily. However, Uzumaki Ling Shui is still the character of the lively girl next door, and Shimura Danzo seems to be able to feel the warmth of the sun when getting along. But the two were not together today, because Uzumaki Ling Shui was called back by Uzumaki Mito, so Shimura Danzo also patrolled Konoha village. Anyway, Konoha has completely settled down now, and with the efforts of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Chiri through the night, all the piled documents have been processed. A whole. Brat. You are peeping at the bathhouse again. Where to run? Suddenly there was a loud noise, and a white figure quickly passed by Shimura Danzo. The face of the person who rushed to see Shimura Danzo suddenly became respectful. Master Naruto. This person was panting with a stick in his hand, apparently a little weakened. What's going on? Shimura Danzo frowned. Oh, that kid was called Jiraiya just now, and he wanted to peep into the bathhouse all day long, clamoring for materials or something, and I was caught by me today. The middle-aged man with a club panted and said. Jiraiya. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed after hearing the name. Yes, does Hokage-sama know him? After seeing a hint of surprise in Shimura Danzo's eyes, the middle-aged man said strangely. He's just a kid peeping at the female bathhouse. Could it be that he is a relative of Lord Naruto? This is too bloody. No, I'm just a little curious about this surname. Shimura Danzo shook his head and smiled. But the kid probably ran away. You are not a ninja. It's hard to chase this kid. Oh, Forget it, I'm teaching him next time, making Hokage-sama laugh. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said goodbye to Shimura Danzo, then turned and left. Just as Shimura Danzo said, how could he, a civilian, catch up with a ninja with abundance, or wait for the next opportunity to teach this guy a meal? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Jiraiya? I almost forgot that there is such a person among the three ninjas. Shimura Danzo smiled with interest. For Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya is a rare talent. It's not because of his achievements in ninjutsu or his great strength, but because of his literary talent. After all, the best-selling ninja book Intimate Paradise is Jiraiya's autograph masterpiece, making the entire ninja crazy for it. Even men like Kakashi sink into it. From this point, it is clear how amazing Jiraiya has a talent for writing novels. It can be said that if Shimura Danzo cultivates Jiraiya's literary talent, then there will be an unprecedented great writer in the ninja world. As for the type of text, an evil plan suddenly emerged in Shimura Danzo's heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to meet Jiraiya and deeply exchange the charm of literature with the other party. Today is another day full of inspiration. Haha. Sure enough, only writing the scenes you see into a novel is the true drop of life. In the forest, a white-haired young man was waving a pen on his notebook with a pen in his hand, and there seemed to be a trace of saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. And if you look closely, you will find that what the young man has written is simply embarrassing and unsightly. But if you look closely, you can see that the writing, plot, and aspect of the white-haired boy are simply impeccable and shocking. What is it? It is really puzzling to make a teenage child's description of this aspect so exquisite. Finished. After a while, Jiraiya raised the notebook in his hand excitedly and laughed. This can be said to be his most proud work and the first work on this subject in his life. Yes, it's really good. Suddenly, a sound of admiration came from behind Jiraiya, directly causing him to jump back subconsciously. When he saw the person in front of him, his face suddenly changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Fire! Fire! Hokage-sama! Jiraiya has met Shimura Danzo. After all, it is impossible for him to know Hokage in Konoha village. But the strange thing is that the other party will appear behind him and praise him for writing well, which makes Jiraiya's brain circuit a little insufficient. What? You seem surprised at my appearance. Shimura Danzo looked at Jiraiya, who was shocked, and joked. It's more than surprise. It's just that the soul is almost scared. Jiraiya realized it and complained. Because what he wrote just now is a bit unsightly, and also let Hokage-sama see. But I'm very curious who taught you these things. A teenager can write so well. What shocked Jiraiya was that Shimura Danzo did not educate himself, but was curious about his writing and what he wrote. Of course, I read a lot of books in this area, coupled with constant practice. Don't look at what I wrote so easily. In fact, I was a frequent caveman a long time ago, but I find that every time I go to the women's bathhouse, I can stimulate my inspiration. So that's why you peeped into the women's bathhouse. Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly became cold, and this directly made Jiraiya's figure tense, cold sweat streaming down. I peeped into the women's bath, have already let Hokage-sama know? This is terrible. Jiraiya was desperate in his heart, and he really couldn't dispute it at this time. And just as he was shaking and nervous, Shimura Danzo's words suddenly surprised him. Not bad, little one. Asterisk. Chapter 42, the book is called The Betrayal of Loquat. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Yoshu is in the breeze, high in the wind, and respected by others, and the beloved third Hokage actually praises him. And I also appreciate that the novel I wrote is good, which is simply subverting Jiraiya's worldview. In an instant, Jiraiya felt that his perception of third Hokage collapsed. Skills has a specialty. Even if you are writing this type of novel, I will not be discriminatory. After all, this is also a survival skill, and others might not be envious of it. Shimura Danzo shook his head and smiled softly. This is a kind smile, there is nothing mixed in, only the expectations of an elder for the younger generation. Jiraiya could feel that Shimuradan's words did not contain any malice, but on the contrary, he was encouraging himself. For a while, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help becoming a little moist. Because he knew that writing such things must be disgusting, so he kept writing secretly and waited until he grew up to publish it. This is one of his hobbies, it can also be said to be lecherous. But for this literary masterpiece, Jiraiya didn't know how much effort was spent to understand this knowledge, trying to construct the plot. Hokage, sir. I didn't expect you. The tears in Jiraiya's eye sockets kept spinning, slowly falling from her cheeks, with an expression of excitement on her face. Because this was the first time that he was understood by others, he did not show disgust after learning his own preferences, but understood himself. What is the big man crying for? 2 or 3 sentences made you cry. How can I create better literary works in the future? Shimuradan's put his hand on Jiraiya's white hair with a helpless smile. No. No. No, I'm just so excited, no one has ever said this to me like this. Jiraiya hurriedly wiped away his tears and said with a choked voice. Shimuradan's 2 short words really touched his heart, otherwise he would not be so excited. Ahem, let me appreciate your work and see how strong you are. Shimuradan's coughed twice and then said solemnly. There is no other emotions on his serious face, like a parent checking his child's homework. If there is anything that needs improvement, please let Hokage-sama point out and I will make improvements. Jiraiya bowed 90 degrees and handed the notebook to Shimuradan's, as if to explain something sacred, otherwise it would not be such a big gift. Little did it know that Shimuradan's image in Jiraiya's heart had become extremely tall and stalwart, covering him like a giant. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. So Shimuradan's took Jiraiya's notebook and sat on the floor and started reading from the first page. And Jiraiya was not idle either, sitting next to Shimuradan's and watching him quietly, he was waiting for Shimuradan's to point out what he needed to modify. The two of them sat side by side like this, looking a lot like mentors and apprentices, but what they were studying was a bit shocking. Good guy, you deserve to be a writer in the ninja world. Although there is a slight flaw in the plot, this exquisite writing can already make up for it. Shimuradan slowly closed the notebook and sighed inwardly. It is a pity that Jiraiya went to the battlefield. If such a good literary talent is trained, he will surely become a literary magnate respected by gentlemen in the endurance world. How is it? Hokage-sama, do you think there is a problem? Jiraiya stared at Shimuradan's with hopeful light in Jiraiya's eyes. There is countless sense of expectation and excitement in the words. Because this is the first time he has given his work to others to see, and this person is also the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village, this makes Jiraiya's heart very nervous, and his body even trembles uncontrollably. There is still a little improvement in the plot. The writing is very good, but there is still room for improvement. Shimuradan's dragged his chin and groaned. The serious eyes and the eyes full of seriousness seemed to be discussing something important, but in fact they were discussing alternative writing. But overall it's good, so let's keep going anyway. The 2 words of Shimuradan's made Jiraiya's mood instantly go from falling to the bottom of the valley and returning to the top of the mountain. The ups and downs made him wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Then Naruto is very hot. Can you teach me the knowledge of the plot? I believe you must know better than me. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said slowly. This was a bold decision, and it was also a word that Jiraiya reluctantly said after some mental struggles. Because he couldn't imagine whether Hokage-sama would suddenly sneer, and then laughed at his innocence, even if he knew that was the case, he had to ask. His inner curiosity does not allow him to remain silent, and must obtain a more perfect plot. Yes, but you have to listen carefully. I'll just say it once. It's all up to you if you remember. Shimuradan's face was serious, and his tone was full of solemnity. And his words suddenly made Jiraiya's expression ecstatic, and then quickly opened his notebook. His face was covered with the words for knowledge. I will record them all, Master Naruto, I will never disappoint your expectations. Jiraiya's face was full of joyful excitement, and the whole person was in a state of extreme excitement. Okay. Then I will teach you the knowledge about the plot. This is the knowledge taught by the seniors on the other side. Now I teach it to you, I hope you can carry forward these things. Shimura Dan said heavily. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly felt his blood boil all over, as if he could use endless energy. So Shimura Dan began to preach to Jiraiya. You have to know that he was a second prince in his previous life, plus Jiraiya's talent is extremely high, and it is easy to understand these things. It must not be long before Jiraiya's name will resound throughout the ninja world. After a long time, the two ended the conversation. Jiraiya got a lot of fresh knowledge and couldn't wait to start writing. Wait, your book hasn't been named yet. Yes, I haven't named the book yet. Jiraiya was taken aback and nodded. Then, what do you think of the betrayal of the Loquat of Intimacy Heaven? Good name. You deserve to be Hokage-sama. It really is extraordinary. Well, the name of this book is The Betrayal of Loquat in the Intimate Paradise series. As for the names of the characters in it, I will modify them according to your later instructions from Naruto Lord. Jiraiya said with emotion and flushed face. He has a hunch that this book will sell well in this ninja world. Well, ruts can be taught. Shimura Dan nodded in relief, showing a faint smile. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Konoha Shakes, Whirlpool Mito Chakra Riots. One thing happened in Konoha today that caused the entire village to fall into a state of alert. A terrifying force broke out in the Senju family compound, and the majestic chakra fluctuations directly swept the entire Konoha village. Mito Kato Homura got the order of Shimura Dan immediately and evacuated all the people within 100 meters of the Senju family. Only the Jainin combat power in the current village and all Anbu ninjas are left. Shimura Dan is no stranger to this imposing force, because this wave is Uzumaki Mito's chakra. Although the others don't know why Uzumaki Mito suddenly burst into such horrible chakra fluctuations, Shimura Dan knew it well. Because the opponent has 9 tails in his body, that is to say, this time when such a vast chakra burst out suddenly to suppress the 9 tails in his body. Kajai, Chiri, Homura, you stay at this door, whoever wants to enter is allowed. If you enter forcibly, you can chop first and play later. Shimura Dan left this cold word before closing the door of the Senju clan. The three of them all looked at each other and nodded. Mito Kato Homura jumped directly onto the roof and sat cross-legged, while Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri were leaning against the pillars on the side. Judging from the expression on Shimura Dan's face just now, I am afraid that something really happened to the Senju clan, otherwise it would not have explained it like this. Ta-da-da. Soon, a swift and violent monkey-like figure jumped down from the air. At this moment, the figures of the three Uchiha Kagami swayed like a ghost for a moment, and immediately surrounded the person. Me. It's me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Homura, Mirror, you guys hurry up and stop. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hurriedly shouted when he saw 2 blades resting on his neck instantly. When the two saw that the person was Sarutobi Hiruzen, their hearts were relieved slowly, and then the blade was retracted into the scabbard. What's the matter with you? The reaction is so intense. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. After all, this is in front of the Senju clan's gate, and their actions are a little too trivial. Third Hokage has an order that no one can approach the Senju clan. Those who violate the order will be killed without pardon. Uchiha's cold voice slowly sounded, which also made Sarutobi Hiruzen notice her. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to underestimate the beautiful-looking woman in front of him. You must know that Uchiha Kagami is his younger brother, and all this skill belongs to her. One can imagine how powerful this woman is, even Sarutobi Hiruzen has to be a little jealous. Sure enough, something big happened, otherwise how could you be so serious all of a sudden? There is a hint of clarity in Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone. Shimura Dan's character is clear to him, to be able to make the other person treat this way, presumably this matter is definitely very tricky. But Sarutobi, why are you here? I remember Janin is not in charge of guarding, why did you suddenly come here? Mito Kato Homura said with some confusion. He obviously passed the order of third Hokage down, but Sarutobi Hiruzen has no reason and is unclear. Isn't that worried about what happened to Mito-sama, so I wanted to come over and take a look. After all, we are the teacher's students. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly smiled. And these words also made a few people's hearts suddenly turned and closed their eyes, but they didn't say it. Uchiha's Hiri's eyes were even more indifferent and disgusting, but the cover was very clear. At this time, I'm concerned, I'm afraid it's not the weasel giving New Year to the chicken. Since Senju Tobirama's death, apart from Shimura Dans who often came, only Uchiha Kagami occasionally came to ask for warmth, and the other disciples and guards basically never came. I didn't even come to give Senju Tobirama a stick of incense, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were not afraid of people laughing. At that time, even his face thicker than the wall would not be able to bear the pointing of others behind his back. So the scene is so awkward, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has no plans to leave. Chiki and Uchiha Kagami start to talk nonsense. After all, Uchiha Kagami's character is not so indifferent, or he has a friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and didn't directly drive him away, so I started talking. At the same time, Shimura Dans also came to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Tsunade and Uzumaki Ling Shui were not there. Presumably, I was shocked by the powerful momentum of Uzumaki Mito at close range. And there was a golden figure in the center of the yard. It should be said that the golden chakra completely covered the whole body. She is sitting cross-legged on the rock at this time, her eyes closed tightly. There is no one in front of her, but Uzumaki Mito. It's just that her current state has soared to the extreme, majestic like a long rainbow. Had it not been for the barrier she had set up to cover the chakra in the hospital, everyone in Konoha would have known it. Master Mito, it seems that the matter has been resolved, and the 9 tails in your body pose no threat. Shimura Dans looked at Uzumaki Mito not far away and smiled faintly. And his voice was quickly heard by Uzumaki Mito. His face was full of seriousness, and golden flames appeared in his beautiful eyes. Uzumaki Mito's body was filled with pale golden light, which was very dazzling as if covered by flames. Black gojade appeared in front of and behind the kimono on his body, as if it had been engraved on it. The same is true for the paper charms hanging from the ears, and the flames can't burn the 2 seemingly fragile papers. She saw her eyes slowly opened, and when she saw that the person was Shimura Dans, her face became calmer. Danzo. I'm sorry to trouble you. Uzumaki Mito smiled apologetically, his words seemed to be filled with a little helplessness. When I suppress 9 tails, we will talk again. After speaking, Uzumaki Mito closed his eyes again. She didn't dare to use all her power before, just because she was afraid that someone in Konoha would be lurking for this moment. But now that Shimura Dans is here, then she can let go of the suppression of 9 tails with her hands and feet, and don't care about everything outside. Because the person she trusts most now is Shimura Dans. Shimura Dans did not continue to ask. He knew what Uzumaki Mito meant, so he took a deep breath. He wanted to see who would dare to do things under his nose. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Zeuin is 3 years old, the genealogy is alive, and the small 9 tails, haha. After a long time, the chakra waves emitted by Uzumaki Mito slowly gathered at this moment. Shimura Dans was also relieved of his vigilance at this moment. Because he can feel that Uzumaki Mito has completely suppressed 9 tails, he doesn't need to worry about anything. Sorry, Danzo. Uzumaki Mito gradually opened his eyes and smiled apologetically. This is what I should do, Mito-sama, don't have to apologize. Shimura-Danzo waved his hand to indicate that there was nothing serious, and he was just protecting Uzumaki Mito from any disturbance. But why did Nine Tails suddenly riot? Mito-sama, you can't suppress it. Shimura-Danzo asked with a hint of worry on her face. Although Nine Tails poses no threat to his book, it can pose a great threat to Uzumaki Mito, who is Jinchuriki. After all, he didn't know what seal Uzumaki Mito used. It's still easy to suppress it, but this time he secretly stored up most of his power to break through the seal, which made me a little defensive for a while. Otherwise, its strength is not enough to break through the 8-sign seal I arranged. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said. The strength of Nine Tails is certainly strong, but his own strength is not weak, let alone the seal of the 4 elephants constructed by the fairy technique. It's just that Nine Tails has been on the safe side for too long, which caused Uzumaki Mito to not be so vigilant about it for a while, which led to today's small situation. Is that so? No wonder. Shimura-Danzo nodded slightly. After all, he can feel that Uzumaki Mito's strength is definitely not weak, not to mention that she can now control Nine Tails' chakra. It can be seen from the state of Golden Tail Beast mode that Uzumaki Mito has absolute suppressing power on Nine Tails, and there is no need for tug-of-war like Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Uzumaki Mito's own strength must be extremely powerful, otherwise it is impossible to use Nine Tails as a second hit. It made Ling Shui and Tsunade scared. After all, they couldn't bear this pressure. Uzumaki Mito's face was filled with a helpless smile. Shimura-Danzo said slowly after a short silence. Master Mito, can you let me meet Nine Tails? I want to talk to him. This decision by Shimura-Danzo caused a slight change in Uzumaki Mito's expression, and a look of surprise appeared in his beautiful eyes. Danzo, Nine Tails, his hatred for humans cannot be eliminated. The damage done to him by Uchiha Madara in those days was too great. Uzumaki Mito hesitated for a while and said slowly, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After all, Nine Tails was used by Uchiha Madara to control the battle with Manjiki Sharingan. After that battle, Nine Tails was weakened by Senju Hashirama's use of wood style to absorb chakra from the body. In the end, he used the seal of the 4 elephants and sealed it in his body, and he hated humanity ever since. It's okay. I just went in and chatted with it, there won't be any big problems. Shimura-Danzo motioned to Uzumaki Mito not to worry about himself. Well, since you insist on that way. Uzumaki Mito nodded, but Shimura-Danzo could only agree. Immediately after, Uzumaki Mito's right hand was slowly raised, and the onion finger was slightly placed on Shimura-Danzo's forehead. Chakra slowly poured into Shimura-Danzo's brain from his fingers. For a moment, Shimura-Danzo suddenly felt darkness in front of his eyes. When he reacted thoroughly, he found that he was already in a space full of water. The water level just covered his heels, and Uzumaki Mito was standing beside him. In front of him was a gloomy cage, a huge cage formed by red pillars, and there was a piece of talisman paper in front of Shimura-Danzo. And this piece of paper completely restricts the freedom of Nine Tails. Shimura-Danzo carefully looked at everything around him and found that it was no different from the space inside Naruto's whirlpool. The only difference is that the Nine Tails in front of me is a completed Nine Tails instead of a partial Nine Tails. When Nine Tails, who was originally suppressed by Uzumaki Mito, saw the appearance of the two at this moment, his eyes instantly became red, full of hatred and anger, and his claws were cracking. Uzumaki Mito! The roar sounded through the entire tail beast space, and the huge claws tightly grasped the sealed door made by the Myojin gate in front of them, and opened the big mouth of the blood basin towards the Shimura-Danzo. Come on, don't be furious. Anyway, you'll be one of the two in your life. Shimura-Danzo looked at Nine Tails with resentment and said in a frivolous voice. His frivolous voice made Nine Tails furious, almost wanting to swallow Shimura-Danzo in front of him. A whole. A mere human, dare to put on a high look. For Shimura-Danzo's contempt, Nine Tails' arrogant heart was instantly ignited with anger, and the fierce battle with Shimura was launched. But a little nine tails, what is it, even if it has lived for thousands of years, but only a little vocabulary? 10% off? 10% off? 10% off water bottle? Shimura Dan's previous life was the person who lived in the previous life of Xiuan's god of wood expulsion. How strong is it? In Xiuan 3 years, no one in the genealogy ascended to heaven, and only 5 sentences left the other party speechless. Shimura Dan's doesn't need to use dirty words when scolding Nine Tails, and conduct personal attacks from various aspects. The whirlpool on the side Mito can't understand what Shimura Dan's words mean. But in terms of tone and meaning, it can be heard that it is a copy of some indecent language. This also made Uzumaki Mito smile helplessly. It turned out that Shimura Dan's used Nine Tails as an anti-stress machine, and came in to curse and release the pressure. Woohoo, it's much more comfortable, it's so cool to scold it. Shimura Dan's face is full of joy, and all the unhappiness and depression in the past have disappeared at this moment. Let's go out. If this goes on, Nine Tails will almost be mad at you. Looking at Nine Tails, who looked as uncomfortable as eating shit, Uzumaki Mito smiled helplessly. She didn't expect Shimura Dan's to have such a grumpy side. It seems that Hokage's pressure is not normal. Well, thank you Mito-sama. Shimura Dan's nodded happily, and then Uzumaki Mito left with the tail monster space. Only the innocent Nine Tails are left. Because it was scolded by Shimura Dan's, he couldn't even speak at the speed of the opponent. This third Hokage, he seems to have an inexplicably familiar chakra. Nine Tails returned to his senses and found that when she was sensing the opponent just now, she seemed to perceive a very familiar chakra in the opponent's body. And this chakra is a bit similar to that of the 6 old men. Thinking of this, Nine Tails' eyes suddenly filled with disbelief, and a terrifying thought filled his head. Is Shimura Dan's the reincarnation of Sage of 6 Paths? Asterisk. Chapter 45, Sarutobi, How Can You Bear It? Shimura Dan's didn't know that Nine Tails would actually perceive Ashura Chakra inside him after he left. I don't even know that Shimura Dan's has become strange in Nine Tails' heart at this moment, even thinking that he is the reincarnation of Sage of 6 Paths. At this moment, he has returned to reality. Master Mito, since the matter has been resolved, then I will go to release the alert state. When Shimura Dan saw that Uzumaki Mito was not a major problem, he opened his mouth and left. Because Konoha is still in a state of alert, the Senju clan is still protected by Anbu, and he must personally give orders. Well, you go. Uzumaki Mito nodded. This time she did not leave Shimura Dan's behind. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui and Tsunade are both in a coma, in order to ensure the safety of the two of them, Uzumaki Mito must be on the sidelines. After getting Uzumaki Mito's reply, Shimura Dan's didn't stay too much, and suddenly turned into a black shadow and disappeared in the same place. Remove the alert, it's just a false alarm. Shimura Dan's came to the gate of the Senju clan and looked at the 3 Uchiha Kagami, who looked alert and serious, and said slowly. Has it been resolved? Then I will let Anbu notify everyone to lift the alert. Mito Kato Homura did not leave immediately, with a questioning look in his eyes. After all, he is just an Anbu captain. Although he and Shimura Dan's are friends, they are subordinates on this occasion. So Mito Kato Homura is very clear about the power he has and who gave it to Anbu. Go. As for the reason, Mito-sama developed a new ninjutsu. If someone deliberately spread rumors, you know what to do. A flash of cold light flashed in Shimura Dan's eyes, and it was fleeting. Yes, I understand. Mito Kato Homura nodded solemnly, then put on Captain Anbu's unique mask and left quickly. Trouble you too, sorry. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Shimura Dan's glanced apologetically at Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri. After all, he was afraid that Nine Tails would lose control, so he took 2 insurances, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri. Although it is impossible to say that this kind of thing is possible, Shimura Danzo must minimize all risks if he is not afraid of 10,000. There is nothing wrong with this. Since it is a false alarm, then I have the task. I just received a task, and then you were sent back directly by someone. Uchiha Kagami smiled helplessly, but this smile was a little weird. After winking at his sister, he quickly left. His back is extremely chic. Let's go, come with me to comfort the civilians. Of course Shimura Danzo understood Uchiha Kagami's intentions, smiled helplessly in his heart, and then said to Uchiha Yuri. After all, the noise was a bit loud this time, and many Konoha civilians were extremely frightened. As Hokage, Shimura Danzo naturally wanted to come forward and give an explanation. Otherwise, it will cause panic, and I am afraid that some pressure will be accumulated in people's hearts. Okay. Uchiha Yuri nodded when he heard the words, and then quickly followed Shimura Danzo's pace. And Uchiha Yuri suddenly thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen before, and his expression flickered, as if he was hesitating, but quickly made up his mind. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared just after you went in. Uchiha Chiri stopped Sho, and said softly. Sarutobi? Didn't I remember letting all Konoha Jonin level ninjas spread out the evacuation net? What is he doing here? Shimura Danzo suddenly wrinkled her brows, and her words were full of doubts. I don't know, he said he was here to check the situation of Mito-sama, but I think it's not that simple. Uchiha Juri was also confused, but he just didn't have a clue. After all, the sudden arrival of the opponent made Shimura Danzo a little incomprehensible, and even some incomprehensible operations like Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Shimura Danzo knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is definitely not that simple. Just kidding, this time I suddenly asked about Uzumaki Mito's physical condition? Why didn't you come earlier? Instead, after Senju Tobirama's death, Sarutobi Hiruzen never came to the Senju family. Oh, no, after the Senju clan expressed support for Shimura Danzo, the Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely broke off the Senju clan. After all, this is an opponent for him, so why bother with him? Sarutobi, it's interesting. Shimura Danzo found Sarutobi Hiruzen more and more interesting. Although he couldn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen's operation meant, he thought things started to get interesting. You should know that the 3 senior advisors of the Sarutobi clan were appointed by Senju Tobirama himself, and they have a lot of power in the village. However, Shimura Danzo promptly and violently removed their advisory position, but Sarutobi Hiruzen never came to him once. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to control Konoha in the original book for decades, and it is not unreasonable to survive every ninja war. Regarding forbearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to have reached the realm of a master. Come on, Sarutobi, just let me see how tolerant you are. Shimura Danzo wanted to see if Sarutobi Hiruzen could continue to endure like last time after learning that he was cuckolded. You must know that this is the big taboo in a man's life, and no one can accept it. But Shimura Danzo doesn't know whether Sarutobi Hiruzen can accept it or not. Anything that cannot be said is absolute, and there may be exceptions. I dare not make more rules. The author has a handicapped party, so if you can more or less, you can more or less. After all, the author has been educated once by reader's background *. Chapter 46, Come from the Uzumaki clan. After the Nine Tails riot ended, Konoha returned to its former tranquility. Because Shimura Danzo himself stood up to explain, many people believed this fact, and there was no need to question it. After all, the war has just passed, and no one wants to return to that kind of distressed state again. For Shimura Danzo, these days are still so leisurely, and this Hokage is also very relaxed. Uchiha's ability to handle affairs is much faster than Chizuru's mind, and this makes Shimura Danzo very comfortable. Who doesn't like having such a beautiful assistant? Can be eye-catching. At this moment, 3 uninvited guests appeared outside Konoha village, all with red hair and wearing vests much the same as Konoha. The gatekeeper Konoha shinobi looked a little surprised when he saw the three of them, and then hurriedly got up. A ninja from the Uzumaki clan? It should be the Uzumaki Miss Ling Shui. After all, Vortex Ling Shui in Konoha can be said to be known to many people. Let alone Mito-sama's niece, she often plays Konoha with their Naruto-sama, which makes people start to doubt the relationship between them. Some people have already begun to guess whether this girl from the Uzumaki clan will be their future Mrs. Naruto. After all, first Hokage married Uzumaki Mito, and now third Hokage married another Uzumaki girl. The friendship between the two countries should be further promoted. Of course, this is the thinking of civilians and ordinary ninjas. The rest of the people who know the situation are watching this third Hokage's attitude. It is said that even Mito-sama wanted to let Uzumaki Ling Shui marry him, but the result was nothing. A few friends of Uzumaki, are you here to pick up Miss Uzumaki Ling Shui? The gatekeeper ninja stepped forward and said with a smile. And those Uzumaki clan are certainly not those no-brained villains. Besides, this is Konoha, not the country of Uzumaki, so naturally they don't dare to be arrogant. Also politely smiled. Yes, Miss Ling Shui has stayed in Konoha for too long, and the patriarch missed her very much, so he sent us to take Miss Ling Shui back. The Vortex ninja headed nodded and smiled. The other two glanced around Konoha village in front of them and the Hokage rock at the end, and a shock suddenly rose in their hearts. Is this Konoha? As the head of the 5 countries, the first ninja village in the ninja world, it is indeed magnificent and breathtaking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Because their Uzumaki clan's innate perception is superb, they already felt dozens of tyrannical auras when they approached Konoha's gate and immediately locked them down. These people are EPUB founded by second Hokage and directly under Hokage, responsible for patrolling the village and cutting off all threats to the village. The people of the Vortex clan can conclude that the lowest strength of these EPUB ninjas is also to manage Chunin, and some have even reached the elite Jonin. You may be so close to becoming a movie-class powerhouse. 2 of you, please go to the hotel and wait. We have arranged our accommodation. As for the news has been delivered to third Hokage and Mito-sama, so just wait for the reply. Another gatekeeper ninja laughed after tinkering with what he was holding. Then bother you too. The whirlpool ninja headed is not angry. After all, this is Konoha, not a place where they can go wild. Even if they have the capital that can threaten Konoha village, they will have to wait to use it as a last resort. After all, judging from the various rumors about Konoha third Hokage learned on the road, this Naruto does not seem to be very annoying. At least 2 of Konoha's 3 families have expressed support for this third Hokage. So this is not as simple as a hairy boy. If it is really a hairy boy, it is absolutely impossible to sit in this position of Hokage. For a while, Sunin of the Uzumaki clan began to discuss countermeasures. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui is very likely not to return to the country of the Vortex with them, some measures must be taken at that time. Anyone from the Vortex family wants to pick up the Vortex Ling Shui and go back. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly when he heard the news. As Uzumaki Mito said, this day is finally coming. God-level selection. Option 1, prevent Uzumaki Mito from returning to the Uzumaki kingdom and leave it in Konoha. Task reward, immortal body increased by 15%. Option 2, let him return to the country of the Vortex, and then be forced to marry. The task reward, the second brother disappeared for 5 years, and the body and voice gradually evolved into a female. Hiss. The reward reminded in his head made Shimura Danzo gasp suddenly. If this reward is wrong, Shimura Danzo's life is probably really explained here. Feminine host is provided below. Suddenly, a virtual page appeared in front of Shimura Danzo. The woman on the screen has long black hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall. She has a graceful figure. The 2 fronts are extremely magnificent. The slender jade leg sets are dressed in black silk. Although her face is serious and cold, she is only a little increase a bit of temptation. Good guy, just want to have fun. Shimura Danzo was shocked by the sudden operation of the system, and hurriedly waved his hand to turn off the screen in front of him. I choose the first one. Selected successfully, task rewards have been issued. In an instant, a warm current passed through Shimura Danzo's body. At this moment, he can feel that his strength has increased a bit. Although it is not very obvious, it is better than nothing. Then, let me come to meet the ninjas in the country of Uzumaki. Shimura Danzo's eyes shone with cold light. At this moment, he remembered what Uzumaki Mito said to him. Uzumaki country seems to be a bit ambitious. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Lost in the Eyes of Uzumaki Ling Shui. Senju family. When Uzumaki Ling Shui learned that the Uzumaki clan had come, his small face that was filled with cheerful expression instantly condensed at this moment. The beautiful eyes that were originally piercing were dim and colorless at this moment, and the mood fell into a trough in a moment. The thing she worries the most has happened after all, and this is also the thing she doesn't want to face. She doesn't want to return to Uzumaki, she likes Konoha, and she likes to spend time with Tsunade or Mito's aunt. The most important thing is that a person in Konoha broke into her heart, this is what she is most reluctant to bear. Therefore, she is unwilling to leave Konoha, and she is unwilling to leave Shimura Danzo, Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Ling Shui, I can't stop this thing either. After all, according to the agreed time, you really should return to the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uzumaki Ling Shui, who looked downcast, sighed and said helplessly. Aunt Ling Shui, are you going back? Tsunade's little hand pulled Uzumaki Ling Shui's pale red clothes corner, a faint mist appeared in his eyes, and the pitiful look in his eyes was pitiful. It seemed that crystal tears would fall in his eyes in the next second. For a while, Uzumaki Ling Shui was a little reluctant to leave, she was too reluctant to be here. Danzo. Don't let me down. Uzumaki Mito murmured silently while looking at the blue sky. Because she knows why Uzumaki Ling Shui returned to the village this time. As long as he returns to the country of Uzumaki, Uzumaki Ling Shui will fulfill his marriage contract. If nothing else, by then, the little bit between Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Ling Shui will turn into memories. Yet, cousin is going back, what's the point to cry? I will see you next time. Uzumaki Ling Shui recovered his usual mood and comforted Tsunade softly. After all, for this princess-like girl, she really didn't want this child to cry. Ta. 3 members of the Whirlpool clan walked through the corridor and came into the hall. Their ordinary and solemn expressions suddenly became respectful when they saw Uzumaki Mito. Nothing else, because Uzumaki Mito is a respected existence in the Uzumaki clan, and has high attainments in sealing art and enchantment. Not to mention that Uzumaki Mito's identity is more noble than them, after all, the other party was once the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Uzumaki Ada, Uzumaki Ichiro, Uzumaki Naoki have met Mito-sama. The 3 of them bowed to Uzumaki Mito 90 degrees at the same time, their faces full of respect. After all, this Mito-sama is a respected existence among the Uzumaki clan. If she is a male, I am afraid that the head of the Uzumaki clan must be the one in front of her. But unfortunately, there is no if. Unexpectedly, someone knew about my old lady. Uzumaki Mito was surprised by the performance of the 3. Mito-sama joked, the patriarch has been thinking of you all the time, if it weren't for the family affairs, he couldn't get away. Presumably this time I will come to visit in person and then pick up Miss Ling Shui. Uzumaki Ada standing in the middle smiled faintly. Do you miss me? If I had the heart back then, I'm afraid he would not sit so securely as the patriarch. Uzumaki Mito sneered after hearing these words from Uzumaki Ada. She knew her eldest brother's cruel character, she was desperate for the position of the patriarch. And she very much doubts that the death of Uzumaki Ling Shui's parents is really inextricably linked to her elder brother. Otherwise, how could he die so young? Then Miss Ling Shui is ready, If you are ready, then we will set off to return to the country of the vortex. Uzumaki River saw that Uzumaki Mito ignored him and did not ask himself to be bored, and asked Uzumaki Ling Shui. After all, receiving Uzumaki Ling Shui back to Konoha was their ultimate goal, and Uzumaki Mito was just incidental. But Uzumaki Ling Shui did not speak. A touch of reluctance and expectation appeared in his eyes. Looking at the door of the Senju clan in the distance, there was a hint of hope, as if someone would appear. Can you postpone it for another 2 days? I want to stay here more. Uzumaki Ling Shui's teeth bit her pink lips, a complex color flashed in her eyes. Please also Miss Ling Shui not to embarrass us, after all, we are just following orders. The patriarch can give you so many deadlines, presumably the time is enough. Uzumaki Ada's expression remained unchanged, but his tone increased a bit. Obviously, he is bound to bring Uzumaki Ling Shui back to the country of the vortex today, no one can stop him. Uzumaki Ling Shui turned his eyes to Uzumaki Mito for help, but Uzumaki Mito also shook his head helplessly, expressing his helplessness. And Tsunade has already been sent outside by Uzumaki Mito, and she cannot be allowed to mess around here. Otherwise, all that Uzumaki Mito is waiting for will be lost. For the happiness of her niece, she can be said to have taken great pains. After Uzumaki Ling Shui stared at the door not far away for more than 10 seconds, the expectation in his eyes slowly transformed into endless loss. It turned out, she was just a friend in his heart after all. I'll follow you back. Just as Uzumaki Ling Shui wanted to say something, a whistling wind suddenly heard outside the door. I saw a man appeared outside the door, and then the other party slowly walked in. And his appearance made Uzumaki Mito's original solemn look relax at this moment, and his hanging heart also relaxed. The moment Uzumaki Ling Shui saw him appear, the loss in his eyes instantly turned into joy and excitement. He came after all. Who are you? You dare to break into the Senju clan without authorization. When Uzumaki Ada and the 3 people saw the young man who appeared suddenly, their faces suddenly became unhappy, and their brows frowned. Could it be said that the Senju clan is already a place where anyone can come in? And you don't have to knock on the door? You should know that when they came in, they waited outside for a long time before someone saw them and led them in. After all, this is Senju, Konoha's largest clan, and the etiquette rules are naturally indispensable. I saw the young man speaking coldly. Konoha Village 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo. I like the midnight update too much. Asterisk. Chapter 48, She doesn't want to go, no one can take her. The expressions of Uzumaki Ada's 3 people suddenly changed, and their pupils suddenly shrank. But when they saw the expressions of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Ling Shui, they believed that the young man in front of them was 3rd Hokage. Although they haven't seen this 3rd Hokage, it can be seen from the statue of Hokage Rock that the Shimura Danzo in front of them is the 3rd Hokage. It turned out to be 3rd Hokage, which is really disrespectful. Under Uzumaki Ada, apologize for the rude words just now. Uzumaki Ada bowed slightly, apologetic in his words. Because he is not stupid, he knows who is the real power in Konoha now, and he did not underestimate Shimura Danzo because of his age. After all, it was this ruthless man who forcibly reorganized Konoha, and then signed a peace agreement with 3rd Hokage to stop the war. And the most important thing is that 3rd Hokage can't get back the 6 ninjas that Cloud Shinobi Village has the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. In other words, these ninjas are currently on Shimura Danzo's body. This is what is shocking. You know that the group of Cloud Shinobi guys are so domineering, how can they allow such a powerful endurance to be in the hands of others? But they just slumped in Shimura Danzo's hands, and couldn't ask for any benefit. If it weren't for collecting the information on the way, I'm afraid I would really think that Hokage is a hairy kid. The ignorant is not guilty. I'm here this time for one thing. Shimura Danzo's voice is indifferent, full of the coercion of the superior and a trace of aura. This also caused Uzumaki Ada to look at each other, and their expressions changed slightly. While under the pressure of Shimura Dance, they were also shocked at the fact that the strength of the other party was even stronger than them, and they were able to hold their heads under the pressure. It seems that his deeds of returning to Cloud Shinobi to encircle the body of second Hokage and jump out of the encirclement again will not be false. I don't know what third Hokage is for. If we can help, we will do our best. Uzumaki Ada spoke politely. As if he didn't care about the oppression Shimura Dance had just given them. It's very simple, Uzumaki Ling Shui's stay is up to her. She doesn't want to go, no one can take her away. Shimura Dance didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly said his answer, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. And his words suddenly changed the expressions of Uzumaki Ada and the three of them, and they became a little sullen and gloomy. When Uzumaki Ling Shui heard Shimura Dance's words, she couldn't control her emotions for a moment, and tears flowed from her eyes. When Uzumaki Mito saw this scene, a smile of relief appeared on his face, and he nodded gently to Shimura Dance. It seems that what I expected has happened after all, and as for what happens next, Uzumaki Mito doesn't have to intervene. She has reached the limit, and then it's up to Shimura Dance to do it. What do you mean by third Hokage? Miss Ling Shui is from the country of the vortex. Do you have to go through your opinion if you want to go back? Uzumaki Ada's tone suddenly became a little sharp, and he directly confronted Shimura Dance. If she wants to return, I won't stop her, but looking at her like this, it seems that she is very reluctant to return to the country of vortex. It's not as good as living in Konoha. After Shimura Dance finished speaking, he looked at Uzumaki Ling Shui. Tell me, do you want to go back? In an instant, the scene became silent, and everyone was waiting for Uzumaki Ling Shui's answer. I don't want to go back, I want to stay here, I like Konoha, I like you. Danzo. At this moment, Uzumaki Ling Shui finally said the words that had been buried in her heart. This also means that this seemingly romantic war has come to an end at this moment, and Shimura Dance persisted to the end. And the expressions of the three Uzumaki Ling Shui and Uzumaki became extremely difficult to look at when she said these last words. Because they didn't expect things to progress to such a point, if they let the patriarch know about this matter, I am afraid it would not be that simple. So do you want me to repeat it again? Shimura Dance stepped forward and hugged the crying Uzumaki Ling Shui, then looked at the three people indifferently. Third Hokage, I advise you not to go your own way, otherwise don't blame us. Uzumaki Ada knew that he was really tearing his skin at this time. Then he slowly took out the letter that Patriarch Vortex had handed over to them, and then slowly opened it. The above records how to open and close the Konoha enchantment. Anyone who is proficient in seals and enchantments can release the enchantment at will. In other words, at this moment, Konoha's strong protective cover is in the hands of Uzumaki Ada and others. As long as they are willing, the barrier that protects Konoha will disappear instantly, and then Konoha will be in danger. This is a technique for removing Konoha's barrier. As long as I am willing, Konoha will be completely exposed in an instant. If there is another war, it will be bad for you and me, third Hokage. Uzumaki Ada looked at Shimura Dance and sneered proudly. Shimura Dance couldn't help laughing because of his appearance, as if he hadn't put such threats in his eyes at all. Oh? Really? Then please show me the experiment. Shimura Dance said in a mocking tone. It seems to be saying that if you don't get rid of this barrier, you are the words of my son. Good. 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 It seems that third Hokage has confidence in Konoha's defense, so don't blame me. A stern look flashed in Wu Wu Jiangtai's eyes, and then began to form a seal quickly, and the chakra in his body was also mobilized. Solution. Seeing him scream, chakra burst out instantly. But, the result did not seem to be what he expected. The barrier that enveloped Konoha was still intact, and there was no sign of being lifted or destroyed. After trying several times in a row, Uzumaki Ada found that it was useless at all. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Threaten me? Are you sure you can get out of Konoha alive? How is it possible? How could the Patriarch's method fail? Uzumaki Eida's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of shock. Because Konoha's barrier was designed by their Uzumaki clan, but why he couldn't close it? Could it be that the enchantment has been modified, and the backhand that was originally prepared can no longer be used? Go on, I can give you a few more opportunities to experiment. Shimura Dan's eyes flashed with a smile, and a sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth. The people of Uzumaki Kingdom don't really think they believe in them like Senju Tobirama. Long ago, Shimura Dan's took Uzumaki Ling Shui to modify Konoha's barrier structure. Although the defensive power has dropped a bit, the way the Uzumaki clan handles the opening and closing of the barrier is already laughing. The choice between fish and bear's paw, Shimura Dan's, of course, chose the latter. Because he didn't allow Konoha's line of defense to be mastered, it was equivalent to mastering Konoha's lifeline. As Hokage, he naturally did not allow such things to exist. Uzumaki Ling Shui, you dare to betray us! Uzumaki Naoki suddenly roared. The old sullen face became extremely angry at this moment, and his eyes were full of angry flames. And his words immediately made Uzumaki Eida and Uzumaki Ichiro understand what was going on. Because the main purpose of Uzumaki Ling Shui to Konoha is to repair Konoha's damaged barrier, followed by visiting Uzumaki Mito. Moreover, Uzumaki Ling Shui has very high attainments in enchantment, and it is not too simple to change the enchantment. But they didn't expect Uzumaki Ling Shui to actually do that, and directly cut off their last resort to threaten Konoha. It seems that you really don't know how to live or die, so let's abolish you first. Shimura Dan's shook his head and looked at Uzumaki Mito. After all, this is a member of the Uzumaki clan, he wants to see how Uzumaki Mito decides. He wants to know exactly what Uzumaki Mito's attitude is, although it doesn't affect him to abolish the three people in front of him. But Uzumaki Mito didn't speak, he still looked like an old god at ease, and then slowly got up and left behind. Master Mito. You. When Uzumaki Eida saw Uzumaki Mito get up and leave directly, his face suddenly became gloomy. I didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to be so unfeeling, not even the life and death of his own people. Boom, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Suddenly, a strong momentum erupted from the three of them, and gusts of strong winds were set off. It can be seen from this momentum that the strength of these three people are all at the Jonin level. Abolish us, third Hokage is too confident. Even if you are a shadow level strength, my Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is not vegetarian. Uzumaki Eida knew very well that he was already torn. If you don't use some tricks, I am afraid it is really difficult to leave Konoha today. Go to Master Mito, leave it to me here. Shimura Dan's rubbed Uzumaki Ling Shui's little head, and said with a gentle smile. The petting eyes in his eyes seemed to be overflowing water, which directly made Uzumaki Ling Shui's small face flushed, looking shy and cute. Are you really okay alone? They are all masters of the Uzumaki clan, and they are very proficient in sealing art. Shy to be shy, but Uzumaki Ling Shui's face suddenly showed concern. Although she is confident in Shimura Dan's strength, she also knows how strong her three clansmen are. When the three of them join forces, they may not necessarily be their opponents even if they are strong in the shadow level. I have a little confidence in me, after all, I am Konoha's third Hokage. Shimura Dan smiled confidently. The bright smile of Mu Chunfeng made Uzumaki Ling Shui's worry disappear a lot. Okay, you be careful. Uzumaki Ling Shui nodded, and then left behind. Because she knows very well that being here at this time is dragging Shimura Dan's, and if she leaves, she can let the other party let go of her hands and feet without worrying about herself. It's been a long time since I became Hokage. The three of you are lucky. Shimura Dan stepped forward slowly and directly forced the three of the Uzumaki clan into the open space outside the door. After all, it's not good to break something. Do it. Whoosh! Suddenly, Uzumaki Naoki and Uzumaki Ichiro took out Kunao and quickly attacked from both sides. The bitterness and coldness are exposed, as if it can be broken by blowing hair. The action is swift and fierce, and the shot is a killer move. It is not like what the world says. The Uzumaki clan only knows how to seal, but the actual physical skills are not very good. But Shimura Danzo's speed was so fast that they couldn't capture them at all, and even left behind images. I saw him appear behind Uzumaki Ada, who was preparing for the sealing technique in an instant. In an instant, he was unbelievable, like a ghost. How can it be? Uzumaki Ada turned his head and looked at Shimura Danzo, who appeared behind him instantly. His eyes were filled with shock and a look of horror. This kind of speed can only be achieved by one person, which is called the deceased second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the highest speed in the ninja world. Could it be that Shimura Danzo has learned Senju Tobirama's speed? No wonder that Senju Tobirama can be designated as third Hokage by Senju Tobirama. What's impossible? It's just the frog at the bottom of your well. Shimura Danzo sneered. With a kick that contained terrifying power, Uzumaki Ada's body flew out like a cannonball in an instant. Immediately after hitting the wall, a cloud of smoke was raised. But from the painful scream of Uzumaki Ada just now, it can be seen how terrifying the power contained in Shimura Danzo's foot. Don't say that you will die, but it's for sure that you don't have half your life. If it is said that an ordinary person suffered this kick, it is probably dead. Fortunately, the vitality of the Uzumaki clan is much stronger than ordinary people, so it is only this breath. But this is no different from death, or torture. Asterisk. Chapter 50, the balance is tilting towards Uzumaki Ling Shui. The faces of Uzumaki Naoki and Uzumaki Ichiro became extremely solemn at this moment, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. At this moment, all of them were filled with a sense of danger. And the source of this danger came from Shimura Danzo. The killing intent that radiated out made people feel cold from the bottom of my heart. It was obviously the scorching summer season, but it seemed to be in the winter of December. Even as Jainin, they have experienced life and death missions of all sizes, but they have never felt this way. Konoha, it's not a place where you can go wild. As soon as Shimura Danzo's voice fell, his figure turned into a phantom again and suddenly disappeared in the sight of the two Uzumaki Naoki. Quick! Use a diamond lock! The expressions of the two suddenly changed, and Uzumaki Naoki roared decisively. This is their last trump card and the only hope that they can leave Konoha. Wow! Several golden chains filled chakras stretched out from behind them, piercing them in all directions. What they have to do at this moment is to guard against Shimura Danzo's silent speed as Shinigami harvests life. But before their diamond locks were completely unfolded, a muffled sound suddenly sounded from Uzumaki Naoki's abdomen. Puff! Directly pierced from behind Uzumaki Naoki, a golden thunder light on the sword was beating, and then directly poured into Uzumaki Naoki's body. ZZ! In an instant, Uzumaki's body began to twitch. The electricity of blade of the thunder spirit has poured into his body, and I am afraid he can no longer move. Too fast. Can't capture at all. Uzumaki Ichiro's body quickly jumped back, and then the chain head of the diamond lock fell directly towards Shimura Danzo. But everything he did was just in vain, and everything was just vain in the face of absolute strength. What's more, this degree of diamond blockade is not a big threat to Shimura Danzo. If it is said that Uzumaki Mito's level of power is using the King Kong blockade, then Shimura Danzo will be a little afraid. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Uzumaki kingdom will be hostile to the Fire Nation. At that time, another war will not be able to bear Konoha. At this moment, Uzumaki Ichiro is really panicked. After all, no one is not afraid of death, and Shimura Danzo doesn't seem to keep the slightest hand, wanting to kill them. If it's one of the 5 great nations, it might have some weight, but if you are a small country of Vortex, you can't help but put yourself too low. Shimura Danzo looked indifferent and didn't pay attention to Uzumaki Ichiro's threat at all. BD. Since you want to kill me, Konoha must be buried with me. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Suddenly, a horrible madness appeared in Uzumaki Ichiro's eyes, and his hideous face was like a lunatic at this moment. He suddenly tore his coat, and the black seal pattern on his body was revealed at this moment. Others may not recognize what this seal pattern is, but Shimura Danzo knows it very well. The seal of the 4 elephants. Come with me, go to hell. At this moment, Uzumaki Ichiro laughed wildly like a madman, raising his hands to get the seal quickly. Call out. In an instant, there was a trance in front of me. Uzumaki Ichiro suddenly felt a chill in his hands, and then his pupils shrank suddenly, and the horrible pain surged in an instant. His hands were cut off by Shimura Danzo. For a while, blood fell on the ground like spraying, and Uzumaki Ichiro let out a painful scream. Ah! The heart-piercing screams are so tragic that anyone will be moved by it. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, dozens of dark shadows instantly jumped from the gate and knelt before Shimura Danzo. Master Naruto, we are late. The voice that was speaking was Captain Anbu Midokado Homura, and his face under the mask changed slightly when he saw this scene. Clean up here, and then let the Uzumaki kingdom come to lead the people. Let them bring some family background, otherwise. Shimura Danzo's voice was extremely cold, like the ice in the 9 nether hell, which made people tremble. But no one dared to question his behavior. Because he is 3rd Hokage and they are directly under Enbu of Hokage, they have no right to ask why all this happened. The only thing they can do is to execute Shimura Danzo's orders. Yes. Midokado Homura nodded heavily, and then ordered people to start cleaning up the mess. Shimura Danzo did not leave, but chose to go to Uzumaki Mito's courtyard because there were still people waiting for him. Master Mito, sorry. Shimura Danzo looked at Uzumaki Mito who was sitting in the courtyard thinking and apologized. After all, this is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and Uzumaki Mito still males some feelings no matter what. Danzo, you don't have to apologize. Blame them. I didn't expect them to threaten you with Konoha's barrier. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and smiled faintly, saying that all this is what they should be. After all, it is really unclear to threaten Shimura Danzo, Naruto with this kind of thing. Since the eldest brother took power, the Uzumaki clan has changed and began to become arrogant and proud. Relying on the alliance of the country of fire and the sealing technique of the clan, the resources of the surrounding small countries were madly plundered, and there were even signs of reaching out to the country of water. The Uzumaki clan, sooner or later it will be ruined in the hands of her elder brother. Danzo, are you all right? Uzumaki Ling Shui hurriedly got up to check Shimura Danzo's physical condition. The eager face was mixed with worry and a trace of panic, which made people feel pampered. After all, she knew the combat effectiveness of those 3 people. Although Shimura Danzo was very strong, she was still worried. If it hadn't been for Uzumaki Mito to stop her, I'm afraid he would have rushed over at the time of the scream. There is no problem, just leave everything to me. You can stay here with peace of mind with Mito-sama and Tsunade. Shimura Danzo's face is full of tenderness, and his eyes are full of doting. When Uzumaki Mito saw this scene before him, he had mixed feelings and thoughts. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui still has a strong competitor, Hokage assistant, Uchiha's Hiri. Now the balance of love has started to tilt towards Uzumaki Ling Shui because of this incident. I don't know who will win this battle. For the happiness of her niece, she can be said to have done her best. Asterisk.